at around 6 p.m. in the evening, she met Sitaram Yechuri, personally invited him to join this hunger strike and the protest at Jantar Mantar. Now these are the visuals. We'll show you the Karyakartas as well, because a bus full of Karyakartas have already reached this Jantar Mantar hunger strike area. As we show you now they're already announcing that national anthem. It's time for national anthem, and after national anthem they will officially start their hunger strike program. As in front you see Kavita, Sitaram Yechuri, Pooja Shukla, and right now as we see the visuals, national anthem has already started. So their demands for the women reservation bill, as they have invited many political leaders. Priyanka Chaturvedi was also personally invited by Kavita to join this hunger strike ahead of this women reservation bill demand, as they are already stating that in our democracy that's very important. Right now you're watching Republic TV. We have to slip into a short break. On the other side of the break we'll show you visuals from Jantar Mantar of the hunger strike. Slip into
तब शुभ नामी जागे, तब शुभ गाहे, तब जय गाथा, जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय जय हे, जय हे, जय 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 हे।
So right now we are showing you visuals from the Jantar Mantar, as already the women of BRS and the leading women of the BRS, which is MLC Kavita, has already reached her. She is sitting in between. She is sitting in front. Along with her is Sitaram Yechuri and the other leaders of opposition parties like RJD leader, Samajwadi Party leader, NCP leader Seema is already here, and the various Karyakartas of BRS could already be seen. And this is the demand for women reservation bill. They are already demanding that right now it's the time that women reservation bill should be implemented in Lok Sabha, because Kavita has already been stating that in Rajya Sabha it was implemented in 2010 by the Congress government when it was in coalition. So why it is so hard for the central government, who is right now in majority, to implement it in Lok Sabha? And they have been demanding this women reservation bill, and they are stating that right now it's important that the gender quota should be the part for the women reservation bill, because without it the representation of women in the lawmaking bodies will be marginal, and it is the deficit of the democracy. Therefore it is important. Right now we are showing you visuals at Sitaram Yechuri. Kavita welcomes Sitaram Yechuri in this hunger strike. And it is a one-day hunger strike, as we are continuously telling you. And this is a one-day hunger strike which has been told that it will be from 10 a.m. in the morning till 4 p.m. in the evening. The permission has been given by the Delhi police officials, and Kavita has been stating that she has already invited 18 political parties, but what we are learning is that 16 political parties will be here, will be joining the protest hunger strike with BRS leader Kavita, because Congress has already decided to skip this protest and hunger strike. And now the ideology of Congress with BRS, what we are learning is doesn't align, because right now what we learned is that we several times asked this question with Kavita also, that whether Priyanka Gandhi would be coming or not, as you were already praising Sonia Gandhi that she implemented women reservation bill in Rajya Sabha, but she had no answer to that, as she already stated that we have invited women from Congress. We have asked Mallikarjun Kharge to send a representative, but till now there have been no representation from the side of Congress. And what we are learning is that Congress has already told that they would be skipping this hunger protest. Again, visuals on your screen we are showing you before we were going to the stage, going to the dais. Before going to the dais, and now we are seeing that Kavita has taken the mic, and she will be addressing the entire crowd who have gathered here.
नमस्कार। हमारा देश एक ऐसा देश है जहां पे हम माता पिता कहते हैं, पहले पंक्ति में पहला शब्द हम माता का लेते हैं, पिता का नहीं लेते हैं। तो हमारे संस्कृति में ये शामिल है कि हम माता पिता कहेंगे, राधे श्याम कहते हैं, सिया राम
बढ़ाते हुए हमने बहुत क्षेत्रों में महिलाओं को आगे बढ़ाने का कोशिश किया है, लेकिन जिस तरीके से जिस रफ्तार से पूरी दुनिया डेवलप हो रही है, अगर उसी रफ्तार से हिंदुस्तान को भी डेवलप होना है, उसी रफ्तार से हिंदुस्तान को भी डेवलप होना है, तो हिंदुस्तान में महिलाओं को राजनीतिक जिस रफ्तार से पूरी दुनिया डेवलप हो रही है, अगर उसी रफ्तार से हिंदुस्तान को भी डेवलप होना है, उसी रफ्तार से हिंदुस्तान को भी डेवलप होना है, तो हिंदुस्तान में महिलाओं को राजनीतिक क्षेत्र में भी भागीदारी मिलनी चाहिए। और राजनीतिक क्षेत्र में भागीदारी मिलने के लिए महिला आरक्षण का बिल को लेके आना बहुत जरूरी है। महिला आरक्षण बिल 33% आरक्षण का बिल 27 साल से पेंडिंग में है। बहुत सारे महिलाओं ने, बहुत सारे राजनीतिक दलों ने महिलाओं के साथ खड़े होके कोशिश उन्होंने किया है कि हिंदुस्तान में एक चर्चा हो और आरक्षण भी मिले। मैं आज उन सारी महिलाओं को सलाम करना चाहती हूँ जिन्होंने भी कोशिश किया है महिला बिल लाने का। 1996 में जब पहले बार देवेगौड़ा जी ने महिला आरक्षण बिल इंट्रोड्यूस किया है, तो ये ऐसे ही नहीं हुआ है। उससे 10 साल से 15 साल से पहले बहुत सारे हमारे बहनें, उनका जो एजिटेशन था, उनका जो आंदोलन था, उसी के वजह से 1996 में बिल इंट्रोड्यूस करने का वो एक प्रयास हुआ था। और वो आंदोलन में मैं सारे उन महिलाओं को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ, सैल्यूट करना चाहती हूँ। चाहे वो वृंदा कारक जी हो, चाहे वो सोनिया गांधी जी हो, चाहे वो जयंती नटराजन जी हो, चाहे वो सुषमा स्वराज जी हो, चाहे ये वुमेन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जितने भी हैं, पाम राजपूत जी होने दो, इंदो अग्निहोत्री होने दो, बहुत सारे ऐसे महिलाएं हैं और बहुत सारे ऐसे अनगिनत महिलाएं हैं जिन्होंने आंदोलन किया है। उन्हीं के वजह से आज ये चर्चा है। मैं बहुत आज अपने आप को सम्मानित महसूस करती हूँ कि ऐसे एक मुद्दे को जो हमारी हिंदुस्तान की आधी आबादी को आगे ले जा सकती है, ऐसे मुद्दे को आगे ले जाने का अवसर आज मुझे मिला है। मैं अपने आप को बहुत सम्मानित महसूस करती हूँ। और आज मैं हिंदुस्तान के सारे हमारे बहनों से वादा करती हूँ कि जब तक महिला आरक्षण का बिल नहीं आएगा, तब तक ये हम पथ नहीं छोड़ेंगे। ये आंदोलन करते ही रहेंगे, आंदोलन चलाते ही रहेंगे, क्योंकि महिला आरक्षण से ही हिंदुस्तान का भला हो सकता है, हिंदुस्तान का डेमोक्रेसी का भला हो सकता है। और आज एक अच्छा अवसर है, एक हिस्टोरिक अवसर है, जहाँ पे फुल मेजॉरिटी का सरकार है। तो हम इस मंच से इस भारतीय जनता पार्टी सरकार को हम डिमांड करते हैं कि महिला आरक्षण बिल आप इंट्रोड्यूस करें। हम सारे दलों को एक करने का कोशिश करेंगे, हिंदुस्तान के सारे महिलाएं एकजुट होने का कोशिश करेंगे और आपका पार्लियामेंट में भी मदद करने का कोशिश करेंगे। आज आप ये मंच पे देख रहे हैं, काफी पॉलिटिकल दलों से अपने रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स यहाँ पे आए हैं। रेस्पेक्टेड श्री येचुरी जी आए हैं, उन्होंने ये पूरा अनशन का स्टार्ट किया है, इनॉग्रेशन किया है। और हमारे एनसीपी के नेशनल स्पोक्स पर्सन यहाँ पे हैं, समाजवादी के पूजा शुक्ला जी है, किसान आंदोलन से भी है, और बहुत सारे हमारे बीआरएस के महिला मंत्रीगण हैं, एमपीस हैं। उन सबको भी मैं प्रणाम करती हूँ। और पूरे दिन भर काफी सारे राजनीतिक दलों से बहुत सारे रिप्रेजेंटेटिव भी आएंगे, उन सबका भी मैं धन्यवाद करती हूँ। बस यही एक मुद्दा है जो हम महिलाओं को राजनीतिक स्थल में, क्षेत्र में आगे ले जा सकती है। तो हम इसके लिए पूरा कोशिश करेंगे और इस कोशिश में, इस आंदोलन में साथ देने के लिए आप सबका शुक्रिया अदा करती हूँ। आज हमें यहाँ 10 बजे से लेकर 4 बजे तक का समय मिला है, तो हम लोग अनशन पे बैठे हैं और ये बस शुरुआत ही है। यहाँ से लेके आगे चल के पूरा देश भर में आंदोलन चलाते रहेंगे। जब तक महिला आरक्षण बिल नहीं आएगा, तब तक हम पीछे नहीं हटेंगे। थैंक यू सो मच। जय भारत। तेलुगु में मैं एक लाइन आपको बताना चाहती हूँ. तेलुगु में हमेशा बोलते हैं ధరణిలో సగం ఆకాశంలో సగం అందుకే అవకాశంలో కూడా సగం కావాలని చెప్తాం. धरती में हम आधे हैं, आसमान में आधे हैं, इसीलिए अवसर में भी हमें आधे मिलना चाहिए. ये नारा के साथ हम आगे बढ़ेंगे और हमारे हक पाके रखेंगे. थैंक यू. जय भारत.
आज ऐसे ही महान शक्ति.
So right now you heard K. Kavita. She was continuously stating that how important the women reservation bill is, and she has been stating that under the aegis of Bharat Jagriti, an NGO which has been demanding women reservation bill, this entire hunger strike and the protest have been organized at Jantar Mantar, which is from 10 a.m. till 4 p.m. Continuously showing you the visuals on the screen as we see that the opposition leaders have already started arriving here at Jantar Mantar. As we see Sitaram Yechuri, as we see NCP leader, RJD leader and Samajwadi Party Pooja Shukla as well, who is here at the stage joining the protest and the hunger strike with BRS MLC K. Kavita. And right now on stage and Sitaram Yechuri is addressing the entire crowd just gathered here. We also see the placards over here which is clearly stating I support women reservation bill, and they're also stating that right now the government is in majority which is in the center, and therefore it becomes more important to implement this women reservation bill in the parliament because it has already been implemented and passed in the Rajya Sabha in 2010. Now it becomes important to implement it in Lok Sabha, and now Sitaram Yechuri is speaking right now and addressing the entire crowd which is gathered here representing the Communist Party.
और ये हमारा वादा है, हमारा संकल्प, क्योंकि हम मानते हैं कि कई सारे मतलब इसके अंदर कोई विश्लेषण करने की जरूरत नहीं है. आज अफसोस की बात यह है कि तकरीबन 3 दशक हो गए चर्चा हो रही है महिला आरक्षण के बारे में. सामाजिक, आर्थिक और राजनीतिक जब तक बराबरी महिलाओं को दी नहीं जाएगी किसी भी मुल्क का विकास हुआ नहीं ना होगा. और महिलाओं को आरक्षण देने का मतलब ये नहीं है कि उनको कोई सिर्फ रिप्रेजेंटेशन दे रहे हो आप, लेकिन उनकी भागीदारी चाहिए. जब तक महिलाओं की भागीदारी पूरी तरीके से नहीं होगी किसी समाज का, किसी अर्थव्यवस्था का विकास कभी हुआ नहीं, किसी देश में ना हो पाएगा. और यही सोच करते हुए ये आरक्षण बिल बहुत झगड़े के बाद, झगड़ा माने संघर्ष के बाद, बहुत संघर्ष के बाद ये आरक्षण बिल लाया गया था. एक बार उसको पारित किया था हम लोगों ने जब हम भी थे राज्यसभा में, और उसको पारित किया था आज ही रात के 12 बजे तक वो बहस चलती रही राज्यसभा के अंदर, और राज्यसभा के अंदर मार्शल्स को लागू लिया ना पड़ा ताकि वोट हुआ, पारित हुआ. लोकसभा में जाना था, वहाँ पे अगर पारित होता तो ये कानून बन जाता, लेकिन तब तक चुनाव आ गए, लोकसभा भंग हो गई, तो वहीं के वहीं पर वो बात रहेगी. आज जरूरी है इसको इस सदन में ले आने की.
So right now you are watching Republic TV. It's time to slip into a short break, as on the other side of the break we'll show you more visuals from Jantar Mantar hunger strike of BRS MLC K. Kavita. Right now it's time for a short break. Stay tuned as we'll be live and breaking back after the short break.
और जब
आप इंडिया आते हैं एंड देन यू स्टार्ट स्पेशल फोर्सेस, NSG, गरुड़, मार्कोस. किस तरीके से ये सफर शुरू हुआ स्पेशल फोर्सेस को ट्रेन करने?
कर्नल साहब तो ही वाज एट दैट टाइम CEO of 6AR, और पहली अपॉर्चुनिटी उन्होंने मुझे दी
अच्छा
टू ट्रेन हिज रेजिमेंट, एंड ही आस्क्ड मी कि आप इनको नाइफ टू नाइफ कॉम्बैट में खुकरी ट्रेन करो. जब मैंने ADG इन्फेंट्री के सामने वो डेमो दिया और उनको वो बहुत अलग लिखा, एज लॉन्ग एज आवर सोल्जर्स आर सेफ, दे गेट द बेस्ट, आई हैव नो प्रॉब्लम.
Sir, are you appearing before the Lokayukta? Sir, where were you all these days? Sir, where were you all these days? Mr. Madal, where were you? This is Mr. Madal Virupakshapat. His followers are the ones who are in fact going on stating that he is a heart patient now, but all one needs to agree over here is that there are questions that are being asked, which he needs to go on and answer, because this man right here on our screens is tainted. His son is found with cash. He's caught red-handed, but there has been no sort of response.
कहीं ना कहीं मार्शल आर्ट्स लड़ाई झगड़े खून खराबे से ज्यादा आई थिंक इट्स अबाउट हार्मनी ऑल्सो।
सर इट्स अ पर्सनैलिटी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम।
पूरा मार्शल आर्ट्स
बिल्कुल
जी।
आपकी फौज में भी यही है, डिसिप्लिन, माइंड, बॉडी एंड स्पिरिट इज इन कमांड ऑफ यू। आपके पास गन है बट आप किसी सिविलियन को गुस्सा आते गोली तो नहीं मार देते ना। यू हैव टू कंट्रोल दैट कंट्रोल कम्स फ्रॉम द माइंड एंड फ्रॉम द ट्रेनिंग। सो दैट जो आर्मी में हम बोलते हैं फोर्स कंटिन्यूम, किस फोर्स पे कितना फोर्स देना है, ये मेंटल कंट्रोल ट्रेनिंग से आता है, करेक्ट ट्रेनिंग से।
Soldier of the Indian Army has been murdered by a politician and the Latvian media is quiet about it. Not emphatically, not vocally, not till Republic named and shamed them about their silence over Lance.
कहीं ना कहीं मार्शल आर्ट्स लड़ाई झगड़े खून खराबे से ज्यादा आई थिंक इट्स अबाउट हार्मनी ऑल्सो।
सर इट्स अ पर्सनैलिटी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम।
पूरा मार्शल आर्ट्स
बिल्कुल
जी।
आपकी फौज में भी यही है, डिसिप्लिन, माइंड, बॉडी एंड स्पिरिट इज इन कमांड ऑफ यू। आपके पास गन है बट आप किसी सिविलियन को गुस्सा आते गोली तो नहीं मार देते ना। यू हैव टू कंट्रोल दैट कंट्रोल कम्स फ्रॉम द माइंड एंड फ्रॉम द ट्रेनिंग। सो दैट जो आर्मी में हम बोलते हैं फोर्स कंटिन्यूम, किस फोर्स पे कितना फोर्स देना है, ये मेंटल कंट्रोल ट्रेनिंग से आता है, करेक्ट ट्रेनिंग से।
In top stories that we're tracking, all the three widows of the Pulwama martyrs along with their family members who were protesting against the apathy of the Gehlot government in Rajasthan detained by the police at 3 a.m. However, it has not been told in which it is not clear where they have been lodged. In a veiled attack at Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, who recently insulted India on foreign soil at Cambridge University in the UK, Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar said, while India is having its moment of glory with the G20 presidency, some parliamentarians are engaged in the thoughtless, unfair denigration of our well-nurtured democratic values. A day before Sisodia's bail application was to come up for hearing in the CBI case against him, the Enforcement Directorate yesterday arrested ARP leader under provisions, the ARP leader under provisions of the PMLA. The ED investigators are expected to obtain a production warrant from a special PMLA court and then produce him before it today to seek his custody for further interrogation. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese in Delhi for discussions on taking forward the comprehensive strategic partnership between the two countries. He receives ceremonial welcome at Rashtrapati Bhavan in New Delhi, will later hold the annual summit. Australian Prime Minister meets Prime Minister Modi in India. Fresh provocation by pro-Khalistani groups in Brisbane. In the latest, Khalistani flags are unfurled at Mahatma Gandhi's statue in Brisbane. The group even raised pro-Khalistani slogans at Rome Parkland in Brisbane. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar meets with US Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo. Agreed to launch India-US Strategic Trade Dialogue led by Foreign Secretary from the Ministry of External Affairs of India and Under Secretary Bureau of Industry and Security in US Department of Commerce.
जहाँ पे महिलाओं को
So you are watching Republic TV. We are showing you live breaking and visuals from the Jantar Mantar where the hunger strike, which is being led by BRS MLC Kavita, has already started, in which 16 political parties are now participating as Congress has decided to skip this entire hunger strike protest. We have to slip into a short break, but on the other side of the break, we'll show you more visuals and what exactly Kavita and Sitaram Yechuri have addressed the entire crowd gathered here. Stay tuned with us. We'll be right back after a short break.
आप इंडिया आते हैं एंड देन यू स्टार्ट स्पेशल फोर्सेस, एनएसजी, गरुड़, मार्कोस, किस तरीके से ये सफर शुरू हुआ स्पेशल फोर्सेस को ट्रेन करने?
कर्नल साहब, तो ही वॉज एट दैट टाइम CEO of 6AR, और पहली अपॉर्चुनिटी उन्होंने मुझे दी
अच्छा,
टू ट्रेन हिज रेजिमेंट, एंड ही आस्क्ड मी कि आप इनको नाइफ टू नाइफ कॉम्बैट में खुकरी ट्रेन करो। जब मैंने ADG इन्फेंट्री के सामने वो डेमो दिया और उनको वो बहुत अलग लिखा, एज लॉन्ग एज आवर सोल्जर्स आर सेफ,
हाँ जी,
दे गेट द बेस्ट, आई हैव नो प्रॉब्लम।
Sir, are you appearing before the Lokayukta? Sir, where were you all these days? Sir, where were you all these days? Mr. Madal, where were you? This is Mr. Madal Virupakshapat. His followers are the ones who are in fact going on stating that he is a heart patient now, but all one needs to agree over here is that there are questions that are being asked, which he needs to go on and answer, because this man right here on our screens is tainted. His son is found with cash. He's caught red-handed, but there has been no sort of response.
कहीं ना कहीं मार्शल आर्ट्स लड़ाई झगड़े खून खराबे से ज्यादा आई थिंक इट्स अबाउट हार्मनी ऑल्सो।
सर, इट्स अ पर्सनैलिटी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम,
पूरा मार्शल आर्ट्स।
बिल्कुल
जी,
आपकी फौज में भी यही है, डिसिप्लिन, माइंड, बॉडी एंड स्पिरिट इज इन कमांड ऑफ यू। आपके पास गन है, बट आप किसी सिविलियन को गुस्सा आते गोली तो नहीं मार देते ना। यू हैव टू कंट्रोल दैट कंट्रोल कम्स फ्रॉम द माइंड एंड फ्रॉम द ट्रेनिंग, सो दैट जो आर्मी में हम बोलते हैं फोर्स कंटिन्यूम, किस फोर्स पे कितना फोर्स देना है, ये मेंटल कंट्रोल ट्रेनिंग से आता है, करेक्ट ट्रेनिंग से।
A serving soldier of the Indian Army has been murdered by a politician, and the Latvians media is quiet about it. Not emphatically, not vocally, not till Republic named and shamed them about their silence over Lance Naik Prabhu's death. Look at this man. He's the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, and as our reporter runs after him to ask him to say one thing, he says not one word. He just keeps running away from the Republic reporters.
All the 9 of the accused have been taken to custody. The primary accused, Chinnasamy, had been picked up by the CID and handed over to the Tamil Nadu cops.
आप इंडिया आते हैं एंड देन यू स्टार्ट स्पेशल फोर्सेस, एनएसजी, गरुड़, मार्कोस, किस तरीके से ये सफर शुरू हुआ स्पेशल फोर्सेस को ट्रेन करने?
कर्नल साहब, तो ही वॉज एट दैट टाइम CEO of 6AR, और पहली अपॉर्चुनिटी उन्होंने मुझे दी
अच्छा,
टू ट्रेन हिज रेजिमेंट, एंड ही आस्क्ड मी कि आप इनको नाइफ टू नाइफ कॉम्बैट में खुकरी ट्रेन करो। जब मैंने ADG इन्फेंट्री के सामने वो डेमो दिया और उनको वो बहुत अलग लिखा, एज लॉन्ग एज आवर सोल्जर्स आर सेफ,
हाँ जी,
दे गेट द बेस्ट, आई हैव नो प्रॉब्लम।
Sir, are you appearing before the Lokayukta? Sir, where were you all these days? Sir, where were you all these days? Mr. Madal, where were you? This is Mr. Madal Virupakshapat. His followers are the ones who are in fact going on stating that he is a heart patient now, but all one needs to agree over here is that there are questions that are being asked, which he needs to go on and answer, because this man right here on our screens is tainted. His son is found with cash. He's caught red-handed, but there has been no sort of response.
कहीं ना कहीं मार्शल आर्ट्स लड़ाई झगड़े खून खराबे से ज्यादा आई थिंक इट्स अबाउट हार्मनी ऑल्सो।
सर, इट्स अ पर्सनैलिटी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम,
पूरा मार्शल आर्ट्स।
बिल्कुल
जी,
आपकी फौज में भी यही है, डिसिप्लिन, माइंड, बॉडी एंड स्पिरिट इज इन कमांड ऑफ यू। आपके पास गन है, बट आप किसी सिविलियन को गुस्सा आते गोली तो नहीं मार देते ना। यू हैव टू कंट्रोल दैट कंट्रोल कम्स फ्रॉम द माइंड एंड फ्रॉम द ट्रेनिंग, सो दैट जो आर्मी में हम बोलते हैं फोर्स कंटिन्यूम, किस फोर्स पे कितना फोर्स देना है, ये मेंटल कंट्रोल ट्रेनिंग से आता है, करेक्ट ट्रेनिंग से।
Lutyens media is quiet about it. Not emphatically, not vocally, not till Republic named and shamed them about their silence over Lance Naik Prabhu's death. Look at this man. He's the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, and as our reporter runs after him to ask him to say one thing, he says not one word. He just keeps running away from the Republic reporters.
All the 9 of the accused have been taken to custody. The primary accused, Chinnasamy, had been picked up by the CID and handed over to the Tamil Nadu cops.
आप इंडिया आते हैं एंड देन यू स्टार्ट स्पेशल फोर्सेस, एनएसजी, गरुड़, मार्कोस. किस तरीके से ये सफर शुरू हुआ स्पेशल फोर्सेस को ट्रेन करने?
कर्नल साहब, तो ही वाज एट दैट टाइम CEO ऑफ 6AR, और पहली अपॉर्चुनिटी उन्होंने मुझे दी.
Thanks for tuning in this Friday morning. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava, tracking the big story coming in from Patna, where another RJD leader is under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate. First up, the top headlines this Friday morning. Big stir over women's reservation bill. 18 opposition parties join Kavitha's hunger strike. Congress skips the hunger strike. Trouble mounts for Kejriwal's deputy. ED seeks 10-day remand. Sisodia to be produced in court at 2 p.m. Government exposes Western media propaganda, says New York Times, peddling lies against Modi government. Gehlot's cops hit a new low. Widows of Pulwama martyrs demand compensation, who are now detained by the Rajasthan police. ED news tightens in Latin for job scam after Lalu Yadav's interrogation. Close aide now raided. Australian Prime Minister gets a grand ceremonial welcome at Rashtrapati Bhavan, hails India-Australia ties. Alright, we begin with the news break coming in on the land for job scam. The Enforcement Directorate is carrying out searches at 15 locations across the country. In the cities where the raids are being carried out include Mumbai, Patna, as well as in the national capital. This of course comes after a close aide of Lalu Yadav, Abu Dojana, who's being raided by the Enforcement Directorate at his Patna residence. It's being said that Abu Dojana was looking after the work of Bihar's biggest mall being built in Patna, and the mall was said to belong to Lalu Yadav's family. However, there is a ban on construction work at present. The visuals there on your screens of the ED raids which are being carried out in several locations across the country. Now, in the cities which are being raided by the ED presently include Mumbai, Patna, and even in the national capital. For 15 locations we understand are being raided by the Enforcement Directorate. The raids we understand are in connection with the land for job scam. A close aide of Lalu Yadav, Abu Dojani, who's under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate, his residence is being raided by the Enforcement Directorate in Patna. Alright, we'll try and go across to Prakash as well to get us the latest, but remember this is in connection with the land for job scam. Just a short, in fact, a few days back, the CBI had also recorded the statement of Rabri Devi in this case, while the Enforcement Directorate is currently carrying out searches. Let's go across to Prakash. Prakash, if you could give us more details on this close aide of Lalu Prasad Yadav, whose residence is currently being raided by the ED.
Hello.
Yes, Prakash, we can hear you. Yes.
Yes, the ED team is conducting raids and interrogation at the premises of Abu Dujana, the former RJD MLA in Bihar. His various premises is being raided. Now, his involvement is that in the IRCTP scam, the land for hotel scam, in which he was constructing the biggest mall of India, the biggest mall of Bihar, at the premises of Lalu Yadav, which has been confiscated by the ED, income tax, as well as the CBI. Now, as far as the papers are concerned, Abu Dujana's involvement is that he was said to be constructing and starting the process of construction of the mall in that particular area. And other malpractices, that's what the ED is trying to investigate upon, whether there are any transfer of money through Hawala or not. That the ED is trying to ascertain as to what is his involvement. Because as far as the land for job or land for hotel scam is concerned, it is from the period between 2004 to 2009 when Lalu Yadav was a railway minister. And at that time, Abu Dujana had no links with Lalu Yadav. Abu Dujana came into contact with Lalu Yadav after 2013-14, and he was an MLA from the RJD.
Yes, Prakash, in fact, requesting you to stay with us. Let's go across to Bihar BJP leader Nikhil Anand, who's joining us. Your quick thoughts on the searches being carried out. How deep do you think does this rot run when we talk about the land for job scam, in which we are now given to understand that one of close aides of Lalu Prasad Yadav is being raided by the ED?
See, this matter of land for job scam is being investigated by the CPI under the purview of court. And whosoever having links in the case is, of course, they are being raided, their premises are being raided, they are being interrogated. But the surprising thing is that the opposition and the RJD wants to come clean by making an allegation against the independent agencies, against the central government and the central government agencies. So my question is that when the issue of this land for job case, this was unearthed by the JTU leader, the then JTU State President Lalan Singh, and Shivanand Tiwari, the then National General Secretary of JTU. And after that, from 2009 to 2014, it was the Congress government. When the case was filed, the investigation started. But they are making hue and cry against the central government, Narendra Modi ji. Just they are playing petty politics. They don't have little, they are not at all even apologetic for what they did during the time of governance. They should have presented a big model of development. But what they did, they are basically corrupt politicians, and they have collected huge wealth, land, and it is a scam.
Yes, and Mr. Anand, that's precisely my question. Why do you think that when Lalu Prasad Yadav was a Union Railways minister, the family got away with the fact that they purchased a land which was valued at crores and crores of rupees, valued at more than 4 crore rupees. It was purchased at only 2 to 4 lakh rupees at that particular time when Lalu Prasad Yadav was the Union Railways minister.
During his tenure as a railway minister, many things took place, and slowly all things are being investigated and they are being exposed. What happened? During their, they were in power from 1990 to 2005. They did the same thing. Even in RJD, people are getting tickets at the cost of money. It is not basically a democratic party. It is a family party. The future leader is fixed. the sons and daughters of Lalu Yadav is going to be the future leader. It is a party which has a family interest. There is no democracy in RJD. So just this party is functioning, creating an aura of ideology, secularism and social justice. They are serving and fulfilling the purpose of their family. It is a family interest party. And people of Bihar and this country are not going to benefit by these kind of parties.
Yes.
Like RJD which is a family party, and JDU which is a pocket party of Nitish Kumar.
Well, that's right. And Mr. Anand, it seems that it's only the tip of the iceberg when we see the number of people who are by the day coming under the scanner of the ED. Of course, in the latest, Lalu Yadav's aide, who's currently being raided by the Enforcement Directorate. Moving on then, a day after the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese went on board the indigenous INS Vikrant and even received a guard of honour by the Indian Navy in Mumbai. INS Vikrant is on a maiden visit to Mumbai. Here's a Republic exclusive report from on board INS Vikrant.
Republic is the only channel on board INS Vikrant, which is India's indigenous aircraft carrier, and this is the first time where INS Vikrant has reached Mumbai from Kochi. We have been reporting on board, and this is coming right after the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese on Thursday, who embarked on India's indigenous aircraft carrier INS Vikrant, and Albanese, who was received on board Vikrant by Chief of Naval Staff Admiral R. Hari Kumar with a guard of honour. Carrier INS Vikrant, which is the pride of India, is been serving since years, and even we know that INS Vikrant, which has really played a vital role in 1971, but where it was before, earlier it was decommissioned in 2016, but last year, that is on 2nd September 2022, where the Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the first made in India aircraft carrier INS Vikrant, carrying it a historic occasion and an exceptional symbol of a self-relevant India. It's very honor for us, as we can see the Australian Prime Minister who was here on board yesterday, and also it is an invite from the Australia as well, because the next program that is going to be happen in Australia is something has been invited to Indian Navy.
Ma'am, as of now, we don't have the exact details of the same, ma'am. However, it was a prestigious event for us, one of a kind event wherein a Prime Minister of a foreign nation has visited us, and we hosted them well, ma'am, and they had a long time here. They saw the deck and the facilities on board, and they saw the indigenous aircraft LCA Tejas and interacted with our crew and men. So all in all, it was a learning experience for us, an exposure for us, and a prestigious event, as I said.
Right, tracking the latest in the liquor scam, latest of course coming in that the ED has sought a 10-day remand of the former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Sisodia, who's lodged in the Tihar jail. This comes after Sisodia was arrested yesterday at 6:20 p.m. in connection with the Delhi government's now scrapped excise policy by the Enforcement Directorate. So remember, while he is lodged in the Tihar jail, we're given to understand that the Enforcement Directorate has sought a 10-day remand of the former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister. Meanwhile, the court would be hearing the plea of Sisodia at 2 p.m. today. Let's go across to Piyush, who's joining us live from outside the court. Piyush, to begin with, if you can help us understand what is the ground of what is going to be the argument we can expect in the court today by the CBI as his custody ends today.
Well, Samiksha, today his bail hearing will also take place, and at the same time ED has also sought his custody. Remember that he has been sent to judicial custody after the CBI's custody came to an end, and he had applied for the bail. Today the court is going to hear his bail hearing. As far as the ED's case is concerned, remember that yesterday he was arrested by Enforcement Directorate after 2 days of a massive grilling which took place at Tihar jail. He was arrested, Sisodia was arrested by Enforcement Directorate. Today ED is going to produce him
before the court at around 2 p.m. and is going to seek his 10 days of custody. The court, after listening to the request of Enforcement Directorate officers and the counsels inside the Rouse Avenue Court, has now said that it will be hearing arguments from both the sides, from the counsel of Manish Sisodia as well as from ED's counsel, about the custody which is now being sought by Enforcement Directorate. Now, the allegation which Manish Sisodia is facing, that the Delhi excise policy, which has now been scrapped, was formulated by the top leaders of Aam Aadmi Party to generate and channelize the illegal funds, and through this they had also increased the margin, which was earlier at 2%, and it was increased to 12%. The allegation which the Aam Aadmi Party leaders and especially Manish Sisodia is facing, that it was increased from 2 to 12, because out of 12 the 6% was to be given to the Aam Aadmi Party leaders via some backdoor. So that is going to be investigated. Remember that Enforcement Directorate has already filed its charge sheet, where the name of Vijay Nair has been mentioned as to how he was the main conspirator. His name, Samir Mahindru's name, and as to how a complete channel was created where South Cartel was also involved. And then we remember as to how the statement of one of the key witnesses has also surfaced, C. Arvind, where he has named Manish Sisodia. So Manish Sisodia's problems are going to further increase. Enforcement Directorate has now sought his 10 days of custody. The court is going to hear the arguments at 2 p.m. We'll have to wait and watch for how many days the custody of Enforcement Directorate are to be given to ED of Manish Sisodia. Before that, at around 12, what we are hearing is that from Tihar Jail, Manish Sisodia will be brought here at Rouse Avenue Court. He will be kept here.
Piyush, just stay with us, requesting you to stay with us. Let's go across to BJP's Manjinder Singh Sirsa also joining us. Your reaction to a tweet that has been put out by Arvind Kejriwal, where he's interestingly drawn a comparison of Manish Sisodia with Prahlad, saying that they could not stop Prahlad, then how can they be able to stop Manish Sisodia now?
Yeah, Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal, they are not just corrupt, but they got a corrupt mind also. भगवान के साथ इसकी तुलना करनी, कल सौरभ भारद्वाज राम जी के साथ तुलना कर रहे थे कि राम जी को वनवास जाना पड़ा तो घर में खड़ाई रखकर राज किया। ये इनकी जो एक शराब घोटाले में, जिसको शराबियों की बददुआ लगी है, उन परिवार के लोगों की बददुआ लगी है जिनके परिवार को इन्होंने नशे पे लगाया था, उनकी बददुआ के कारण आज मनीष सिसोदिया जेल के अंदर हैं। और ऐसे लोग जो करप्शन से जुड़े हुए हैं, और ईडी क्या कर रही है? ईडी तो पीएमएलए में जो आपने हवाले के माध्यम से पैसा इधर से उधर भेजा है उसकी जांच कर रही है। आप कह रहे हैं सबूत नहीं है। अगर सबूत नहीं है तो कोर्ट को जाकर बताएं, कोर्ट आपको छोड़ देगी। सबूत है इसलिए तो कोर्ट आपको बार बार जेल भेज रही है। इतनी बड़ी करप्शन का अरविंद केजरीवाल खुलेआम साथ देंगे, ऐसी दिल्ली के लोगों ने कल्पना नहीं की थी। दिल्ली के लोग सब देख रहे हैं किस तरह से करप्ट लोग भगवान का नाम ले रहे हैं, किस तरह से भगवान के नाम का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है, राम जी के नाम का, भक्त के नाम का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। ये दिल्ली के लोग देख रहे हैं।
All right, thanks for giving us your response. Let's go back to Piyush Mishra, who's there outside the court, getting us the latest. Piyush, if you can help us understand the South Cartel link in this case, has the BRS party been able to establish, has been able to answer those questions being put as to what could be the link of K. Kavitha with the one accused who's been arrested in this case?
Well, Samiksha, Republic TV was the first channel which broke out about the South Cartel link. Remember that on the day when Manish Sisodia was arrested, on that particular day we had established and also told to our viewers as to how this South Cartel link has now surfaced in this entire case. What is the primary role of the South Cartel is that on the directions of the South Cartel, the policy was...
विदेश मंत्री से भी मुलाकात की थी ऑस्ट्रेलियन प्रधानमंत्री ने, और अब हैदराबाद हाउस में प्रधानमंत्री के साथ इस वक्त मौजूद हैं ऑस्ट्रेलियन प्रधानमंत्री एंथनी अल्बनीज़े और हमने देखा था कि किस तरह से भारत पहुंचने पर उन्होंने साफ तौर पर कहा कि भारत में जिस तरह से प्रधानमंत्री ने गर्मजोशी से उनका स्वागत किया है वो उससे अभिभूत है। साथ ही दोनों देश दोस्ती।
All right, let's go across to our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor, who's also joining us right now. Abhishek, we understand a lot of key meetings are lined up today. One, of course, being the bilateral of the Australian Prime Minister with Prime Minister Modi.
This is exactly what's happening as of now, Alexa. The delegation level talks, the bilateral taking place two sides. Remember, Prime Minister Albanese has come with a high-powered delegation, which includes apart from about half a dozen ministers from his government, a business delegation component of about 25 top business corporate leaders from Australia. So it's a very significant visit, both at the level of the bilateral trade relationship between the two sides and the larger context of the geopolitical, geostrategic dialogue that happens between India and Australia. Remember, this is the first time in-person summit happening between the two sides post upgrade of the relationship into a comprehensive strategic partnership, which happened in 2020. Subsequently, to the COVID pandemic, in-person meetings could not take place. What is important is that since then, in the manner in which the whole geopolitical environment has changed, Australia also is that it has to realign because in the last decade between 2008, 9 and 2018, Australians had sort of calibrated their equations more with the Chinese side. And now I think that recalibration and realignment is happening, and for the first time, as announced by Prime Minister Albanese from on board INS Vikrant yesterday, Australia will be hosting the Malabar exercises of the coordinations between the United States, Japan, India, and of course their own Navy. And that's going to be the first time that the Australians will be hosting these exercises. So there is this geostrategic component in the Indo-Pacific and South China Sea, the cooperation and collaboration and interoperability between these forces to make sure that the sea lanes remain open, both for imperatives of trade and the larger geostrategic significance. And in the face of increasing Chinese bellicosity, particularly in their immediate neighborhood, it is important that that kind of collaboration really takes shape. That's why perhaps it was a message that Prime Minister Albanese took time out and went on board INS Vikrant, which is India's first indigenous aircraft carrier. Remember also that Australia is a part of AUKUS, which is actually a military alliance between Australia, United States and the United Kingdom. And so a lot of give and take also happens. Also remember, we saw how pictures came in yesterday, even as Prime Minister Albanese's visit was panning out of how exchange program in the name of army personnel between India and Australia took place yesterday.
All right,
it's a very important visit, bilateral dialogue taking place, and the joint statement after that.
All right, Abhishek, thank you for getting us all those details. So, joint statement that would follow after that bilateral meet ends. Currently, as we speak, a bilateral is underway of Prime Minister Modi and the Australian Prime Minister, who was earlier today accorded a ceremonial welcome as well at the forecourt of the Rashtrapati Bhavan. So, remember, this is a crucial bilateral meet that is taking place. It's given to, we also given to understand that the bilateral trade could almost double in the coming years, as a lot of important MOUs could be signed as the Australian Prime Minister is on a visit to the country.
Well, at this point in time, I'm reporting from the ITO of the National Capital, and there you can see behind me, this is Bharatiya Janata Party, who is again protesting against Arvind Kejriwal and the Chief Minister of Delhi. As we do understand that two of the ministers is already inside the judicial custody, and there you can see the unique kind of protest that is happening at the ITO of the National Capital. We'll be right back after a short break. Stay tuned.
A serving soldier of the Indian Army has been murdered by a politician, and the Latvian media is quiet about it. Not emphatically. emphatically, not vocally, not till Republic named and shamed them about their silence over Lance Naik Prabhu's death. Look at this man. He's the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, and as our reporter runs after him to ask him to say one thing, he says not one word. He just keeps running away from the Republic reporters.
All the 9 of the accused have been taken to custody. The primary accused, Chinnasamy, had been picked up by the CID and handed over to the Tamil Nadu cops.
आप इंडिया आते हैं एंड देन यू स्टार्ट स्पेशल फोर्सेस, एनएसजी, गरुड़, मार्कोस, किस तरीके से ये सफर शुरू हुआ स्पेशल फोर्सेस को ट्रेन
कर्नल साहब? तो ही वाज एट दैट टाइम CEO of 6AR और पहली अपॉर्चुनिटी उन्होंने मुझे दी,
अच्छा,
टू ट्रेन हिज रेजिमेंट एंड ही आस्क्ड मी कि आप इनको नाइफ टू नाइफ कॉम्बैट में खुखरी ट्रेन करो। जब मैंने ADG इन्फेंट्री के सामने वो डेमो दिया और उनको वो बहुत अलग लिखा, एज लॉन्ग एज आवर सोल्जर्स आर सेफ, दे गेट द बेस्ट, आई हैव नो प्रॉब्लम।
Sir, are you appearing before the Lokayukta? Sir, where were you all these days? Sir, where were you all these days? Mr. Madal, where were you? This is Mr. Madal Virupakshapat. His followers are the ones who are in fact going on stating that he is a heart patient now, but all one needs to agree over here is that there are questions that are being asked, which he needs to go on and answer, because this man right here on our screens is tainted. His son is found with cash. He's caught red-handed, but there has been no sort of response.
कहीं ना कहीं मार्शल आर्ट्स लड़ाई झगड़े खून खराबे से ज्यादा आई थिंक इट्स अबाउट हार्मनी आल्सो।
सर, इट्स अ पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम, पूरा
मार्शल आर्ट्स।
बिल्कुल
जी,
आपकी फौज में भी यही है, डिसिप्लिन, माइंड, बॉडी एंड स्पिरिट इज इन कमांड ऑफ यू। आपके पास गन है, बट आप किसी सिविलियन को गुस्सा आते गोली तो नहीं मार देते ना। यू हैव टू कंट्रोल दैट कंट्रोल कम्स फ्रॉम द माइंड एंड फ्रॉम द ट्रेनिंग। सो दैट जो आर्मी में हम बोलते हैं फोर्स कंटिन्यूम, किस फोर्स पे कितना फोर्स देना है, ये मेंटल कंट्रोल ट्रेनिंग से आता है, करेक्ट ट्रेनिंग से।
A serving soldier of the Indian Army has been murdered by a politician, and the Latvian media is quiet about it. Not emphatically, not vocally, not till Republic named and shamed them about their silence over Lance Naik Prabhu's death. Look at this man. He's the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, and as our reporter runs after him to ask him to say one thing, he says not one word. He just keeps running away from the Republic reporters.
All the 9 of the accused have been taken to custody. The primary accused, Chinnasamy, had been picked up by the CID and handed over to the Tamil Nadu cops.
आप इंडिया आते हैं एंड देन यू स्टार्ट स्पेशल फोर्सेस, एनएसजी, गरुड़, मार्कोस, किस तरीके से ये सफर शुरू हुआ स्पेशल फोर्सेस को ट्रेन करने?
कर्नल साहब, तो ही वाज एट दैट टाइम CEO of 6AR और पहली अपॉर्चुनिटी उन्होंने मुझे दी, अच्छा, टू ट्रेन हिज रेजिमेंट एंड ही आस्क्ड मी कि आप इनको नाइफ टू नाइफ कॉम्बैट में खुखरी ट्रेन करो। जब मैंने ADG इन्फेंट्री के सामने वो डेमो दिया और उनको वो बहुत अलग लिखा, एज लॉन्ग एज आवर सोल्जर्स आर सेफ, दे गेट द बेस्ट, आई हैव नो प्रॉब्लम।
Sir, are you appearing before the Lokayukta? Sir, where were you all these days? Sir, where were you all these days? Mr. Madal, where were you? This is Mr. Madal Virupakshapat. His followers are the ones who are in fact going on stating that he is a heart patient now, but all one needs to agree over here is that there are questions that are being asked which he needs to go on and answer, because this man right here on our screens is tainted.
Bharatiya Janata Party is making it very clear that look, it's our own government, but we are starting our own investigation. We are doing it. What moral ground can Kavitha or Sisodia take?
Karnataka and MLS son is caught with 8 crores. They want to do an investigation with Lokayukta. Now in Telangana, we red-handedly caught agents of Bharatiya Janata Party trying to purchase our MLS. And CBI comes over, takes over the entire investigation and says states cannot do it, we will do it. Now in Karnataka, if Lokayukta can do it, why in Telangana SIT cannot do it?
Big stir over women's reservation bill. 18 opposition parties join K. Kavitha's hunger strike. The Congress is likely to skip it. Trouble mounts for Kejriwal's deputy. The ED seeks a 10-day remand. Sisodia is to be produced in court at 2 this afternoon. The government exposes Western media propaganda, says the New York Times, peddling lies against the Modi government. Yalot police hit a new low. Widows of the Pulwama martyrs demanding compensation are detained. The ED's news titans in the land for jobs scam after Lalu Yadav's interrogation. Close aide is now raided. The Australian Prime Minister gets a grand ceremonial welcome at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, hails India-Australia ties. Good morning and welcome. This is Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I am Nupur Talwar Suri and we go straight across to news that's just coming in from Bihar. This is about the land for jobs scam. Multi-location raids are currently underway across about 15 areas. We're now learning that the ED team has also reached Tejashwi Yadav's house in the national capital. Now, do remember that the CBI has also interrogated Lalu Yadav as well as his wife in the land for jobs scam, and I think we are now joined by our political editor Aishwarya Kapoor on this. Aishwarya, this is getting closer to the Yadavs as much as it can. We are given to understand that Tejashwi Yadav's residence also is now being raided. All right, we seem to have lost that audio connection with Aishwarya Kapoor over there. We're going to try and get him back in just a bit for you. But here's what we know so far. We are learning that the Enforcement Directorate is also now looking at the land for jobs scam, and there are close aides of Lalu Yadav who have been raided. Now, raids were carried out earlier this morning in Patna as well, including a close aide who's believed to be the man who looks after the construction at the huge mall that is being built in Patna. Now, that mall, of course, is believed to be owned by Lalu Yadav's family, and it is alleged that when he was the railway minister, jobs were given in the railways in lieu of land which was acquired by Lalu Yadav's family. Now, the CBI, of course, is also conducting an investigation into this case, and it conducted searches at the premises linked to the former Bihar Chief Minister and RJD Chief Lalu Yadav and his families in connection with this land for jobs scam on Friday as well. Let's go across to Shavan Sen, who continues to bring us the latest on this. Shavan, we're now given to understand that the ED is looking at property that belongs to Lalu Yadav, his son, his wife, and also other aides, and raids are being conducted. In fact, we're now learning that Tejashwi Yadav's residence is also likely to be raided.
Well, in fact, these searches are coming in after the Enforcement Directorate essentially registered ECIR, that is an FIR equivalent in this particular case.
The Land for Jobs scam was initially being probed by the Central Bureau of Investigation, and now we have another agency stepping in. Earlier in the day, we got from our sources information that about 15 to 20 locations where these searches are being carried out, which includes properties linked to Lalu Yadav family members. In fact, we are also being told that the searches are being carried out in multiple cities, which includes Mumbai as well as some cities in Uttar Pradesh, and also in the national capital and Bihar, where these searches are being carried out.
Right now, Shravan, even as this happens, of course, there is a simultaneous CBI investigation which is also on. In fact, in its charge sheet, it names Lalu Yadav, Rabri Devi, who also happens to be the former Chief Minister of Bihar, and their two daughters, that is Misa Yadav and Hema Yadav. Give us more details about this particular FIR that has been filed by the CBI.
Well, in fact, Nupur, they're essentially looking at the fact that when Lalu Yadav was the railway minister, there were examinations that were basically carried out for postings within the railway department. It turns out undeserving candidates were actually given the postings in the railway department in lieu of land and other gift items to the former union minister, along with him, his family members too. In fact, during the investigation, they have basically come across massive land parcels in the state of Bihar, which was directly in the name of Lalu Prasad's family members. And it turns out that these were land parcels that were actually given as bribe to the family in return for a job within the railway department. It's important to point out here that the Central Bureau of Investigation has started a preliminary inquiry quite some time back, and finally the FIR, which was registered earlier last year, and thereafter searches were being carried out, following which one charge sheet has already been filed by the Central Bureau of Investigation. But now it turns out that the Enforcement Directorate too has stepped in. These are the first set of searches that are being carried out by the agency. It remains to be seen whether at all that other members of Lalu Yadav, they too will now be probed by the Enforcement Directorate.
All right, Shravan Sen reporting on that. Thank you very much for joining us. Now, here's what we know so far. Of course, the ED is conducting searches in multiple cities in Bihar in connection with money laundering investigation into the Land for Jobs scam, in which the RJD leaders Lalu Yadav, his wife Rabri Devi, were both questioned recently by the CBI. Now, the searches are covering some leaders who are linked to the RJD in towns like Patna, Phulwari Sharif, etc. Now, the case, of course, pertains to people allegedly given employment in the railways in return for land parcels gifted or sold at cheap rates to the Yadav family and its associates. The CBI had earlier, of course, filed a charge sheet as well in this case. Now, the CBI's charge sheet, of course, named Lalu Yadav, his wife, and the former Bihar Chief Minister Rabri Devi, as well as their two daughters in the case. There are, I think, about 14 other people who have been named in that particular charge sheet, and it essentially talks of criminal conspiracy and says that basically an examination for Group D employees at the railways was conducted, and undeserving candidates were given jobs, and in lieu of that, land parcels were bought at cheap rates. Now, the BJP is staging a protest against the Aam Aadmi Party in the national capital. The ED is now seeking a 10-day remand of Kejriwal's deputy, that is Manish Sisodia, after questioning him in Tihar jail. Now, this comes after Sisodia was arrested yesterday at about 6:20 in the evening in connection to the Delhi government's now scrapped excise policy, popularly known as Liquorgate. Now, pictures on your screen right now are of a protest that is taking place in the national capital. Large number of BJP workers over there protesting against the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, the Aam Aadmi Party in turn, of course, has alleged that these agencies are acting at the behest of the central government, going on to say that there was no need for Manish Sisodia to be arrested in a separate case by the ED, even as he is supposed to appear for bail. Let's go across now live to Anuj, who's reporting from New Delhi on this. Anuj, give us a sense of what's happening at the protest site. Anuj, can you hear me?
Well, at this point in time, as we are getting the pictures from the ITO of the national capital, let me tell you that this is Bharatiya Janata Party who is again protesting against Aam Aadmi Party and the Supremo, that's Arvind Kejriwal, Chief Minister of Delhi. And the demand is very much clear that they want resignation. They want resignation of the Chief Minister. And let me tell you the kind of unique kind of protest rather that is going on. As on my left, I'll ask my video journalist to give it a sense. This is a replica. This is a model of a home of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. This is replica which has been made in over here. And a man is standing behind the window and is wearing the mask of Arvind Kejriwal as he is the Chief Minister. So this is the kind of protest what we are seeing from the national capital, and demand remain the same, that Arvind Kejriwal should also resign. And the Bharatiya Janata Party is saying that this is not limited to only liquor policy or liquor scam, but this is about the education, this is about the health, this is about the other scam. Let me give you the sense from that side also. On one side we have shown you the kind of replica which has been made in of the residence of Arvind Kejriwal. There the two models could be clearly seen. This is the Tihar jail replica which has been made in over here, the model of Tihar jail. And on one cell they are trying to show Satin Jain, on another cell they are trying to show that Manish Sisodia is there. So that's the kind of protest what we are seeing, the unique kind of protest. This is a cell which has been made in over here, a replica of Tihar jail, a cell in which they are showing that Manish Sisodia is lodged. On the other hand, let me show you, that's another cell in which they are trying to show Satin Jain. So there we are getting the live images, as we have seen the images which came out, and earlier it was the massage which was seen in that visuals. So that is something what they are trying to show in this particular cell. This is a kind of unique protest, that's happening at the national capital. We have seen earlier also how Bharatiya Janata Party hit the road and they are demanding the resignation of Arvind Kejriwal, that's the Chief Minister of Delhi. These are the live images from the ITO, and they are saying that Arvind Kejriwal, the Chief Minister, is the kingpin. They are saying that he is the mastermind behind all the scams that has been done. So that's the line which has been taken by Bharatiya Janata Party. Whereas, let me remind you, where Manish Sisodia is already under the judicial custody, Satin Jain is already under the judicial custody. We have seen the entry of Enforcement Directorate today at 2 p.m. This is going to be in the Rouse Avenue Court when it will be decided that what exactly is going to happen next, because Enforcement Directorate is also looking for the custody now. And today is about the bail hearing also in the Rouse Avenue Court when we are talking about the CBI, when CBI arrested Manish Sisodia in the same case. And finally, this exactly is the situation on the ground. We are getting you the live images. These are the non-stop live images from the ITO of the national capital. Bharatiya Janata Party again on the street.
कहीं ना कहीं मार्शल आर्ट्स लड़ाई झगड़े खून खराबे से ज्यादा आई थिंक इट्स अबाउट हार्मनी आल्सो.
सर इट्स अ पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम.
पूरा मार्शल आर्ट्स
बिल्कुल. आपकी फौज में भी यही है. डिसिप्लिन, माइंड, बॉडी एंड स्पिरिट इज इन कमांड ऑफ यू. आपके पास गन है बट आप किसी सिविलियन को गुस्सा आते गोली तो नहीं मार देते ना. यू हैव टू कंट्रोल दैट कंट्रोल कम्स फ्रॉम द माइंड एंड फ्रॉम द ट्रेनिंग. सो दैट जो आर्मी में हम बोलते हैं फोर्स कंटिन्यूम, किस फोर्स पे कितना फोर्स देना है, ये मेंटल कंट्रोल ट्रेनिंग से आता है, करेक्ट ट्रेनिंग से.
Soldier of the Indian Army has been murdered by a politician, and the Latvian media is quiet about it. Not emphatically, not vocally, not till Republic named and shamed them about their silence over Lance Naik Prabhu's death. Look at this man. He's the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, and as our reporter runs after him to ask him to say one thing, he says not one word. He just keeps running away from the Republic reporters.
All the 9 of the accused have been taken to custody. The primary accused, Chinnasamy, had been picked up by the CID and handed over to the Tamil Nadu cops.
BRS leader Kavita, who is facing the Enforcement Directorate's heat in the Delhi liquor policy case, is going to undertake a one-day hunger strike at Jantar Mantar on March 10th. This is in order to table the Women's Reservation Bill in the current session of Parliament. The rally will include participation from a number of opposition parties and women's organizations. Addressing the media, Kavita, the daughter of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, said the bill has been lying in cold storage since 2010 and Modi government has a historic opportunity to get it passed in Parliament before 2024.
Seen many nations which have given reservations to women in political platforms and national parliaments have made tremendous strides in terms of overall development of the nation. So now the point being, since the time I was in parliament, every Women's Day we would get an opportunity to speak, and every time inside and outside the parliament, wherever I got the chance, I've constantly raised the issue of women's reservation bill. Why? I'll tell you. Because in this country from 1996, the issue has actually started, the discussion has started. From
Your screen right now are coming to you from Hyderabad House in the national capital, where the Australian Prime Minister and his delegation are in bilateral talks with the Prime Minister Modi. Do remember that this is the third day of Anthony Albanese's visit to India, and on agenda are several bilateral issues, including, of course, economics, security, defense and strategy. Education also is something that's been discussed between the two sides, with Australia, of course, talking about the fact that degrees that people have got in Australia will be valid in India and vice versa. So that's been seen as a major boost to the education policy of both countries. Well, apart from that, of course, there are several other issues that are being discussed. Security is, of course, top priority. Let's go across on the phone line to Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor. Abhishek, several issues, of course, are being discussed between both sides. Now, however, there is a great deal of focus on a security and strategic alliance.
Well, yes, absolutely. I mean, the manner in which things have changed really in the Indo-Pacific in the last few years, Nupur, there is strategic realignment of forces there, and there is this thought that is gaining ground that a lot of nations need to come together and collaborate to make sure that the expansionism that almost every nation in the neighborhood of China faces, from India and Ladakh to Taiwan, of course, and the Philippines and Indonesia and other nations in the South China Sea, they need to collaborate in some manner, and that's why we are seeing Australians also realigning themselves and their strategic interests over the last few years, coming back to the Quad, and in fact they are hosting the Malabar exercises for the first time later this year, and so that's the strategic component and the backdrop in which this bilateral summit is happening. And then, of course, the bilateral component of increasing the trade between two sides, the people-to-people contact. Remember, a huge number of Indian migrants keep moving towards Australia, and there is a vibrant diaspora there. Prime Minister would be traveling to Australia later this year, in the month of May, in fact, to participate at the Quad Summit, which is happening in Australia, and then again, Prime Minister Albanese comes back in September to participate in the G20 Leaders Summit. So the top-level engagement happening. The two leaders have already met for the 3 times. It's the 4th time they're meeting. And this is the first meeting happening after the signing of the free trade agreement. And that's they're expected to give a major push to bilateral trade. So all those things, trade, economics, commerce, and people-to-people contact, a glimpse of which we saw yesterday in Ahmedabad and Mumbai, when Prime Minister Albanese and Prime Minister Modi were present at the opening of the last Border Gavaskar series test match between India and Australia, and then Prime Minister Albanese in Mumbai. on board the INS Vikrant, where in fact he formally announced the Malabar exercise is to be hosted by Australia. So all those things are now having taken place. We are looking forward to a joint statement by the two sides, where the two leaders would be speaking on how they intend to take the relationship and the partnership, comprehensive strategic partnership forward.
All right, Abhishek Kapoor, thank you very much for joining us and bringing us all those details. So pictures on your screen are of the talks that are taking place in Hyderabad House in New Delhi. You are with Republic TV. On the other side, the Rajasthan police hit a new low detained widows of Pulwama martyrs. And in China, Xi Jinping gets a record third term.
Days after the Karnataka corruption wing recovered the cash dash of more than rupees 8 crore from BJP MLA's son, the Lokayukta grilled the prime bribe gate accused and BJP MLA Madar Virupakshapa for over 5 hours on Thursday. Republic confronted the BJP MLA yesterday.
Sir, Lokayukta ಮುಂದೆ ಇವಾಗಲೇ ಅಪಿಯರ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ? Sir, are you appearing before the Lokayukta? Sir, where were you all these days? Sir, where were you all these days? Mr. Madal, where were you? Mr. Madal, where were you? Mr. Madal.
On being asked about his whereabouts on the same day the bribe gate exploded, the MLA kept mum.
Sir, Lokayukta ಮುಂದೆ ಇವಾಗಲೇ ಅಪಿಯರ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ? Sir, are you appearing before the Lokayukta? Sir, where were you all these days? Sir.
Out on bail, Virupakshapa received a warm welcome by supporters on Tuesday. The tainted BJP MLA even denied draft charge, claiming that the money recovered during raids was earned from groundnut plantation. Therefore, the leader, after being interrogated yesterday, assured his full cooperation in the further investigation.
ನ್ಯಾಯಾಲಯದ ಆದೇಶದಂತೆ ಈ ದಿನ ನಾನು ವಿಚಾರಣೆಗೆ
ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ರಿ ಸರ್ ಇಷ್ಟು ದಿವಸ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ರಿ?
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಗ ಬಿಡೋಣ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಗ
ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ.
Welcome back. You are with Republic TV, and we are now going to take you on board the INS Vikrant a day after the Australian Prime Minister was given a guard of honor there.
Is the only channel on board INS Vikrant, which is India's indigenous aircraft carrier, and this is the first time where INS Vikrant has reached Mumbai from Kochi. We have been reporting on board, and this is coming right after the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese on Thursday, who embarked on India's indigenous aircraft carrier INS Vikrant, and Albanese, who was received on board Vikrant by Chief of Naval Staff Admiral Hari Kumar with a guard of honor. Carrier INS Vikrant, which is the pride of India, is been serving since years, and even we know that INS Vikrant, which has really played a vital role in 1971, but where it was before, earlier it was decommissioned in 2016, but last year, that is on 2nd September 2022, where the Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the first made in India
aircraft carrier INS Vikrant, carrying it a historic occasion and an exceptional symbol of a self-relevant India. It's very honor for us, as we can see the Australian Prime Minister who was here on board yesterday, and also it is an invite from the Australia as well, because the next program that is going to be happen in Australia is something has been invited to Indian Navy.
Ma'am, as of now, we don't have the exact details of the same, ma'am. However, it was a prestigious event for us, one of a kind event wherein a Prime Minister of a foreign nation has visited us, and we hosted them well, ma'am. And they had a long time here. They saw the deck and the facilities on board, and they saw the indigenous aircraft LCA Tejas and interacted with our crew and men. So all in all, it was a learning experience for us, an exposure for us, and a prestigious event, as I said.
कोई कुछ नहीं, आप बात करने दीजिए प्लीज उनसे, डॉक्टर साहब से बात करने दीजिए हमें, आप बात करने दीजिए डॉक्टर साहब से, इसको छोड़ एक बार बात करने एक बार बैठो, बात करके जवाब दे दो, बात कर लो, अरे सर एक भाई अपना माइक ले, अपना माइक दूर रखो, थोड़ी देर दूर रखिए, बात करने दो सर, सर बैठो,
आप इंडिया आते हैं एंड देन यू स्टार्ट स्पेशल फोर्सेस, NSG, गरुड़, मार्कोस, किस तरीके से ये सफर शुरू हुआ स्पेशल फोर्सेस को ट्रेन करने?
कर्नल साहब, तो ही वॉज एट दैट टाइम CEO of 6AR, और पहली अपॉर्चुनिटी उन्होंने मुझे दी,
अच्छा,
टू ट्रेन हिज रेजिमेंट, एंड ही आस्क्ड मी कि आप इनको नाइफ टू नाइफ कॉम्बैट में खुकरी ट्रेन करो। जब मैंने ADG इन्फेंट्री के सामने वो डेमो दिया और उनको वो बहुत अलग लिखा, एज लॉन्ग एज आवर सोल्जर्स आर सेफ, दे गेट द बेस्ट, आई हैव नो प्रॉब्लम।
Days after the Karnataka corruption wing recovered the cash dash of more than rupees 8 crore from BJP MLA's son, the Lokayukta grilled the prime bribe gate accused and BJP MLA Madar Virupakshapa for over 5 hours on Thursday. Republic confronted the BJP MLA yesterday.
Sir, Lokayukta ಮುಂದೆ ಇವಾಗಲೇ ಅಪಿಯರ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ? Sir, are you appearing before the Lokayukta? Sir, where were you all these days? Sir, where were you all these days? Mr. Madal, where were you? Mr. Madal, where were you? Mr. Madal.
On being asked about his whereabouts on the same day the bribe gate exploded, the MLA kept mum.
Sir, Lokayukta ಮುಂದೆ ಇವಾಗಲೇ ಅಪಿಯರ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ? Sir, are you appearing before the Lokayukta? Sir, where were you all these days? Sir.
Out on bail, Virupakshapa received a warm welcome by supporters on Tuesday. The tainted BJP MLA even denied graft charge, claiming that the money recovered during raids was earned from groundnut plantation. Therefore, the leader, after being interrogated yesterday, assured his full cooperation in the further investigation.
ನ್ಯಾಯಾಲಯದ ಆದೇಶದಂತೆ ಈ ದಿನ ನಾನು ವಿಚಾರಣೆಗೆ ಹಾಜರಾಗ್ತೀನಿ.
ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ರಿ ಸರ್? ಇಷ್ಟು ದಿವಸ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ರಿ?
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಗ ಬಿಡೋಣ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಗ ಬಿಡೋಣ.
ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ, ನಾನೊಬ್ಬ ಹಿರಿಯ ಶಾಸಕ, ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತಾ? ನನಗೆ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದೆ. ನೀವು ನನ್ನ ಟಚ್ ಮಾಡೋದಾಗ್ಲಿ, ತೊಂದರೆ ಮಾಡೋದಾಗ್ಲಿ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮಾಡೋದಾಗ್ಲಿ, ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
with Bribegate hitting the BJP right ahead of polls. Will Bomai-led government be able to wash off this taint? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Is the only channel on board INS Vikrant, which is India's indigenous aircraft carrier, and this is the first time where INS Vikrant has reached Mumbai from Kochi. We have been reporting on board, and this is coming right after the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese on Thursday, who embarked on India's indigenous aircraft carrier INS Vikrant, and Albanese, who was received on board Vikrant by Chief of Naval Staff Admiral R. Hari Kumar with a guard of honor. Carrier INS Vikrant, which is the pride of India, is been serving since years, and even we know that INS Vikrant, which has really played a vital role in 1971, but where it was before, earlier it was decommissioned in 2016, but last year, that is on 2nd September 2022, where the Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the first made in India aircraft carrier INS Vikrant, carrying it a historic occasion and an exceptional symbol of a self-relevant India. It's very honor for us, as we can see the Australian Prime Minister, who was here on board yesterday, and also it is an invite from the Australia as well, because the next program that is going to be happen in Australia is something has been invited to Indian Navy.
Ma'am, as of now, we don't have the exact details of the same, ma'am. However, it was a prestigious event for us, one of a kind event wherein a Prime Minister of a foreign nation has visited us, and we hosted them well, ma'am, and they had a long time here. They saw the deck and the facilities on board, and they saw the indigenous aircraft LCA Tejas and interacted with our crew and men. So all in all, it was a learning experience for us, an exposure for us, and a prestigious event, as I said.
A serving soldier of the Indian Army has been murdered by a politician, and the Latvian media is quiet about it. Not emphatically, not vocally.
Big stir over the Women's Reservation Bill. 18 opposition parties join Kavitha's hunger strike. Congress likely to skip it. Trouble mounts for Kejriwal's deputy. The ED seeks 10-day remand Sisodia to be produced in court at 2 this afternoon. The government slams the Western media propaganda, says the New York Times is peddling lies against the Modi government. Rajasthan police hit a new low. Widows of the Pulwama martyrs demanding compensation are detained. The ED's news tightens on the land for jobs scam after Lalu Prasad's close aide is raided. The ED team is now at Tejashvi Yadav's residence. The Australian Prime Minister holds bilateral talks with Prime Minister Modi, hails India-Australia ties. And in a record win, Xi Jinping has been elected as China's president for a third time. Good afternoon. You are watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, going straight across to Jaipur right now, where widows of 3 constables who were killed in Pulwama have now been arrested by the Rajasthan police. Let's go across to Amandeep, in fact, who has been reporting on this since the stir really began. Amandeep, good morning. Give us more details in terms of what we are seeing right now. Now, they were, of course, arrested last night, or rather detained last night and taken away from the protest site.
वीरांगनाओं को कहाँ रखा है, पुलिस ने बताया आपको?
रात को करीबन 3 बजे, मैं 2:30 बजे वहाँ से आ गया था, मेरे को लूज मोशन हो रहे थे, तो 2:30 बजे 3 बजे इनको उठाया। 1 दर्जन कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पर हैं, वीरांगना को भी हिरासत में ले लिया, लेकिन पुलिस बता नहीं रही वीरांगनाएं कहाँ हैं। उनके साथ जो परिजन थे उनको भी गिरफ्तार कर लिया, वीरांगनाओं को भी गिरफ्तार कर लिया। वीरांगनाओं को पहले महिला थाना लेके गए थे गांधीनगर, उसके बाद से पता नहीं है महिलाएं कहाँ डिटेन कर रखी है वीरांगनाएं।
वीरांगनाओं को डिटेन करने पर पहले भी मुद्दा बना, पहले भी पुलिस घिरी थी, सरकार पर भी सवाल उठे थे, अब वापस से वही चीज दोहराई गई है।
नहीं, कम से कम मुख्यमंत्री जी देखो, सबसे बड़ा मार्मिक अपील होती है, हमारे राजस्थान की परंपरा है कि मुंह में तातू दूध डालकर हाथ जोड़कर प्रार्थना करते हैं सामने वाले को, तो दया करके उनकी बात सुनता है। उसके बजाय राजस्थान सरकार के निर्देश पर राजस्थान की पुलिस ने उनको अचानक 3 बजे दबोच लिया, मुंह दबा दिया, सारे मोबाइल छीन लिए, उठा के गाड़ी में पटक के ले गए। 1 दर्जन कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पर हैं और वीरांगनाएं और उनके परिजन कहाँ पर है ये अभी तक पता नहीं लगा।
अब आपकी क्या प्लानिंग रहेगी? क्या धरना बदस्तूर जारी रहेगा या फिर समाप्त होगा?
धरना बदस्तूर जारी रहेगा, आंदोलन और तेजी से बढ़ाया जाएगा।
All right, so essentially what we are hearing right now from the kin of the 3 detained widows is that they don't know where they've been taken away, but they were detained last night from the protest site. Now do remember, this action comes after they have been protesting for quite some time outside Sachin Pilot's residence in Jaipur. Now their demands of course include a variety of things. They want statues to be installed, they want essentially jobs for their kin, and these are demands that the Gehlot government has so far said they're not willing to give into, because the Gehlot government says that a couple of statues were already installed and they have to do things as per it has been prescribed.
डॉक्टर साहब, ये बीच रास्ते नहीं रोक।
मैं सामोद बालाजी के दर्शन करने के लिए जा रहा हूँ। सामोद बालाजी के दर्शन करने जा रहा हूँ। क्या धर्मेंद्र जी आज सामोद बालाजी के दर्शन करा सकते हो? नो, 1 सेकंड। मेरे को, मेरे कार्यकर्ताओं को, मीडिया वालों को, अजय सिंह जी, क्या आप सामोद बालाजी के दर्शन करा सकते हो? मिस्टर बालाराम, सामोद हनुमान जी के दर्शन करा सकते हो? माननीय धर्मेंद्र जी से पूछो
सर, क्यों रोका? क्या है? क्यों रोका गया है? ये तो बता दीजिए।
एक सांसद को क्यों रोका है, बता तो दीजिए। सर, रोका जा रहा है,
पुलिस क्यों रोक रही है?
जवाब देना होगा, धर्मेंद्र जी बता तो दीजिए। धर्मेंद्र जी बात कर रही है, आप उधर कार में नहीं, धर्मेंद्र जी बता तो दीजिए, क्या रोक रहे हैं? क्या सीएम
पुलिस क्यों रोक रही है? सर ये तो बताइए, पुलिस रोक क्यों रही है? रीजन तो बता दीजिए। कारण तो बता दीजिए।
सांसद के साथ किससे करोगे?
बात किससे करोगे? बात किससे करोगे? गहलोत से बात करके जवाब दे दो। गहलोत से बालाराम बात कर लो, उदय सिंह गहलोत से बात कर लो, धर्मेंद्र से बात कर लो, गहलोत से करने वालों से बात कर लो।
आप बताइए ना, कहाँ क्यों किया जा रहा है? क्यों रोका है? आप ये तो बता दीजिए। धर्मेंद्र जी हमें रोका जगह मिलेगा, अरे बता तो दीजिए।
कुर्सी तो हटा लो, हटा लो।
दर्शन करने से रोका जा रहा है।
हाँ, रोक रही है, बैठा हूँ मैं।
आपका फोन ट्रैक कर रही थी पुलिस सर, क्या आपको आप सर्वेलेंस
एकदम से जाब्ता आया और बैरिकेड लगा दिया?
नहीं, बिल्कुल कर सकती है, तो कुछ भी कर सकते हैं, हमारा फोन भी ट्रैक कर सकते हैं।
गहलोत साहब के लिए क्या मैसेज है आपका? किस्सा
उस जैसा क्रूर, संवेदनहीन, उन जैसा गैर जिम्मेदार, उन जैसा नाकाबिल मुख्यमंत्री मैंने आज तक राजस्थान में नहीं देखा।
क्या इस बात से नाराज थे कि सचिन पायलट के घर के बाहर बैठी हुई थी महिलाएं?
वो तो आप उससे पूछो, मेरे से क्या पूछ रहे हो?
पर वीरांगनाओं की जो मांगे थी बड़ी बेसिक सी मांगे हैं और उसको लेकर अगर वो पहले बुला लेते उनको, उनसे बात कर लेते तो लगता था कि
अरे अब तो बुला लो, अब तो वीरांगना हमारे पास नहीं, अब बुला के उनको बात सुन लो और उनको उनकी मांगे पूरी कर दो।
किरोड़ी जी, अभी तमाम बड़े पुलिस कर्मी यहाँ पे आए, आपसे बात करने की कोशिश की है, लेकिन अब यहाँ पे आपको रोक दिया गया है, बिना रीजन बताए आपको रोक दिया गया है। आगे की रणनीति क्या है?
बिना कारण मेरे को रोक दिया, आगे की रणनीति तो बैठा हूँ जहाँ रोक दिया वहाँ सत्याग्रह जारी है।
लेकिन दर्शन से आपको रोक दिया गया, मंदिर में दर्शन तक नहीं करने दे रही पुलिस।
सामोद बालाजी बहुत प्रसिद्ध स्थान है, जब समाधान नहीं निकला तो मर के चलते हैं बालाजी के, ढोक देते हैं बालाजी से, कहते हैं भाई ये निठल्ली निकम्मी संवेदन शून्य सरकार वीरांगनाओं की बात तो सुने, लेकिन मंदिर में प्रार्थना भी नहीं करने दे रहे। बालाजी के पास
सांसद हैं, राज्यसभा सांसद हैं, आपके साथ धक्का मुक्की हुई, आपको जिस तरीके से रोका गया।
अब होती रहती है, हम तो राजनीतिक कार्यकर्ता हैं, धक्का मुक्की, लेकिन वीरांगनाओं के साथ धक्का मुक्की नहीं होनी चाहिए, उनका अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो यहाँ पे किरोड़ी लाल मीणा जो है, उनका साफ कहना है कि वीरांगनाओं के साथ धक्का मुक्की हुई, हम तो राजनीतिक लोग हैं, हमारे साथ धक्का मुक्की होती रहती है। लेकिन तस्वीरें वापस से मैं दिखाऊंगा यहाँ पे किस तरीके से किरोड़ी लाल मीणा का काफिला जो है वो रोका गया। यहाँ पे हैवी डिप्लॉयमेंट के साथ में तमाम बड़े अधिकारी जो हैं वो मौके पर मौजूद हैं। ये पूरी की पूरी तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं, जहाँ पे डीसीपी रूरल जो है वो यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं और यहाँ कंटिन्यू आप देख सकते हैं हैवी बैरिकेटिंग जो है वो की गई है। यहाँ पे ये ट्रक जो है, ट्रैक्टर है, वो लगा दिया गया है। इन्हीं बैरिकेटिंग को तोड़ करके किरोड़ी लाल मीणा आगे बढ़ रहे थे, तब उन्हें सामोद थाने पर रोक दिया गया। किरोड़ी लाल मीणा चाहते थे कि वो शहीद जो है वीरांगना मंजू जाट, उसके घर पे जाएं, जिसको पुलिस ने 3 बजे उठा करके जयपुर के सिविल लाइन से उनके आवास पहुंचा दिया गया। उसके बाद पुलिस लगातार उनको ट्रैक कर रही थी। लगातार जैसे वो सुबह मॉर्निंग में पहुंचे, मॉर्निंग में जिस तरीके से कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ में थाने पे पहुंचे थे, महेंद्र शेष थाने से उन्होंने रुक किया महेंद्र जाट की रोहितास लांबा की जो पत्नी है मंजू जाट के घर पर जाने की। तो बीच रास्ते में पुलिस ने उन्हें रोका और इस तरीके से जो आप देख सकते हैं व्हीकल्स जो हैं वो लगाए गए हैं, हैवी व्हीकल्स को यहाँ पे बैरिकेटिंग के रूप में लगा दिया गया है। किरोड़ी लाल मीणा के साथ में बहुत ज़्यादा गहमा गहमी हुई, धक्की मुक्की चले। उसके बाद में किरोड़ी के समर्थकों ने जो यहाँ पे चीज़ें दिखाई हैं उसको लेकर के कहीं ना कहीं चीज़ जो है वो आपको दिखाई दे रही होगी। पीछे यहाँ पे राजीव प्रचार हैं, एसपी रूरल हैं और यहाँ पे वो कमान संभाले हुए हैं। और यहाँ आप सामोद थाने को देख रहे होंगे, सामोद थाने के ठीक बाहर ये बैरिकेटिंग की गई है हैवी डिप्लॉयमेंट के साथ में। यहाँ पे तमाम अधिकारी जो पुलिस के हैं, बड़े अधिकारी, वो मौजूद हैं। और इससे पहले जिस तरीके से धक्का मुक्की हुई उसी को लेकर के आग बबूला हो गए थे सांसद किरोड़ी लाल मीणा। उन्होंने कहा कि मेरे साथ धक्का मुक्की हुई है, मुझे मंदिर में दर्शन करने तक नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा। अशोक गहलोत के राज में इस तरीके के उन्होंने आरोप लगाया कि अशोक गहलोत ने तानाशाही उठाई हुई है, हमें यहाँ सड़क पर निकलने नहीं दिया जा रहा है और सारी चीज़ें जो हैं कहीं ना कहीं बिगड़ती जा रही हैं, चीज़ें कहीं ना कहीं ऊपर नीचे हो रही हैं। और किरोड़ी लाल मीणा ने जब आरोप लगाए तो सारी चीज़ों को लेकर के कहीं ना कहीं अभी पुलिस ने कोई जवाब जो है वो नहीं दिया है। पुलिस की यहाँ पे बैरिकेटिंग आपको नज़र आ रही होगी, पीछे से इस रोड पर आवाजाही जो है वो बंद कर दी गई है। ये रास्ता सीधा मंजू जाट जो कि वीरांगना है, पुलवामा शहीद रोहितास लांबा की, उसके घर पे जाता है। और इससे पहले किरोड़ी लाल मीणा का आरोप यही था कि मंजू जाट को घर में कैद कर दिया गया है, उनके घर के बाहर पुलिस लगा दी गई है और उनको उनके मोबाइल फ़ोन जो हैं वो जब्त कर लिए हैं। तो इसी तरीके की बैरिकेटिंग, इसी तरीके की चीज़ें किरोड़ी लाल मीणा का आरोप है कि वहां लगाई गई है, जिसके बाद सारी सिचुएशन जो है वो बिगड़ी। और उस सिचुएशन को बिगड़ने के बाद यहाँ पे किरोड़ी लाल मीणा पहुंचते हैं तो यहाँ पुलिस खड़ी मिलती है और इस तरीके की बैरिकेटिंग को तोड़ करके किरोड़ी लाल मीणा जो है वो आगे बढ़ना चाहते थे। लेकिन यहाँ आप देख सकते हैं पुलिसकर्मी जो है लगातार बात करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। किरोड़ी लाल मीणा जो है धरने पर बैठे हुए हैं, वो उठना नहीं चाहते और वो बात करना नहीं चाहते पुलिस से। और ये तस्वीरें जो आपको दिखाई दे रही हैं, इस तस्वीरों से साफ जाहिर है कि यहाँ पुलिस इससे आगे अब किरोड़ी लाल मीणा के समर्थकों का और उनका मूवमेंट आगे बढ़ाने से मना कर रही है और सख्त हिदायत दे दी गई है यहाँ पे पुलिसकर्मियों को कि यहाँ से आगे किरोड़ी लाल मीणा और उनके समर्थक नहीं बढ़ पाएंगे। सबसे बड़ी तस्वीर यहाँ ये नज़र आई है कि यहाँ तमाम पुलिसकर्मी मौजूद हैं और पुलिसकर्मी जिस तरीके से यहाँ उनको रास्ता रोक करके ये ट्रैक्टर जो है, ये ट्रैक्टर यहाँ लगा दिया गया था। ये किरोड़ी लाल मीणा की गाड़ी है। पीछे आप देख सकते हैं किरोड़ी लाल मीणा सांसद हैं राज्यसभा के, और यहाँ पे आप दिखाई दे रही होगी ये जो गाड़ी है, इस गाड़ी में ही किरोड़ी लाल मीणा बैठे थे और यहाँ से किरोड़ी लाल मीणा इसी बैरिकेडिंग को तोड़ करके आगे बढ़ना चाहते थे, लेकिन
Yes. Amardeep, if you can hear me, I was asking you, just hold your thoughts for a minute. We're going to play out that sequence that took place even as Kirodi Lal Meena seemed to have a scuffle with the rural police over there. Let's play that out and then we'll come back to you, Amardeep, so stay with us.
इस बाप से बात कर रहे हो क्या? तुम्हारा बाप से बात कर रहे हो क्या? इसका भी सर बना लो साले को। वीरांगना का अपमान हो रहा है। शहीदों का अपमान हो रहा है। शहीद के परिवारों के साथ बदतमीजी कर रहे हो। शहीदों का दमन कर रहे हो। अरे कुर्सी मंगाना बलराम जी, अभी मंगाई। उधर बैठेंगे, आगे सब आगे बैठेंगे। तो ऐसा लैंड ऑर्डर मैटर होता है साले तुर्को।
डॉक्टर किरोड़ी मीणा इस वक्त सामोद थाने के बाहर है, उन्हें रोकने की कवायद, पूरा पुलिस का जाब्ता है यहाँ पर। डॉक्टर साहब क्या रोका जा रहा है?
तो इनसे पूछो ना बेवकूफों से, गहलोत के क्रूर नेताओं से, इन क्रूर पुलिस से पूछो। सर आप ये क्रूर पुलिस से पूछो। सम्मानीय सर, सम्मानीय 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 कैसे किया जाता है? सम्मानीय के साथ धक्का मुक्की की जाती है। सम्मानीय के साथ धक्का मुक्की की जाती है। तुमको शर्म आनी चाहिए। धक्का मुक्की नहीं कर रहे। धक्का मुक्की कौन करेगा? आप कैसी बात कर रहे हैं? धक्का मुक्की और क्या हो रहा है? अत्याचार है। हेलो 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 बलराम जी, कुर्सी लाओ, लाओ कुर्सी लाओ। उदय सिंह जी,
डॉक्टर साहब ये बीच रास्ते में रोक।
मैं सामोद बालाजी के दर्शन करने के लिए जा रहा हूँ। सामोद बालाजी के दर्शन करने जा रहा हूँ। क्या धर्मेंद्र जी आज सामोद बालाजी के दर्शन करा सकते हो? एक सेकंड, मेरे को, मेरे कार्यकर्ताओं को, मीडिया वालों को, उदय सिंह जी, क्या आप सामोद बालाजी के दर्शन करा सकते हो? मिस्टर बालाराम सामोद हनुमान जी के दर्शन करा सकते हो? माननीय धर्मेंद्र जी से पूछो
सर, क्यों रोका क्या है? क्यों रोका गया है? ये तो बता दीजिए।
सांसद को क्यों रोका है बता तो दीजिए। सर रोका जा रहा है,
पुलिस क्यों रोक रही है?
जवाब देना होगा लोकतंत्र में। धर्मेंद्र जी बता क्या रोक रहे हैं? क्या सीएम
पुलिस क्यों रोक रही है? सर ये तो बताइए, पुलिस रोक क्यों रही है? रीजन तो बता दीजिए।
आप बात करने दीजिए।
सांसद के साथ किससे करोगे? बात किससे करोगे? बात किससे करोगे? गहलोत से बात करके जवाब दे दो। गहलोत से बात कर लो। उदय सिंह गहलोत से बात कर लो। करने वालों से बात कर लो। आप बताइए ना, कहाँ क्यों किया जा रहा है? क्यों रोका है? बता दीजिए। धर्मेंद्र जी हमें रोकने का मिलेगा। अरे बता तो दीजिए।
कुर्सी तो हटा लो, हटा लो।
ये तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं। आराम से
इतना गुस्सा कभी नहीं करते आप।
हमारा हम अपमान कर रहे हो?
नहीं सर,
वीरांगना का अपमान कर रहे हो?
हिम्मत करिए,
हमारे साथ हाथापाई कर रहे हो?
आपके साथ
हमारे धक्का मुक्का मार रहे हो? हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं को पीट रहे हो? आपका क्या अधिकार है मेरा रास्ता रोकने का? मैं देश के किसी कोने पे जा सकता हूँ। अगर मेरे को कानून में हाथ में लिया तो मेरे को गिरफ्तार करो, जवाब दो।
ये देखिए, ये आक्रोश है। डॉक्टर विक्रांत मीना यहाँ पर जाने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, उनको रोका गया था। फिलहाल पानी जब पीने के लिए दिया गया तो वो भी उन्होंने हटा दिया। उन्होंने कहा वीरांगनाओं का अपमान किया जा रहा है। डॉक्टर साहब, वीरांगनाओं का अपमान वाली बात आप 11 दिन से उठा रहे हैं और आज फिर आपको रोक दिया गया।
मेरा ही अपमान कर रहे हैं? ये धर्मेंद्र कर रहा है, ये बालाराम कर रहा है, ये उदय सिंह कर रहा है। नहीं कर रहे तो मेरा रास्ता रोकाओ, रास्ता हटाओ, रास्ता को हटाओ।
आपके अपमान की बात सोच ही नहीं सकते।
नहीं हो रहा, पूरा मीडिया आपको कवर कर रहा है। ये डंडा मार रहा है, पता नहीं लगेगा चौथी कहाँ चली गई।
आपकी सब इज्जत करते हैं सर,
ये कहता है आना सही है, आना सही है। ये
लोग सब जाएंगे वहाँ मिलेंगे जाकर?
बिल्कुल नहीं, मेरे को पता नहीं कहाँ है। मैं तो सामोद बालाजी जा रहा हूँ। मेरे को कौन सी वीरांगना का पता है कहाँ?
मंदिर जाने से ही क्यों पुलिस ने रोक दिया?
रोक रहे हैं ना, देख लो ना।
क्यों रोक रही?
पूछ लो था इनसे, पूछो।
कारण बता नहीं रही है पुलिस और आपको रोक लिया गया है।
Well, all right. An enraged Kirori Lal Meena over there wanting to meet the widows. However, he's been stopped by Rajasthan police. Now, moving on. Addressing a post-budget webinar, Prime Minister Modi saluted Nari Shakti and praised the role of women in India's progress. Here's more on what he said.
भारत ने अपने बीते वर्षों के अनुभव को देखते हुए विमेन डेवलपमेंट से विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट के प्रयासों को वैश्विक मंच पर भी ले जाने का प्रयास किया है। इस बार भारत की अध्यक्षता में हो रही G20 की बैठकों में भी ये विषय प्रमुखता से छाया हुआ है। इस वर्ष का बजट भी विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट के इन प्रयासों को नई गति देगा और इसमें आप सभी की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। मैं इस बजट वेबिनार में आप सभी का स्वागत करता हूं। साथियों, नारी शक्ति की संकल्प शक्ति, इच्छा शक्ति, उनकी कल्पना शक्ति, उनकी निर्णय शक्ति, त्वरित फैसले लेने का उनका सामर्थ्य निर्धारित लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने के लिए उनकी तपस्या, उनके परिश्रम की पराकाष्ठा, ये हमारी मातृशक्ति की पहचान है। ये एक प्रतिबिंब है। जब हम विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट कहते हैं तब उसका आधार यही शक्तियां हैं। मां भारती का उज्जवल भविष्य सुनिश्चित करने में नारी शक्ति का यह सामर्थ्य भारत की अनमोल शक्ति है।
Now, the BRS leader K. Kavitha is on a day-long hunger strike in the national capital to press for the passage of the Women's Reservation Bill. Earlier, K. Kavitha said that the bill had been lying in cold storage since 2010 and the Modi government had a historic opportunity to get it passed in Parliament before 2024. So far, 18 parties, including the CPI-M and the Shiv Sena, have confirmed their participation. Let's go across live to Harsha, who's reporting from the national capital. Now, Harsha, we are seeing, of course, a large number of protesters who are gathered there to ask for the passage of the Women's Reservation Bill. K. Kavitha leading that. So tell us what's happening around you.
Exactly, Nupur. Now we'll like to show you the visuals from Jantar Mantar as more opposition party leaders have joined K. Kavita in her hunger strike protest. In front of me on stage, you can see Naresh Gujral from Akali Dal, Shiromani Akali Dal have joined and supported this hunger strike and protest which is being led by K. Kavita. We are also seeing Sanjay Singh will come this side, and I'll ask my camera person Mahinder to show you the visuals of Sanjay Singh as Aam Aadmi Party has also extended its support to this hunger strike which is going on right now in Jantar Mantar. So till now, Nupur, we are seeing that almost 6 opposition parties have joined this protest, this hunger strike along with K. Kavita, BRS, but till now there has been no representative from the side of Congress, and what we are learning is that Congress has skipped this hunger strike and protest as they don't align with BRS, with MLC K. Kavita on her protest on the demand of women reservation bill. Also, Nupur, K. Kavita has continuously been stating that right now the representation of women in parliament and law-making bodies is very marginal, which is the deficit of our democracy. And right now, gender quota is very important. It's needed. Right now, while you are watching Republic TV, it's time for a short break. We'll slip into a short break, and now the other side of the break, we'll give you more visuals and breaking from Jantar Mantar on the hunger strike, which is being led by BRS MLC K. Kavita. Stay tuned with us.
आजकल रिलेशनशिप में घुसना आसान, उसमें से निकलना मुश्किल। इसलिए झूठ बोल के पकड़वाना नहीं है, बल्कि झूठ बोल के सच में छुपाना है, फिर 2 और झूठों में छुपाना है, फिर सच में छुपा के उस सच में झूठ की मिलावट का हल्का सा हिंट देना है। वो लड़की है, बाकी वो खुद कर लेगी।
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
BRS leader Kavita, who is facing the Enforcement Directorate's heat in the Delhi liquor policy case, is going to undertake a one-day hunger strike at Jantar Mantar on March 10th. This is in order to table the Women's Reservation Bill in the current session of Parliament. The rally will include participation from a number of opposition parties and women's organizations. Addressing the media, Kavita, the daughter of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, said the bill has been lying in cold storage since 2010 and Modi government has a historic opportunity to get it passed in Parliament before 2024.
Seen many nations which have given reservations to women in political platforms and national parliaments have made tremendous strides in terms of overall development of the nation. So now the point being, since the time I was in parliament, every Women's Day we would get an opportunity to speak, and every time inside and outside the parliament, wherever I got the chance, I've constantly raised the issue of women's reservation bill. Why? I'll tell you. Because in this country from 1996, the issue has actually started, the discussion has started. From then till 2014, every Prime Minister had made an effort to bring the bill.
So far, 18 parties, including the CPI-M and the Shiv Sena, have confirmed their participation.
My party has passed a resolution in the assembly, not now, in between 2014 and 19, I think it is in 2016, they have passed a resolution in the assembly saying whenever a women reservation bill is tabled in the parliament, BRS will stand by the government. So we will do it, and I am saying Modi ji had promised not incremental growth, mind you, has promised exponential growth. If Honorable Modi ji wants it, he can pass the bill and there will be 180 women MPs. Doesn't matter whichever party in the parliament in 2024. That is the strength today BJP has, and they should utilize it for the greater good of the women. That is my sincere appeal.
CPI-M leader Sitaram Yechury will inaugurate the program at 10 a.m. Kavita said Prime Minister Narendra Modi had promised in both 2014 and 2019 Lok Sabha polls that his government would bring this bill and that it was also part of the BJP's election manifesto. She also added that none of the BJP leaders raised this issue and the Modi government has failed to get this bill passed in Parliament despite having a majority. The bill, which seeks to reserve 33% seats in Lok Sabha and all state legislative assemblies for women, was introduced in the Rajya Sabha in May 2008 and was referred to a standing committee. In 2010, it was passed in the House and transmitted finally to the Lok Sabha. However, the bill ended up getting lapsed with the 15th Lok Sabha.
आप इंडिया आते हैं and then you start special forces, NSG, गरुड़, मार्कोस. किस तरीके से ये सफर शुरू हुआ स्पेशल फोर्सेस को ट्रेन करने?
कर्नल साहब, तो he was at that time CEO of 6AR और पहली अपॉर्चुनिटी उन्होंने मुझे दी.
अच्छा.
To train his regiment and he asked me कि आप इनको knife to knife combat में खुकरी ट्रेन करो. जब मैंने ADG इन्फेंट्री के सामने वो डेमो दिया और उनको वो बहुत अलग लिखा. As long as our soldiers are safe,
हाँ जी.
they get the best. I have no problem.
Days after the Karnataka corruption wing recovered the cash dash of more than rupees 8 crore from BJP MLA's son, the Lokayukta grilled the prime bribe gate accused and BJP MLA Madal Virupakshapa for over 5 hours on Thursday. Republic confronted the BJP MLA yesterday.
Sir, Lokayukta ಮುಂದೆ ಇವಾಗಲೇ ಅಪಿಯರ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ? Sir, are you appearing before the Lokayukta? Sir, where were you all these days? Sir, where were you all these days? Mr. Madal, where were you? Mr. Madal, where were you? Mr. Madal.
On being asked about his whereabouts on the same day, the bribe gate exploded.
आप इंडिया आते हैं and then you start special forces, NSG, गरुड़, मार्कोस. किस तरीके से ये सफर शुरू हुआ स्पेशल फोर्सेस को ट्रेन करने?
कर्नल साहब, तो he was at that time CEO of 6AR और पहली अपॉर्चुनिटी उन्होंने मुझे दी.
अच्छा.
To train his regiment and he asked me कि आप इनको knife to knife combat में खुकरी ट्रेन करो. जब मैंने ADG इन्फेंट्री के सामने वो डेमो दिया और उनको वो बहुत अलग लिखा. As long as our soldiers are safe,
हाँ जी.
they get the best. I have no problem.
Big stir over women's reservation bill. 18 opposition parties joined Kavitha's hunger strike. Congress likely to skip. Trouble mounts for Kejriwal's deputy. ED seeks 10 days remand. Sisodia to be produced in court at 2 p.m. today. Government exposes Western media propaganda, says New York Times peddling lies against Modi government. Gehlot's corpse hit a new low. Widows of Pulwama martyrs demanding compensation. Detailed. ED News tightens in land for jobs scam after Lalu's close aid raided. ED team now at Tejashwi residence. Australian Prime Minister holds bilateral talks with Prime Minister Modi, hails India-Australia ties. And in a record win, Xi Jinping has been elected as China's president for a third time. Very good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. You're watching live and breaking at 12:30. I'm Suesha Sound. We get to all the top stories we are tracking for you this afternoon. But first up, some breaking news coming in from the poll-bound state of Karnataka, where the BJP has released a list of election campaign committee and election management committee for the upcoming polls in Karnataka. V. Somanna's name is missing from both the campaign and the management committee.
This is the latest that is just coming in, and Prajwal will join us shortly to give us further details on the same. Let me also tell you how Yediyurappa has been announced a member of BJP's campaign committee. This as the party is bracing for the polls in Karnataka. Let me cut across to my colleague Prajwal, who's joining us on the broadcast. Prajwal, firstly, details of who all have been included, and most importantly, V. Somanna's name that is missing. Why is it that the party has decided this?
Suesha, firstly, mainly when we are speaking about the inclusions, we are seeing that 9 state cabinet ministers have already been included. Prominent among them are Dr. K. Sudhakar and Revenue Minister R. Ashoka, Dr. C. N. Ashwath Narayan. Ashwath Narayan's name also features in the election management company as well. And what is very interesting to see here is the fact that there were talks that P.Y. Vijayendra was being sidelined by the BJP party in the state of Karnataka. But then there is a strong message out by the BJP High Command stating that both B.S. Yediyurappa as well as Vijayendra will be accommodated, and a testimony to that is the list of names which are featuring on the election campaign committee here. P.Y. Vijayendra's name also features here. So both the father and the son duo are there. They are in the thick of things in Karnataka. And this is a strong message out to everybody there, stating that B.S. Yediyurappa will be helming the state of affairs in the upcoming polls for the BJP, along with Basuraj Bommai. And apart from which, now what is very interesting over here in the management committee is that majority of them in the management committee are union ministers. We are speaking about Shobha Karandlaje, Prahlad Joshi and Bhagwant Khuba as well. So all said and done now, they seem to have charted out as short-term goals, long-term goals as well. And B.S. Yediyurappa has been tasked with touring the entire state of Karnataka, and he's been doing so in the Vijay Sankalpa Yatra as well. But on the other hand, if you're looking at it, we also saw that the names of S.T. Somsekhar and Dr. K. Sudhakar, who were first with the Congress and then they were inducted into the BJP and made ministers. But now their own party person, V. Somanna's name has also been missing, which is very interesting at this point of time, because he's the housing minister. He also hails from the prominent Lingayat community, and he's considered to be somebody who is very close to B.S. Yediyurappa as well, who hails from the same community. But all said and done, his name is missing as well. And the move of V. Somanna has created a lot of ripples in the political circles, mainly because he chooses to absent himself from 2 main rallies of the Vijay Sankalpa Yatra, where JP Nadda, the BJP national president, was there, and this has been noticed. And apart from which, he also had a war of words with the revenue minister R. Ashoka recently during the Vijay Sankalpa Yatra, which was passing through his constituency of Govindraj Nagar and then moving towards Padmanabh Nagar assembly constituency, and both of them were at loggerheads as well. So looking into the chain of events now, there were talks that V. Somanna would be quitting the BJP party, but then B.S. Yediyurappa dismissed this, calling them rumours, and stated that as soon as he is in Bengaluru, he will have a talk with V. Somanna. V. Somanna in fact spoke to Republic and stated that he is like a flowing water, and this is a hint stating that he will not remain in one party, because we'll also have to remember that Somanna was previously in the Janata Dal, then he shifted to Congress, and B.S. Yediyurappa was responsible for bringing V. Somanna into the BJP. In 2013, he did not win against Priya Krishna, but in 2018, he emerged victorious against Priya Krishna by a huge margin as well, and that turned out favors for V. Somanna, and he's also been given the important task of handling Chamrajnagar. He's been made the district in charge minister, but so far he was not seen in Chamrajnagar as well. And now Somanna's followers hold a closed door meeting in Mysuru, and they have stated that they will go along with him, they will move along with him to any party which he joins. So the next move of V. Somanna is something which everybody will be watching out for, but he still maintains that he holds no sort of grudges against the party and will work for the party as well. But all said and done, will he do that or not in the coming days, that has to be seen, Suesha.
Absolutely, Prajwal, and that is a slightly sticky situation for the BJP right now, because buzz is that 2 BJP leaders could be moving out of the party and joining the Congress. Of course, Yediyurappa completely rubbishing this statement, but what really is the inside story, Prajwal? And if this really is the truth and Somanna is not on his way out, could there be further repercussions for him given the dissent?
Absolutely. That is a message out there, because even when this campaign committee and the management committee for the BJP's list of campaigners were chosen, this was done particularly with JP Nadda, who had a discussion with BS Yediyurappa and Baswaraj Bommai as well, and the co-election in charges were also present, Dharmendra Pradhan, Mansukh Mandaviya and K. Annamalai as well, and all of them sitting together along with the top leaders of the BJP in the state of Karnataka have already taken this collective decision as well. Because yesterday in Bengaluru, we saw a massive response for the BJP National President's rally, Mr. JP Nadda's rally, and prominent among the invitees was the names of V. Somana on the invitation as well. But he chose to absent himself, and when we also posed this question to V. Somana today, asking why he was not there, he stated that he belongs only to the constituency and the people of the constituency. So this was his only response as well, and this is something which needs to be watched out. The other minister that you are speaking about here, Suyesha, is, he's a known jump, he jumps from parties to parties, because Narayan Gowda, who we are speaking, who is from the KR-Pete Assembly constituency, is also a minister in the present cabinet, had gone on to state that he might be joining he might be joining any other political party, but that needs to be understood and questions need to be asked over here as well.
All right, Prajwal, keeping a track of what is happening in Karnataka ahead of the polls, which obviously every party is bracing for, but the strategy really that the BJP is now going to chalk out, given who are the men on their side and who are the strong faces they will be pitching with. I'll keep coming back to you for more on this. For the moment, we move on. Meanwhile, the BJP is staging a protest against the Aam Aadmi Party in the national capital. Enforcement Directorate is now seeking a 10-day remand of Kejriwal's deputy, that is Manish Sisodia, after questioning him in Tihar jail. This obviously comes after how Sisodia was arrested yesterday at 6:20 p.m. in connection to Delhi government's now scrapped excise policy, and now the BJP once again upping the ante against the Aam Aadmi Party over corruption charges. This is the next report.
This is Aam Aadmi Party, what is Bharatiya Janata Party, what we are seeing on the ground. But at this point in time, you can clearly see this is Bharatiya Janata Party protesting against Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal. So there is a different kind of and unique kind of protest that is going on at the ITO of the national capital. There you can see this is the replica, a model of Arvind Kejriwal's residence, which has been built up over here, and they are showing that Arvind Kejriwal is standing inside with a mask. A man is standing inside, and they are having slippers in their hand. So that's the kind of unique protest what we are seeing from the ITO of the national capital, and Bharatiya Janata Party is at this point in time is protesting here at the ITO. Let me also give you a sense. On one side, this is a replica, the model of a house of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, whereas on the left hand side, let me ask my video journalist to go that side also. You can see this is the replica of Tihar jail. This is the model of Tihar jail which has been built up over here, and there two men are sitting inside, one with the mask of Manish Sisodia, one with the mask of Satyen Jain, another minister. So you can clearly see this is something what we are seeing from the ground. This is a unique kind of protest of Bharatiya Janata Party from the ITO of the national capital. There you can see this is a replica, a model of Tihar jail. This is a cell which has been built by Bharatiya Janata Party, and they are showing that Satyen Jain is inside. On my left there is another cell. There is another model of jail, and there you can see this is Manish Sisodia, what they are trying to portray. This is Manish Sisodia, the former Deputy Chief Minister, who is lodged inside the jail. So that's the unique kind of protest what we are seeing from the national capital, from the ITO of the national capital. So the demand is very much clear that Bharatiya Janata Party is demanding that Arvind Kejriwal, the Chief Minister of Delhi, should also give the resignation. And they are saying that Arvind Kejriwal, the Chief Minister of Delhi, is the mastermind if we talk about this particular scam. And they are saying that this is not limited to liquor policy or the liquor scam, but education scam and many other scam is there, and the kingpin is Arvind Kejriwal. That's something what has been stated by Bharatiya Janata Party.
तो राजस्थान सरकार पीछे हट रही है। पीछे ही नहीं, बल्कि राजस्थान में कांग्रेस के जो मुख्यमंत्री हैं वो इन परिवारों से मिलने से ही मना कर रहे हैं। कई दिनों से वीरांगनाएं धरना देकर बैठी हुई हैं, उनके ऊपर लाठीचार्ज हुआ, उन्हें पिने चुबाई गई, उनके साथ बदसलूकी हुई, सड़कों पर घसीटा गया और कल रात को 3 बजे उन्हें उठाकर पुलिस स्टेशन ले जाया गया। आखिर ऐसा क्या मांग रही हैं वीरांगनाएं और ऐसी क्या बात है कि राजस्थान सरकार के मुख्यमंत्री उनसे मिलने से मना कर रहे हैं? राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री को ऐसा क्या डर है, क्या क्या भय है उनको इन वीरांगनाओं से, इन बलिदान परिवारों से? मैं आपको एक वीडियो दिखाता हूं और उस वीडियो के बाद में बाकी पूरी बातें विस्तार से मैं करूंगा। यह वीडियो है जब पुलवामा के बलिदानी रोहिताश लांबा की अंत्येष्टि हो रही है और मुख्यमंत्री द्वारा भेजे गए मंत्री वहां पर वादे कर रहे हैं।
लाइट ऑफ करिए सामने।
All right, that's the video that is being shown at the BJP news conference right now, which will just resume. Let's listen in.
मैंने इसे यहीं पर ही रुकवा दिया है। कारण यह है, अब मुख्यमंत्री 2-2 बार ट्वीट कर रहे हैं, सोशल मीडिया पे डाल रहे हैं, हिंदी में कर रहे हैं, अंग्रेजी में कर रहे हैं, जनता को कानून समझा रहे हैं। लेकिन जब पुलवामा का हमला हुआ और यह अंत्येष्टि हो रही थी वहां पर, जिस समय सिंपैथी वेव थी पूरे देश के अंदर, उस समय राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री के मंत्री वहां पर पहुंचकर उन्होंने जो वादे करे वो झूठे वादे थे। सबसे बड़ा प्रश्न है ये। आपके सामने उन्होंने कहा कि परिवार जिसका भी नाम लेगा उस व्यक्ति को हम नौकरी देंगे। ये वीडियो आपके हमने सोशल मीडिया पे भी डाला हुआ है और आपको हम फोन पे भी भेज रहे हैं। ये कांग्रेस पार्टी झूठी पार्टी है और झूठे वादे करती है। एक के बाद एक इनके वादे सारे झूठे साबित हो रहे हैं। यहां पे वीरांगनाओं को ऐसे समय पर इन्होंने झूठा वादा करा। अगर वादा करा है, मुख्यमंत्री साहब से सलाह लेकर वहां पे पहुंचे हैं उनके मंत्री, तो अपनी बात पर खरा उतरना चाहिए, उसको पूरा करना चाहिए। इसके लिए विशेष पैकेज अगर हुआ है तो विशेष इसके ऊपर कानून में बदलाव करना चाहिए पुलवामा के शहीदों के लिए। लेकिन ऐसा नहीं हुआ। अब जब वीरांगनाएं अपना अधिकार मांग रही हैं तो उनके ऊपर लाठियां बरसाई जा रही हैं। और आखिर मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं, ऐसी क्या चीज मांगी है वीरांगनाओं ने? एक जगह तीसरी मूर्ति लगाने का आग्रह कर रही है। तो एक ऐसा परिवार पूरे देश के अंदर जिसके नाम पर 400 से ज्यादा योजनाएं पूरे देश के अंदर है, गांधी परिवार, 400 से ज्यादा योजनाएं पूरे देश के अंदर हो सकती हैं एक परिवार की, लेकिन एक शहीद की मूर्ति, एक बलिदानी की मूर्ति तीसरी बार नहीं लग सकती, तीसरी जगह नहीं लग सकती। इतना ऐसा बड़ा क्या मांग लिया वीरांगनाओं ने? लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात है कि मुख्यमंत्री जी मिलने को भी तैयार नहीं है। वो अब कानून की गुहार लगा रहे हैं, समझा रहे हैं सबको। रक्षा मंत्री जी ने, केंद्र के रक्षा मंत्री जी ने उनको फोन करके आग्रह कर दिया है कि आप मिलिए, परिवारों से मिल लीजिए। लेकिन नहीं, एक वीरांगना की तबीयत खराब होती है तो 108 एम्बुलेंस वहां पे पहुंचती है, लेकिन उसमें डॉक्टर नहीं होता, उसमें केवल नर्स है। क्योंकि कारण यह है कि परिवार को, वीरांगना को वहां से हटाना है, अस्पताल ले जाओ, लेकिन वहां से धरने के स्थल से हटा दो। ये झूठे वादे जो बार बार करे गए, उसके अंदर बेरोजगारी भत्ता का भी है। लाखों लोगों को बोला गया कि बेरोजगारी का भत्ता मिलेगा, लेकिन आज तक बहुत सारे नौजवान अभी भी इंतजार में हैं, उनको बेरोजगारी भत्ता नहीं दिया गया। लोन वेवर की बात 1 से 10 तक की गिनती करी गई कि लोन सबके माफ हो जाएंगे, आज तक लोन माफ नहीं हुए। ये वही झूठी पार्टी है और ये वही झूठे वादे हैं। बेरोजगारी भत्ता तो बहुत दूर की बात है। इन्होंने तो अधिकार से मेहनत करने वाले युवा जो नौकरी पा सकते हैं, उनके पेपर लीक हुए हैं राजस्थान के अंदर, 16 पेपर लीक हुए हैं। और सीबीआई इंक्वायरी से भाग रहे हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि अगर आपको याद हो, एक राम कृपाल मीणा व्यक्ति, उसने बोला था कि अगर नाम निकलेंगे तो बहुत बड़े बड़े नाम निकलेंगे। उसको अभी तक खुला छोड़ रखा है। सीबीआई की जांच होगी तो सारे ऊपर से लेकर नीचे तक के सबके नाम उजागर हो जाएंगे। ये राजस्थान की ये हालत है। पेपर लीक के भी मामले में इन्होंने जिसको जिम्मेदारी दी वो राजीव गांधी स्टडी सर्कल को इन्होंने जिम्मेदारी। ये राजस्थान सरकार है जो वीरांगनाओं को तो अपमान करती है लेकिन तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति में कभी पीछे नहीं हटती। इन्होंने तुष्टीकरण में हर सीमा पार कर दी है। हिंदू त्योहारों पर राजस्थान में धारा 144 लगा दी जाती है, लेकिन विशेष वर्ग का अगर है लोग, भले ही और उपद्रवी हो चाहे कोई भी हो, उनके लिए खास तौर से प्रबंध करे जाते हैं। पीएफआई जब जुलूस निकालती है तो पुलिस की सुरक्षा में जुलूस निकाले जाते हैं। उनके लिए अभी तक कोई उपद्रवी विशेष वर्ग का अरेस्ट नहीं हुआ। शुल्क माफी रहती है उनके लिए, बिजली खास तौर से दी जाती है उनके त्योहारों पर, लेकिन बहुसंख्यक त्योहारों के लिए पाबंदियां लगाई जाती है। रामलीला के अंदर डीजे बंद कर दिया जाता है, होली पे पाबंदियां लगाई जाती हैं, पाठ पढ़ाए जाते हैं कि होली कैसे मनानी चाहिए। सीएम की रोजा की इफ्तार पार्टी के अंदर छबड़ा हिंसा का आसिफ दिखाई देता है। वहीं कृष्णा वाल्मीकि, योगेश जाटव, हरीश जाटव, इनकी जो हत्याएं हुई हैं उसके अंदर पूरा तुष्टीकरण का मामला है। मुख्यमंत्री साहब को कई बातों पे बोलने का उनका रहता है कि इन बातों पे जरूर बोलना है। जैसे एक जिहादी ने दिल्ली के अंदर एक बेटी के 35 टुकड़े करे, अफजल श्रद्धा मर्डर केस आप जानते हैं, उसके अंदर राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री बोले कि अरे ये कोई वैसा बड़ा मामला नहीं है, ये तो आवेश में हो गया है। यहां पर ऐसे मामले पे राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री जरूर बोलेंगे ये तुष्टीकरण है, लेकिन जब वीरांगनाओं की बात आती है तो उनसे मिलने के लिए इनकार कर देते हैं। राजस्थान के पुलिस का इकबाल देखिए, वहां पर आज लॉ एंड ऑर्डर देखिए। महिला जज को कोर्ट के अंदर 20 लाख रुपए के ब्लैकमेल करा जाता है कोर्ट के अंदर। यह राजस्थान के लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की स्थिति है। और राजस्थान के गृह मंत्री कौन है? राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री। चाहे उदयपुर को कन्हैया का गला काटने की घटना हो, जोधपुर के हिंसा की बात हो, करौली का हो, बारां की हो, हर जगह तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति आपको दिखाई देगी। और लूट बचा रखी है राजस्थान के अंदर, अवैध माइनिंग हो रखी है। आपको पता है किस तरह से साधु संत को अपना आत्मदाह करना पड़ता है जमीन की रक्षा करने के लिए। अवैध माइनिंग हो रही है, लूट बची हुई है, पैसे पहुंचाए जा रहे हैं ऊपर तक पूरे देश के अंदर अपनी राजनीति चलाने के लिए। यह राजस्थान की हालत है कि महिलाओं के उनके जो केसेस हैं, आज राजस्थान में सबसे ज्यादा बलात्कार के केसेस हैं देश के अंदर, सबसे ज्यादा। लेकिन पानी पिलाने के लिए राजस्थान सबसे लास्ट पूरे देश के अंदर, जबकि 27,000 करोड़ रुपए राजस्थान सरकार को केंद्र सरकार दे चुकी है। लेकिन खर्च कितना हुआ? केवल 5,000 करोड़ रुपए। इनको चिंता इस बात की रहती है कि ठेका किसको मिल रहा है। यह है राजस्थान की सरकार। पेपर लीक हो रहे हैं, बेरोजगारी बढ़ती जा रही है, कानून व्यवस्था नहीं है, किसानों के साथ बदसलूकी हो रही है, एमएसपी पे बाजरा नहीं खरीदा जा रहा। हर तरह से राजस्थान के अंदर हालत गंभीर होती जा रही है। और अभी वीरांगनाओं से मिलने का जो मामला है उससे दिल को दुख होता है। ये एक तरफ हमारे सेनानी जो देश के लिए कुर्बान करने को तैयार होते हैं, लेकिन उनके परिवार को पालने के लिए आज कोई नहीं है। ये भरतपुर, मुख्यमंत्री जी भरतपुर पहुंच जाते हैं जल्दी से, जिनके ऊपर केस लगे हुए हैं कई सारे, उनके परिवार को पालने की घोषणा करते हैं।
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
A serving soldier of the Indian Army has been murdered by a politician and the Latvian media is quiet about it. Not emphatically, not vocally, not till Republic named and shamed them about their silence over Lance Naik Prabhu's death. Look at this man. He's the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, and as our reporter runs after him to ask him to say one thing, he says not one word. He just keeps running away from the Republic reporters.
All the 9 of the accused have been taken to custody. The primary accused, Chinnasamy, had been picked up by the CID and handed over to the Tamil Nadu cops.
BRS leader Kavita, who is facing the Enforcement Directorate's heat in the Delhi liquor policy case, is going to undertake a one-day hunger strike at Jantar Mantar on March 10th. This is in order to table the Women's Reservation Bill in the current session of Parliament. The rally will include participation from a number of opposition parties and women's organizations. Addressing the media, Kavita, the daughter of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, said the bill has been lying in cold storage since 2010 and Modi government has a historic opportunity to get it passed in Parliament before 2024.
Seen many nations which have given reservations to women in political platforms and national parliaments have made tremendous strides in terms of overall development of the nation. So now the point being, since the time I was in parliament, every Women's Day we would get an opportunity to speak, and every time inside and outside the parliament, wherever I got the chance, I've constantly raised the issue of women's reservation bill. Why? I'll tell you. Because in this country from 1996, the issue has actually started, the discussion has started. From then till 2014, every Prime Minister had made an effort to bring the bill.
So far, 18 parties, including the CPI-M and the Shiv Sena, have confirmed their participation.
My party has passed a resolution in the assembly, not now, in between 2014 and 19, I think it is in 2016, they have passed a resolution in the assembly saying whenever a women reservation bill is tabled in the parliament, BRS will stand by the government. So we will do it, and I am saying Modi ji had promised not incremental growth, mind you, has promised exponential growth. If Honorable Modi ji wants it, he can pass the bill and there will be 180 women MPs. Doesn't matter whichever party in the parliament in 2024. That is the strength today BJP has, and they should utilize it for the greater good of the women. That is my sincere appeal.
CPI-M leader Sitaram Yechuri will inaugurate the program at
And we are now getting you these pictures that are coming in of Prime Minister Narendra Modi holding a delegation level meet with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, who is on a 4-day visit. Remember, today he is in the national capital. Those are the first pictures that are coming here on Republic of the high-level delegation talks that are underway. Stepping into a short commercial break, on the other side we get you details of Gehlot's cops who have hit a new low. Widows of Pulwama martyrs demanding compensation were detained. BJP also holding a news conference to this effect, hitting out at the Gehlot government.
Is the only channel on board INS Vikrant, which is India's indigenous aircraft carrier, and this is the first time where INS Vikrant has reached Mumbai from Kochi. We have been reporting on board, and this is coming right after the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese on Thursday, who embarked on India's indigenous aircraft carrier INS Vikrant, and Albanese, who was received on board Vikrant by Chief of Naval Staff Admiral R. Hari Kumar with a guard of honor. Carrier INS Vikrant, which is the pride of India, is been serving since years, and even we know that INS Vikrant, which has really played a vital role in 1971, but where it was before, earlier it was decommissioned in 2016, but last year, that is on 2nd September 2022, where the Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the first Made in India
aircraft carrier INS Vikrant, carrying it a historic occasion and an exceptional symbol of a self-relevant India. It's very honor for us, as we can see the Australian Prime Minister who was here on board yesterday, and also it is an invite from the Australia as well, because the next program that is going to be happen in Australia is something has been invited to Indian Navy.
Ma'am, as of now, we don't have the exact details of the same, ma'am. However, it was a prestigious event for us, one of a kind event wherein a Prime Minister of a foreign nation has visited us, and we hosted them well, ma'am. And they had a long time here. They saw the deck and the facilities on board, and they saw the indigenous aircraft LCA Tejas and interacted with our crew and men. So all in all, it was a learning experience for us, an exposure for us, and a prestigious event, as I said.
A serving soldier of the Indian Army has been murdered by a politician, and the Latvian media is quiet about it. Not emphatically, not vocally, not till Republic named and shamed them about their silence over Lance Naik Prabhu's death. Look at this.
Side, it will be the High Commissioner, and from the Indian side, Shri Bhupinder Singh Bhalla, Secretary, Minister of New and Renewable Energy. Our next exchange is of a letter of intent between the Government of India's Atal Innovation Mission and the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation Australia for furthering cooperation in innovation. From Australia, it will be the High Commissioner, and from the Indian side, Dr. Chintan Vaishnav, Mission Director, Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the exchange ceremony. I now request the spokesperson to take forward the proceedings.
Honourable Prime Minister of Australia, His Excellency Mr. Anthony Albanese, Honourable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, Honourable Ministers, members of both delegations, friends of the media, I now welcome you to the press statements following today's meetings between the two leaders. May I now request Honourable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi to make his remarks to the media. Sir.
Your Excellency, Prime Minister Albanese, दोनों देशों के डेलीगेट्स, मीडिया के साथियों, नमस्कार। सबसे पहले तो मैं प्रधानमंत्री एल्बेनीजी का भारत में उनके पहले स्टेट विजिट पर हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। पिछले साल दोनों देशों ने प्रधानमंत्रियों के स्तर पर वार्षिक समिट करने का निर्णय लिया था और प्रधानमंत्री एल्बेनीजी की इस यात्रा से इस श्रृंखला का शुभारंभ हो रहा है। भारत में उनका आगमन होली के दिन हुआ और उसके बाद हमने मिलकर क्रिकेट के मैदान में कुछ समय बिताया। कलर्स, कल्चर और क्रिकेट का यह सेलिब्रेशन एक प्रकार से भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया की मित्रता के जोश और उल्लास का उत्तम प्रतीक है। फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने आपसी सहयोग के विभिन्न पहलुओं पर विस्तार से चर्चा की। सुरक्षा सहयोग हमारी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप का एक महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ है। आज हमारे बीच इंडो पैसिफिक क्षेत्र में मैरीटाइम सिक्योरिटी और आपसी रक्षा और सुरक्षा सहयोग बढ़ाने पर विस्तार से चर्चा हुई। रक्षा के क्षेत्र में हमने पिछले कुछ सालों में उल्लेखनीय एग्रीमेंट्स किए हैं, जिनमें एक दूसरे की सेनाओं के लिए लॉजिस्टिक सपोर्ट भी शामिल है। हमारी सुरक्षा एजेंसीज के बीच भी नियमित और उपयोगी सूचना का आदान प्रदान है और हमने इसे और सुदृढ़ करने पर चर्चा की। हमारे युवा सैनिकों के बीच संपर्क और मित्रता बढ़ाने के लिए हमने जनरल रावत ऑफिसर्स एक्सचेंज प्रोग्राम की स्थापना की है, जो इसी महीने आरंभ हुआ है। फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने विश्वस्त और मजबूत वैश्विक सप्लाई चेन्स के विकसित करने के लिए आपसी सहयोग पर विचार विमर्श किया। रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी दोनों देशों के लिए प्राथमिकता और फोकस का क्षेत्र है और हम क्लीन हाइड्रोजन और सोलर में साथ मिलकर काम कर रहे हैं। पिछले साल लागू हुए ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट एकता से दोनों देशों के बीच ट्रेड और इन्वेस्टमेंट के बेहतर अवसर खुले हैं और हमारी टीमें कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन एग्रीमेंट पर भी काम कर रही है। फ्रेंड्स, पीपल टू पीपल संबंध भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया मित्रता का एक प्रमुख आधार है। हमने एजुकेशनल क्वालिफिकेशंस की परस्पर मान्यता के लिए एक मैकेनिज्म पर हस्ताक्षर किए हैं, जो हमारे छात्र समुदाय के लिए उपयोगी होंगे। हम मोबिलिटी एग्रीमेंट पर भी आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। यह छात्रों, कामगारों और प्रोफेशनल्स के लिए लाभदायक होगा। भारतीय प्रवासी अब ऑस्ट्रेलिया में दूसरा सबसे बड़ा इमिग्रेंट समुदाय है। यह इंडियन कम्युनिटी ऑस्ट्रेलिया के समाज और अर्थव्यवस्था में उल्लेखनीय योगदान दे रहा है। यह खेद का विषय है कि पिछले कुछ सप्ताहों से ऑस्ट्रेलिया में मंदिरों पर हमलों की खबरें नियमित रूप से आ रही है। स्वाभाविक है कि ऐसे समाचार भारत में सभी लोगों को चिंतित करते हैं, हमारे मन को व्यथित करते हैं। हमारी इन भावनाओं और चिंताओं को मैंने प्रधानमंत्री एल्बेनीजी के समक्ष रखा और उन्होंने मुझे आश्वस्त किया है कि भारतीय समुदाय की सेफ्टी उनके लिए विशेष प्राथमिकता है। इस विषय पर हमारी टीम्स नियमित संपर्क में रहेगी और यथासंभव सहयोग करेगी। फ्रेंड्स, प्रधानमंत्री एल्बेनीजी और मैं इस बात पर सहमत है कि हमारे द्विपक्षीय संबंध वैश्विक चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए और वैश्विक कल्याण के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। मैंने प्रधानमंत्री एल्बेनीजी को भारत की G20 अध्यक्षता की प्राथमिकताओं के बारे में बताया और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के सतत सहयोग के लिए उनका आभार भी व्यक्त किया। भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया दोनों क्वाड के सदस्य हैं और आज हमने इस प्लेटफॉर्म पर हमारे बीच सहयोग पर भी चर्चा की। इस वर्ष मई में क्वाड लीडर्स समिट के लिए मुझे आमंत्रित करने के लिए मैं प्रधानमंत्री एल्बेनीजी को धन्यवाद देता हूं। उसके बाद सितंबर में G20 समिट के दौरान प्रधानमंत्री एल्बेनीजी का फिर से स्वागत करने का मुझे अवसर मिलेगा और मुझे बहुत खुशी होगी। एक बार फिर प्रधानमंत्री एल्बेनीजी का भारत में हार्दिक स्वागत है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि उनकी इस यात्रा से हमारे संबंधों को नई गति और मोमेंटम मिलेगा। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. May I now call upon Honorable Prime Minister of Australia to deliver his remarks.
Well, thank you very much, and I was very pleased to meet Prime Minister Modi again after our meetings at the G20 and the East Asia Summit last year. And I look forward very much to hosting Prime Minister Modi in Australia for the Quad Leaders Summit in May, and then returning to India in September for the G20 Leaders Summit. The relationship with India is multifaceted. The frequent high-level contact between Australia and India has further strengthened cooperation across a range of areas, including trade and investment, climate and energy, defence and security, and between the people of our two countries. Today, Prime Minister Modi and I discussed the strength of our economic relationship, demonstrated by the entry into force of the landmark India-Australia Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement last year. This has eliminated tariffs on more than 85% of Australian goods exported to India, benefiting Indian consumers and providing cheaper inputs for Indian industry. We also agreed on an early conclusion of our ambitious, comprehensive economic cooperation agreement as soon as possible, and I'm hopeful that we'll be able to finalise that this year. This transformational deal will realise the full potential of the bilateral economic relationship, creating new employment opportunities and raising living standards for the people of both Australia and India. In recognition of a unique part of our bilateral economic relationship, we also discussed the potential presented by the India-Australia audio-visual co-production agreement that has been exchanged here today. This agreement will support skilled jobs, creative exchange and the development of screen projects of cultural significance in both countries. Prime Minister Modi and I also discussed the urgent need to address climate change and support the implementation of the Paris Agreement. I am proud of the existing cooperation between Australia and India on solar and hydrogen, two technologies that are critical to our energy transition goals, and the opportunities for us to work more closely to secure critical mineral supply chains. I'm pleased that today we have exchanged terms of references for the Australia-India Solar Task Force and are able to announce Australian solar expert Professor Renata Egan and eminent Indian scientist Professor Anil Kotantharil as task force co-chairs. Provide our governments with advice on opportunities to accelerate solar PV deployment and enhance supply chains. I welcome significant and ambitious progress under the defence and security pillar of our relationship. Prime Minister Modi and I discussed the increasingly uncertain global security environment and committed to strengthening the Australia-India Defence and Security Partnership to address shared challenges and work towards an open, stable and prosperous Indo-Pacific. I welcome increased defence information sharing between Australia and India, including in the maritime domain. We also discussed Exercise Malabar, which Australia is honoured to be hosting this year. In recognition of the strong education links between Australia and India, I welcome a new agreement to support the mutual recognition of Australian and Indian education qualifications, and am keen to further expand the presence of Australian universities here in India. I am also pleased to report that officials have made significant progress on a new migration and mobility partnership arrangement. This arrangement will promote and support the mobility of students, graduates, academic researchers, business people and other professionals from the emerging and high-tech sectors now and into the future, while also enhancing cooperation on issues pertaining to irregular migration. We hope to have more to announce on this new initiative the next time we meet in Australia. In sports collaboration, I was also honoured to join Prime Minister Modi at the first day of the fourth cricket match of the Border-Gavaskar Test Series on Thursday. And it was also a great honour, I must say, Prime Minister, to meet Sunil Gavaskar, VVS Laxman and other legends, including Harbhajan Singh yesterday. It was great to open the match at Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad, a stadium designed by a Brisbane-based architectural firm a concrete example, literally, of the cooperation between Australia and India and the mutual benefit that arises from it. I'm pleased to have exchanged a revised sports memorandum of understanding today, which will promote cooperation between our sport-loving nations, including recognising equality, diversity and inclusion in sports, and that kabaddi will be showcased at the 2026 Commonwealth Games to be held in regional Victoria. I am pleased to announce the appointment of Mr Tim Thomas as the inaugural Chief Executive Officer of the new Centre for Australia-India Relations. The centre will build greater understanding of the Australia-India relationship and support opportunities flowing from our burgeoning connections. I am proud of the deep and vibrant ties between Australians and Indians. These links will grow closer as our cooperation on education, renewable energy, defence, culture and sports expands. I thank you once again, Prime Minister Modi, for your extraordinary welcome here to your vibrant, diverse, wonderful nation. It's been a great honour to be here.
Thank you, sir. This concludes the press statements. Thank you all for joining.
All right, so there you heard a joint statement by the Australian Prime Minister and Prime Minister Modi as they held their bilateral today. The Prime Minister there raising vandalism of temples in Australia issue during the press statement along with the Australian Prime Minister. Let's quickly go across to Jay Bharadwaj, editor of the Australia Today, joining us. Mr. Bharadwaj, while we understand Prime Minister Modi raising that issue with Prime Minister of Australia, help us understand the kind of probe which has been happening in Australia to into the attacks in these temples in Australia, which have been happening on a regular basis.
See, it is the kind of pressure coming from the highest authority in India to Australian authorities. It seems as if Australian security agencies are working somewhere. There have been number of phone calls, number of inquiries in last, 48 hours from the security agencies. There have been meetings and concern calls to the victims and the affected parties that are Hindu temples here in Australia, which we have not seen in last 2.5 months. So something is churning around. Probably this is the question which have been raised by Indian authorities. They are working kind of hopefully we see some concrete action on the ground. Some arrests are imminent. We were told by Victoria Police that they're inquiring really on the last leg of their inquiry. So it might happen in next couple of days. The kind of posters and banners which were plastered in Brisbane city in last week and a half, they have been removed by the authorities, be it the transport authority or the civil authorities of the councils, the local bodies. So we are seeing some action. And this action is only happening because what Prime Minister Modi had just said openly from the highest platform, probably that force, that pressure is working here in Australia too. Samiksha?
Yes. Mr. Bharadwaj, just a follow-up question. If you can help us understand how much of this is a concern among the Hindu community as well, because just this morning we received reports of how, Khalistan flags were also found at this Gandhi statue in Brisbane.
Definitely, there is a big concern among Hindu community in Australia. Australian Hindus are scared, they are worried, they are stressed, and they are dismayed by the inaction of Australian authorities, local, state, police governments. They are very worried. See, it all started by calling names on social media. Then it was vandalism on the temple's walls. Then it came to threatening calls to the office bearers of different temples. If I can name, there are 7 temples which have been targeted by these Khalistan supporters. So there was a kind of a fear. It started from Pongal, Shivratri, and then Holi festival just few days back. So everyone was saying that we are kind of scared. We are worried about taking our young kids to temple where they could see some ugly vandalism, some ugly graffiti written, and they will ask mom or dad, what is this? Who has done this? What is the meaning of this? And we don't want to go through the kind of pain. And let me tell you, a number of people are here who have come from Punjab, those who have seen as kids the ugly days of Khalistan terrorism in Punjab. They tell us, we don't want to live that life. We don't want our kids to feel the kind of pain they have gone through. So it's very important for Australian Hindus that this menace is nubbed in the bud.
All right, Mr. Bharadwaj, we'll have to leave it at that. Thank you for speaking to us. So, Jay Bharadwaj there of the Australian Today speaking to us on Prime Minister Modi raising the issue of vandalism at the temples in Australia with his counterpart. So, of course, Prime Minister there in his joint address with the Australian Prime Minister speaking on a host of issues. A lot of key agreements also that have been inked, and one of the key issues that have been raised by Prime Minister Modi is the vandalism of the temples which have been happening in Australia. And a quick look at the top headlines from across the globe. Yet another deadly missile strike by Russia. At least 6 killed, several others injured. Shooter opens fire in a church building in Hamburg. Police say hunt on for the accused. In a fresh military provocation, Kim Jong-un and daughter seen at an artillery exercise. Biden proposes a $63.1 billion budget for State Department, 9% increase from the previous one. Clashes as hundreds of students calling for cheaper education take to the streets of Santiago. Alright, so the visuals there on your screens right now of several of these BJP workers who've now been detained as they staged protest outside the AAP office. Remember, Sisodia, the former Deputy Chief Minister of the National Capital, would be produced before the court at 2 p.m. And as the probe into the liquor gate widens, BJP workers there staging protest against the Aam Aadmi Party, and several of them now having been detained from outside the AAP office. And government exposes Western media propaganda, says New York Times peddling lies against Modi government.
Days after the Karnataka corruption wing recovered the cash dash of more than rupees 8 crore from BJP MLA's son, the Lokayukta grilled the prime bribe gate accused and BJP MLA Madal Virupakshapa for over 5 hours on Thursday. Republic confronted the BJP MLA yesterday.
Sir, Lokayukta ಮುಂದೆ ಇವಾಗಲೇ ಅಪಿಯರ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ? Sir, are you appearing before the Lokayukta? Sir, where were you all these days? Sir, where were you all these days? Mr. Madal, where were you? Mr. Madal, where were you? Mr. Madal.
On being asked about his whereabouts on the same day the bribe gate exploded, the MLA kept mum.
Sir, Lokayukta ಮುಂದೆ ಇವಾಗಲೇ ಅಪಿಯರ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ? Sir, are you appearing before the Lokayukta? Sir, where were you all these days? Sir.
Out on bail, Virupakshapa received a warm welcome by supporters on Tuesday. The tainted BJP MLA even denied graft charge, claiming that the money recovered during raids was earned from groundnut plantation. Therefore, the leader, after being interrogated yesterday, assured his full cooperation in the further investigation.
ನ್ಯಾಯಾಲಯದ ಆದೇಶದಂತೆ ಈ ದಿನ ನಾನು ವಿಚಾರಣೆಗೆ
ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ರಿ ಸರ್ ಇಷ್ಟು ದಿವಸ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ರಿ?
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಗ ಬಿಡೋಣ ಸಾಕು ಬಿಡೋಣ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಗ ಬಿಡೋಣ
ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ, ನಾನೊಬ್ಬ ಹಿರಿಯ ಶಾಸಕ, ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತಾ? ನನಗೆ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದೆ. ನೀವು ನನ್ನ ಟಚ್ ಮಾಡೋದಾಗ್ಲಿ, ತೊಂದರೆ ಮಾಡೋದಾಗ್ಲಿ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮಾಡೋದಾಗ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
With Bribegate hitting the BJP right ahead of polls, will Bomai-led government be able to wash off this taint? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Is the only channel on board INS Vikrant, which is India's indigenous aircraft carrier, and this is the first time where INS Vikrant has reached Mumbai from Kochi. We have been reporting on board, and this is coming right after the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese on Thursday, who embarked on India's indigenous aircraft carrier INS Vikrant, and Albanese, who was received on board Vikrant by Chief of Naval Staff Admiral R. Hari Kumar with a guard of honor. Carrier INS Vikrant, which is the pride of India, is been serving since years, and even we know that INS Vikrant, which has really played a vital role in 1971, but where it was before, earlier it was decommissioned in 2016, but last year, that is on 2nd September 2022, where the Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the first made in India aircraft carrier INS Vikrant, carrying it a historic occasion and an exceptional symbol of a self-relevant India. It's very honor for us, as we can see the Australian Prime Minister, who was here on board yesterday, and also it has an invite from the Australia as well, because the next program that is going to be happen in Australia is something has been invited to Indian Navy.
Ma'am, as of now, we don't have the exact details of the same, ma'am. However, it was a prestigious event for us, one of a kind event wherein a Prime Minister of a foreign nation has visited us, and we hosted them well, ma'am, and they had a long time here. They saw the deck and the facilities on board, and they saw the indigenous aircraft LCA Tejas and interacted with our crew and men. So all in all, it was a learning experience for us, an exposure for us, and a prestigious event, as I said.
A serving soldier of the Indian Army has been murdered by a politician, and the Latvians media is quiet about it. Not emphatically, not vocally, not till Republic named and shamed them about their silence over Lance Naik Prabhu's death. Look at this man. He's the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, and as our reporter runs after him to ask him to say one thing, he says not one word. He just keeps running away from the Republic reporters.
All the 9 of the accused have been taken to custody. The primary accused, Chinnasamy, had been picked up by the CID and handed over to the Tamil Nadu cops.
BRS leader Kavita, who is facing the Enforcement Directorate's heat in the Delhi liquor policy case, is going to undertake a one-day hunger strike at Jantar Mantar on March 10th. This is in order to table the Women's Reservation Bill in the current session of Parliament. The rally will include participation from a number of opposition parties and women's organizations. Addressing the media, Kavita, the daughter of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, said the bill has been lying in cold storage since 2010 and Modi government has a historic opportunity to get it passed in Parliament before 2024.
Seen many nations which have given reservations to women in political platforms and national parliaments have made tremendous strides in terms of overall development of the nation. So now the point being, since the time I was in parliament, every Women's Day we would get an opportunity to speak, and every time inside and outside the parliament, wherever I got the chance, I've constantly raised the issue of women's reservation bill. Why? I'll tell you. Because in this country from 1996, the issue has actually started, the discussion has started. From then till 2014, every Prime Minister had made an effort to bring the bill.
So far, 18 parties, including the CPI-M and the Shiv Sena, have confirmed their participation.
My party has passed a resolution in the assembly, not now, in between 2014 and 19, I think it is in 2016, they have passed a resolution in the assembly saying whenever a women reservation bill is tabled in the parliament, BRS will stand by the government. So we will do it, and I am saying Modi ji had promised not incremental growth, mind you, has promised exponential growth. If Honorable Modi ji wants it, he can pass the bill and there will be 180 women MPs, doesn't matter whichever party, in the parliament in 2024. That is the strength today BJP has, and they should utilize it for the greater good of the women. That is my sincere appeal.
CPI-M leader Sitaram Yechuri will inaugurate the program at 10 a.m. Kavita said Prime Minister Narendra Modi had promised in both 2014 and 2019 Lok Sabha polls that his government would bring this bill and that it was also part of the BJP's election manifesto. She also added that none of the BJP leaders raised this issue and the Modi government has failed to get this bill passed in Parliament despite having a majority. The bill, which seeks to reserve 33% seats in Lok Sabha and all state legislatures.
राष्ट्रपति तो राज्यसभा के नेता है, सभापति हैं, सॉरी। उपराष्ट्रपति जी राज्यसभा के सभापति हैं और राहुल गांधी का जो भाषण हुआ था वो तो लोकसभा में हुआ था। तो मेरे ख्याल से आपका सवाल थोड़ा स्पष्ट कीजिए।
All right, that is once again a news conference that the Aam Aadmi Party is holding right now on Sisodia's arrest, where remember the Delhi Rouse Avenue Court has directed the ED to produce Manish Sisodia before it at 2 p.m. this afternoon in the Delhi excise policy case. He was arrested last evening at 6:20 p.m. and the court's directions have come after the Central Probe Agency moved an application before it seeking the production warrant of Manish Sisodia. Big stir over Women's Reservation Bill. 18 opposition parties joined Kavita's hunger strike. Congress likely to skip. Trouble mounts for Kejriwal's deputy. ED seeks 10-day remand. Sisodia to be produced in court at 2 p.m. Government exposes Western media propaganda, says New York Times, peddling lies against Modi government. Gehlot's cops hit a new low. Widows of Pulwama martyrs demanding compensation detained. ED News tightens inland for jobs scam after Lalu's close aide raided. ED team now at Tejashwi residence.
में मंदिरों पर हमलों की खबरें नियमित रूप से आ रही है। स्वाभाविक है कि ऐसे समाचार भारत में सभी लोगों को चिंतित करते हैं, हमारे मन को व्यथित करते हैं। हमारी इन भावनाओं और चिंताओं को मैंने प्रधानमंत्री एल्बेनीजी के समक्ष रखा और उन्होंने मुझे आश्वस्त किया है कि भारतीय समुदाय की सेफ्टी उनके लिए विशेष प्राथमिकता है।
Prime Minister Modi raises attacks on Hindu temples in Australia, seeks action from Albanese. And in a record win, Xi Jinping has been elected as China's president for a third time. Good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. This is Live and Breaking at 1:30. I'm Suesha Samant and we are beginning this edition of the news getting you YSRTP Chief YS Sharmila's first reaction on K. Kavitha's hunger strike, who has now hit out questioning the timing of this hunger strike. Remember, she is to be questioned by the ED, where she has asked for more time, and this is in connection with the Liquorgate case. K. Kavitha, who is on a day-long hunger strike in Delhi for the passage of the Women's Reservation Bill. And now YS Sharmila hitting out at K. Kavitha's hunger strike. This is what she had to say.
In 2018, KCR gave only 4 seats out of 119 to women. So there was no woman in the cabinet of KCR's first term being in power. Even now there are only 2 women in the second term. There is just 2 or 3 MLCs and MPs from the BRS party. So if 33% is not implemented in Telangana by her own father, what right has Ms. Kavitha to go and fight in Delhi? If anything, she should fight before her father's house, before Pragati Bhavan and before her party office, and demand for the women's reservation bill in Telangana before she does anything in Delhi.
Well, this very same question we also happened to speak to K. Kavitha, and we asked her the same thing. But then what she has to say is that whenever the central government, let it be of any party, right now as it's the BJP at the center, if they come up with this women reservation bill, they would definitely support it. But then what she says is, as BJP has this majority all of these years, from back then, from before 2014, they did not, the parties at the center did not have that much of majority, and that is why they couldn't bring in this bill. But now BJP is at the center and they have full majority, and that is why BRS would definitely support this bill when the center comes up with.
See, nobody will not support this bill. Everybody will support this bill. But the point here is, if you did not have the integrity to implement it in your own state, how will people believe that you have the integrity? With integrity you are doing this there in Delhi. People are not believing it because this is clearly a diversion tactic by Ms. Kavitha to save her skin from the imminent arrest on the Delhi liquor scam. It is very evident to the people of Telangana, and the people of Telangana literally feel like they're cheated. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace that the Chief Minister's daughter herself is involved in something as hideous as a liquor scam. The whole of Telangana feels humiliated and let down, very disappointed by the family of KCR, because KCR himself is involved in the Kaleshwaram scam. His son is involved in the real estate scams. His daughter is involved in the liquor scam. They are looting the exchequer of the state.
Madhurima now joining us live on the broadcast. Well, Madhurima, this is YS Sharmila raising the question of integrity, and rightly so. One could speak about the timing in particular, because she does face the heat of the Liquorgate scam and an imminent arrest, as she is to be questioned by the ED. And especially when K. Kavitha is raising the women's reservation bill, she ought to answer what is happening back in her home state. And why is it that her own father, who is in power, is not pushing for women in a stronger force when she is standing up for this cause, and she is doing this against the BJP when she is already raising their voice against them as she faces the heat of the Liquorgate scam?
Well, yes, absolutely, Swesha. What needs to be seen here is that where K. Kavita is, along with all the other leaders of the opposition, is making a hue and cry about this entire issue of women's reservation bills. A very right question has been asked that why not the similar kind of a bill has been raised in the state of Telangana. However, Mr. K. Kavita, and we even heard leaders like Sitaram Yeshwari and all the opposition leaders have been pressing on the fact that they are going to take the bill once again with this new session starting from the next week. But the BJP continues to press upon the fact that why is it that Ms. Kavita has not really voiced her opinion in her own state. Now, what needs to be seen here is, Swesha, that this particular entire initiative comes as Ms. Kavita is supposed to be interrogated tomorrow by the Enforcement Directorate in the liquor scam. Yesterday, while addressing a press conference, she touted the entire investigation as modest, as nothing but political vendetta and political witch hunt. Now, what needs to be seen here is that how Ms. K. Kavita is using this opportunity. These are the claims made by the BJP that they are using this opportunity to slam the center by saying that by trying to turn the tables and attention of the media to different directions. We shall have to wait and watch as to what really happens by the end of the day and how the entire interrogation goes on tomorrow and what more claims will be made by Kavita, K. Kavita in the near future.
Right. And Republic is tracking the story very, very closely, especially every angle to what happens in Telangana and the national capital on this. For the moment, thank you, Madhurima, for joining us. We now move on to play this next 2-minute report as a day after Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese went on board the indigenous INS Vikrant and received a guard of honour by the Indian Navy in Mumbai. INS Vikrant is on a maiden visit to Mumbai. Getting you this report.
Republic is the only channel on board INS Vikrant, which is India's indigenous aircraft carrier, and this is the first time where INS Vikrant has reached Mumbai from Kochi. We have been reporting on board, and this is coming right after the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese on Thursday, who embarked on India's indigenous aircraft carrier INS Vikrant, and Albanese, who was received on board Vikrant by Chief of Naval Staff Admiral R. Hari Kumar with a guard of honour. Carrier INS Vikrant, which is the pride of India, is been serving since years, and even we know that INS Vikrant, which has really played a vital role in 1971, but where it was before, earlier it was decommissioned in 2016, but last year, that is on 2nd September 2022, where the Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the first made in India aircraft carrier INS Vikrant, carrying it a historic occasion and an exceptional symbol of a self-relevant India. It's very honor for us, as we can see the Australian Prime Minister who was here on board yesterday, and also it is an invite from the Australia as well, because the next program that is going to be happen in Australia is something has been invited to Indian Navy.
Ma'am, as of now, we don't have the exact details of the same, ma'am. However, it was a prestigious event for us, one of a kind event wherein a Prime Minister of a foreign nation has visited us, and we hosted them well, ma'am, and they had a long time here. They saw the deck and the facilities on board, and they saw the indigenous aircraft LCA Tejas and interacted with our crew and men. So all in all, it was a learning experience for us, an exposure for us, and a prestigious event, as I said.
ஒரு அலுவலகம், கட்சியோட அலுவலகம் நம்ம அத்தனை பேரையும் புனிதப்படுத்தக்கூடிய நம்ம அத்தனை பேரையும்
इसकी आंख हमें सच्चा प्यार हो गया और ये मजे ले रही है। झूठी कहीं की। हमारे से चोर से चोरी, मकार से मकारी। नहीं करती प्यार तो बोले ना, नहीं करती ये क्या घटिया तरीका है।
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आप इंडिया आते हैं and then you start special forces, NSG, गरुड़, मार्कोस। किस तरीके से ये सफर शुरू हुआ स्पेशल फोर्सेस को ट्रेन करने?
कर्नल साहब, तो ही वाज एट दैट टाइम CEO of 6AR और पहली अपॉर्चुनिटी उन्होंने मुझे दी।
अच्छा।
टू ट्रेन हिज रेजिमेंट एंड ही आस्क्ड मी कि आप उनको नाइफ टू नाइफ कॉम्बैट में खुखरी ट्रेन करो। जब मैंने ADG इन्फेंट्री के सामने वो डेमो दिया और उनको वो बहुत अलग लिखा, एज लॉन्ग एज आवर सोल्जर्स आर सेफ, दे गेट द बेस्ट, आई हैव नो प्रॉब्लम।
Days after the Karnataka corruption wing recovered the cash dash of more than rupees 8 crore from BJP MLA's son, the Lokayukta grilled the prime bribe gate accused and BJP MLA Madhav Virupakshapa for over 5 hours on Thursday. The Republic confronted the BJP MLA yesterday.
Sir, Lokayukta ಮುಂದೆ ಇವಾಗಲೇ ಅಪಿಯರ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ? Sir, are you appearing before the Lokayukta? Sir, where were you all these days? Sir, where were you all these days? Mr. Madal, where were you? Mr. Madal, where were you? Mr. Madal.
On being asked about his whereabouts on the same day the bribe gate exploded, the MLA kept mum.
Sir, Lokayukta ಮುಂದೆ ಇವಾಗಲೇ ಅಪಿಯರ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ? Sir, are you appearing before the Lokayukta? Sir, where were you all these days? Sir.
Out on bail, Virupakshapa received a warm welcome by his supporters on Tuesday. The tainted BJP MLA even denied graft charge, claiming that the money recovered during raids was earned from groundnut plantation. Therefore, the leader, after being interrogated yesterday, assured his full cooperation in the further investigation.
ನ್ಯಾಯಾಲಯದ ಆದೇಶದಂತೆ ಈ ದಿನ ನಾನು ವಿಚಾರಣೆಗೆ ಹಾಜರಾಗ್ತೀನಿ.
ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ರಿ ಸರ್? ಇಷ್ಟು ದಿವಸ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ರಿ?
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಗ ಬಿಡೋಣ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಗ ಬಿಡೋಣ, ಸಾಕು ಬಿಡೋಣ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಗ ಬಿಡೋಣ.
ನೋಡಿ,
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಗ ಬಿಡೋಣ.
ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ, ನಾನೊಬ್ಬ ಹಿರಿಯ ಶಾಸಕ, ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತಾ? ನನಗೆ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದೆ. ನೀವು ನನ್ನ ಟಚ್ ಮಾಡೋದಾಗ್ಲಿ, ತೊಂದರೆ ಮಾಡೋದಾಗ್ಲಿ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮಾಡೋದಾಗ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
With Bribegate hitting the BJP right ahead of polls, will Bomai-led government be able to wash off this taint? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Is the only channel on board INS Vikrant, which is India's indigenous aircraft carrier, and this is the first time where INS Vikrant has reached Mumbai from Kochi. We have been reporting on board, and this is coming right after the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese on Thursday, who embarked on India's indigenous aircraft carrier INS Vikrant, and Albanese, who was received on board Vikrant by Chief of Naval Staff Admiral R. Hari Kumar with a guard of honor. Carrier INS Vikrant, which is the pride of India, is been serving since years, and even we know that INS Vikrant, which has really played a vital role in 1971, but where it was before, earlier it was decommissioned in 2016, but last year, that is on 2nd September 2022, where the Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the first Made in India aircraft carrier INS Vikrant, carrying it a historic occasion and an exceptional symbol of a self-relevant India. It's very honor for us, as we can see the Australian Prime Minister who was here on board yesterday, and also it is an invite from the Australia as well, because the next program that is going to be happen in Australia is something has been invited to Indian Navy.
Ma'am, as of now, we don't have the exact details of the same, ma'am. However, it was a prestigious event for us, one of a kind event wherein a Prime Minister of a foreign nation has visited us, and we hosted them well, ma'am. And they had a long time here. They saw the deck and the facilities on board, and they saw the indigenous aircraft LCA Tejas and interacted with our crew and men. So all in all, it was a learning experience for us, an exposure for us, and a prestigious event, as I said.
A serving soldier of the Indian Army has been murdered by a politician, and the Latvian media is quiet about it. Not emphatically, not vocal.
Thank you for staying with Republican. Well, the Silicon Valley Bank is scrambling to reassure clients that their money with the bank was safe after a capital raise caused a steep 60% collapse in its share value, wiping out over $80 billion in value from bank shares. What does this mean? Joining us on the broadcast is Akash Jindal. He's an economist and market expert who's with me on the show right now. Akash, very good afternoon to you. Silicon Valley Bank is one of the most prolific lenders in the private ecosystem space, and this crisis, many are comparing it to the Lehman Brothers and Evergrande liquidity crisis. Break down the details for us and also explain to us the possible impact this meltdown could have on the Indian markets.
See, I'm an economist and I'll give my views as an economist only. As of now, this news is in very premature shape. So we need to have much more information on what exactly has happened. But till now, the information we are having is that there have been issues with the bank. Now the issues with the bank have been perhaps losses in the securities portfolio and perhaps slowdown in funding. Then, of course, we know in US interest rates have been increasing. Because of this Russia-Ukraine war, interest rates have been increasing, inflation has been high. So to combat high inflation, US Fed has been increasing rates of interest. Now, nobody could have predicted that US Fed would have increased the rates of interest the way it has been, because inflation in US went to around 9%. That was something which nobody thought, nobody predicted in US. Inflation was high in US, inflation was high in Europe also. So now to combat that inflation, Fed kept on increasing rates of interest. That also, it kept on increasing on a regular basis. So that is something which nobody predicted. Nobody thought that Russia-Ukraine war could have so much of impact. Because see, there are sanctions on Russia, but sanctions sort of proved counterproductive for many economies. America also, Russia-Ukraine war has been quite harsh on the American economy. So because of the rates of interest rising on a regular basis, that could have an impact, because nobody would have predicted that, because securities portfolio, if you are having a bond portfolio and if rates of interest keep on increasing on a regular basis, then that bond portfolio can be impacted severely, because what happens is you could have expected a particular yield, and now when the rates of interest move, what happens is the bonds which would be purchased according to the higher rates of interest or the rates of interest which are right now would be much more lucrative, and the bonds which one has purchased while rates of interest were lesser would definitely be negatively impacted. So that could be one of the reasons. Then, of course, increased macroeconomic uncertainty, that perhaps could be one of the reasons. Then a venture capital investment activity has been there. High cash burn could be there. So I think there are a lot of reasons, but primarily, I think high interest rates could be perhaps one of the reasons. Though as of now, it's initial information, it would take more time for more information to come.
Still remains, Akash, that this crisis has led to a panic situation for top firms, and right now the Silicon Valley Bank is having a tough time convincing its clients to not pull out. I'll keep coming back to you for more on this. For the moment, we move on and cut across to what is happening in the national capital. And we are getting you those pictures as Manish Sisodia has been brought to the court, where, remember, the Enforcement Directorate is seeking a 10-day custody of the former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister. Those are the first pictures on your screens of Manish Sisodia having been brought to the court, where he was arrested last evening at about 6:20 p.m. High security deployment in and around the court. As you see, former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia brought to Delhi's Rouse Avenue court that had directed the Enforcement Directorate to produce him before 2 p.m. today. This is in connection with the Delhi excise policy case, as the court's direction came after ED had moved an application before it seeking the production warrant of the Aam Aadmi Party leader in the excise policy case. The ED had arrested Sisodia last evening at 6:20 p.m. on money laundering charges in connection with alleged irregularities in the now scrapped Delhi excise policy. Also, in its application, it had sought a 10-day custody of the former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister. The court had said that it will consider the ED plea in the matter after Sisodia is presented in the court, which is exactly what is happening right now. You will also remember how Sisodia was sent to Tihar jail after he was granted 14-day judicial custody by a CBI court on the 6th of March. And this was obviously basis what the CBI has been alleging, where it comes to corruption in the formulation and implementation of the excise policy. He was arrested on the 26th of February by CBI, then sent to judicial custody, and now ED is seeking 10-day remand of Manish Sisodia. On that note, it's time for us to slip into a very short commercial break. On the other side, we'll also get you details of Prime Minister Modi raising the attacks on Hindu temples in Australia, seeking action from Anthony Albanese.
BRS leader Kavita, who is facing the Enforcement Directorate's heat in the Delhi liquor policy case, is going to undertake a one-day hunger strike at Jantar Mantar on March 10th. This is in order to table the Women's Reservation Bill in the current session of Parliament. The rally will include participation from a number of opposition parties and women's organizations. Addressing the media, Kavita, the daughter of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, said the bill has been lying in cold storage since 2010 and Modi government has a historic opportunity to get it passed in Parliament before 2024.
Seen many nations which have given reservations to women in political platforms and national parliaments have made tremendous strides in terms of overall development of the nation. So now the point being, since the time I was in Parliament, every Women's Day we would get an opportunity to speak, and every time inside and outside the Parliament, wherever I got the chance, I've constantly raised the issue of Women's Reservation Bill. Why? I'll tell you. Because in this country from 1996, the issue has actually started, the discussion has started. From then till 2014, every Prime Minister had made an effort to bring the bill.
So far, 18 parties, including the CPI-M and the Shiv Sena, have confirmed their participation.
My party has passed a resolution in the assembly, not now, in between 2014 and 19, I think it is in 2016, they have passed a resolution in the assembly saying whenever a women reservation bill is tabled in the parliament, BRS will stand by the government. So we will do it, and I am saying Modi ji had promised not incremental growth, mind you, has promised exponential growth. If Honorable Modi ji wants it, he can pass the bill and there will be 180 women MPs, doesn't matter whichever party, in the parliament in 2024. That is the strength today BJP has, and they should utilize it for the greater good of the women. That is my sincere appeal.
CPI-M leader Sitaram Yechury will inaugurate the program at 10 a.m. Kavita said Prime Minister Narendra Modi had promised in both 2014 and 2019 Lok Sabha polls that his government would bring this bill and that it was also part of the BJP's election manifesto. She also added that none of the BJP leaders raised this issue and the Modi government has failed to get this bill passed in Parliament despite having a majority. The bill, which seeks to reserve 33% seats in Lok Sabha and all state legislative assemblies for women, was introduced in the Rajya Sabha in May 2008 and was referred to a standing committee. In 2010, it was passed in the House and transmitted finally to the Lok Sabha. However, the bill ended up getting lapsed with the 15th Lok Sabha.
आप इंडिया आते हैं and then you start special forces, NSG, गरुड़, मार्कोस, किस तरीके से ये सफर शुरू हुआ स्पेशल फोर्सेस को ट्रेन करने?
कर्नल साहब, तो ही वॉज एट दैट टाइम CEO of 6AR और पहली अपॉर्चुनिटी उन्होंने मुझे दी
अच्छा
टू ट्रेन हिज रेजिमेंट एंड ही आस्क्ड मी कि आप इनको नाइफ टू नाइफ कॉम्बैट में खुकरी ट्रेन करो. जब मैंने ADG इन्फेंट्री के सामने वो डेमो दिया और उनको वो बहुत अलग लिखा, एज लॉन्ग एज आवर सोल्जर्स आर सेफ, दे गेट द बेस्ट, आई हैव नो प्रॉब्लम.
Days after the Karnataka corruption wing recovered the cash dash of more than rupees 8 crore from BJP MLA's son, the Lokayukta grilled the prime bribe gate accused and BJP MLA Madhav Virupakshapa for over 5 hours on Thursday. Republic confronted the BJP MLA yesterday.
Sir, Lokayukta ಮುಂದೆ ಇವಾಗಲೇ ಅಪಿಯರ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ? Sir, are you appearing before the Lokayukta? Sir, where were you all these days? Sir, where were you all these days? Mr. Madal, where were you? Mr. Madal, where were you? Mr. Madal.
On being asked about his whereabouts on the same day the bribe gate exploded, the MLA kept mum.
Sir, Lokayukta ಮುಂದೆ ಇವಾಗಲೇ ಅಪಿಯರ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ? Sir, are you appearing before the Lokayukta? Sir, where were you all these days? Sir.
Out on bail, Virupakshapa received a warm welcome by his supporters on Tuesday. The tainted BJP MLA even denied graft charge, claiming that the money recovered during raids was earned from groundnut plantation. Therefore, the leader, after being interrogated yesterday, assured his full cooperation in the further investigation.
ನ್ಯಾಯಾಲಯದ ಆದೇಶದಂತೆ ಈ ದಿನ ನಾನು ವಿಚಾರಣೆಗೆ
ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ರಿ ಸರ್? ಇಷ್ಟು ದಿವಸ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ರಿ?
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಗ ಬಿಡೋಣ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಗ
ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ. ನಾನೊಬ್ಬ ಹಿರಿಯ ಶಾಸಕ, ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತಾ? ನನಗೆ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದೆ. ನೀವು ನನ್ನ ಟಚ್ ಮಾಡೋದಾಗ್ಲಿ, ತೊಂದರೆ ಮಾಡೋದಾಗ್ಲಿ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮಾಡೋದಾಗ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
With Bribegate hitting the BJP right ahead of polls, will Bomai-led government be able to wash off this taint? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Is the only channel on board INS Vikrant, which is India's indigenous aircraft carrier, and this is the first time where INS Vikrant has reached Mumbai from Kochi. We have been reporting on board, and this is coming right after the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese on Thursday, who embarked on India's indigenous aircraft carrier INS Vikrant, and Albanese, who was received on board Vikrant by Chief of Naval Staff Admiral Hari Kumar with a guard of honor. Carrier INS Vikrant, which is the pride of India, is been serving since years, and even we know that INS Vikrant, which has
Top headlines at 2 p.m. Big stir over women's reservation bill. 18 opposition parties join Kavitha's hunger strike. Congress skips the hunger strike. Trouble mounts for Kejriwal's deputy. ED seeks 10-day remand. Sisodia to be produced in court shortly. Government exposes Western media propaganda, says New York Times, peddling lies against Modi government. Gehlot co-ops hit a new low. Widows of Pulwama martyrs demanding compensation detained. ED news tightens in land for job scam after Lalu's close aide raided. ED team now at Tejasvi's residence.
ऑस्ट्रेलिया में मंदिरों पर हमलों की खबरें नियमित रूप से आ रही है। हमारी इन भावनाओं और चिंताओं को मैंने प्रधानमंत्री एल्बेनीजी के समक्ष रखा और उन्होंने मुझे आश्वस्त किया है कि भारतीय समुदाय की सेफ्टी उनके लिए विशेष प्राथमिकता है।
Prime Minister raises attacks on Hindu temples in Australia, seeks action from the Australian Prime Minister. And in a record win, Xi Jinping has been elected as China's president for the third term. Thanks for staying tuned to Republic to this edition of Live and Breaking. We start with the news break coming in from poll-bound state Karnataka, where it is a big boost for the Karnataka BJP as Sumalata, the Mandya MP, has said that she would be extending support to the ruling dispensation. Remember, this comes against in the backdrop of Sumalata's meetings with top BJP brass. In fact, we're given to understand late last night there was a closed-door meeting that was held between the BJP National President JP Nada and Sumalata at a private hotel. So, of course, the news break coming in this hour, Sumalata saying that she would be backing the BJP, saying that she would not be joining the BJP, but she would be giving an all-out support to the party ahead of polls. Let's go across to Prajwal, who's getting us this news break. Prajwal, how much of this is a boost for the BJP, and why is it so that Sumalata has said that she wouldn't be joining the BJP but would be giving support to the party from the outside?
Technically, when it comes to Sumalata joining the BJP, it's now only a year where the elections are pending, even for the upcoming, even for the upcoming parliamentary elections, for the Lok Sabha elections as well. And she should have joined the BJP 6 months into this. This is the sort of explanation that she had given 6 months after she had won. But right now, she doesn't want to do that, but want to give an out-and-out support to the BJP here, which is being led by Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai. EMI. And she also spoke about the sort of central schemes which was introduced by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which benefited Mandya in least. And she also gave the exact tally. Over 900 crores of rupees has already been allotted to Mandya district, and it has also been utilized in the form of Jal Jeevan Mission, in the form of PM Gram Sadak Yojan, and also in Manrega in the entire state of Karnataka. The second highest district to get the highest number of funds in Karnataka is Mandya district, and this was only possible with the help and the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is what Sumalata went on to stress here. Apart from which, she also mentioned that it's an out-and-out support, meaning to state that even during the upcoming election, she will also be campaigning for the BJP candidates who will be fielded from all the assembly constituencies in Mandya, and this definitely comes as a big boost on the backdrop of the assembly elections which will be held, because so far she also went on to take a whale dig at HD Kumaraswamy, who had also gone on to state that her self-esteem has now fallen at the feet of Union Home Minister Amit Shah,
right.
to which she stated that she will rather quit politics rather than let her self-esteem go. So these, right.
Yes, Prajwal, we'll have to leave it at that. We'll keep coming back to you. So Prajwal, of course, getting us that news break from Karnataka, where Sumalata has said that she would be supporting the BJP. All right, moving on then to the other news break that is just coming in of Manish Sisodia having reached the court for the hearing, which is set to begin very shortly. Well, those are the visuals also on your screens right now, where you see Manish Sisodia smiling as he's being taken inside the court. Remember, the ED has sought a 10-day custody of the former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi. Let's go across to Piyush Mishra, who's joining us live from outside the court. But before we go across to Piyush Mishra, let's go across to Piyush Shori also for more on that. Piyush, if you can give us more details, what are the arguments that can be expected in the court today, as ED has sought a 10-day custody remand of Manish Sisodia?
So you rightly said, Samiksha, that the Enforcement Directorate has sought a 10-day custody for former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. And today, while discussing about the arrest in the court, they said that the arrest was made while they were questioning the former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia in Tihar jail yesterday at around 6:20 p.m. The questioning was done on his role of alleged money laundering in the Delhi excise liquor policy. And the questions which were posed to the former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia was found to be unsatisfactory by the Enforcement Directorate officials, following which they had arrested him. Now, following the order by the court, probably they will be Manish Sisodia will be taken to the Enforcement Directorate office, where he will be questioned further. But yes, after the arrest of Manish Sisodia in case of the Delhi excise liquor case by the Central Bureau of Investigation, this is a double trouble indeed for the former Deputy Chief Minister, as now he has also been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in the alleged role of money laundering in the Delhi excise liquor scam. Back to the studio.
All right, stay with us, Piyush Shori. Let's go across to Swapnil Kothari also joining us. Mr. Kothari, if you can help us better understand the kind of arguments that can be expected in the court today. Do you think the central agency has a very strong case against the former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister?
Well, I believe if the Enforcement Directorate has, arrested him, I'm sure they had some evidence of money laundering, because that's where the Enforcement Directorate comes in. And the PMLA is the applicable law. So I believe they would be having some charges, because I believe he had used that money or funneled that money into political campaigning. So if the Enforcement Directorate can show some evidence to that effect that yes, some money had been taken and some money had been used for political campaigning, I think that should be enough, at least for the judge to begin with, to grant some sort of a custody. So any arguments to the contrary will not be bought initially by the court, because the court initially goes with the agency. After that, to justify further custody, yes, you may then have to show more evidence. You may have to show that this man is not forthcoming, etc. But, the fact that the CPI custody, pursuant to that, the Enforcement Directorate custody is being sought for, then I believe the Enforcement Directorate just does stand a good chance.
Mr. Kothari, help us understand the South cartel link here also. Do you think that would be a very, the kind of arguments that would be presented by Sisodia's lawyer would be important to watch out for? Because we given to understand that there is a South cartel angle here. There is apparently a link of the BRS leader with the liquor baron as well. Do you think that could also be one of those arguments that could be presented by the central agency in the court?
Yes, I believe so, because liquor gates don't happen without cartels. There has to be some sort of a cartel which operates and which gives some sort of kickback to tinker with the excise policy which facilitates the liquor barons. So once that happens, then it becomes a little easy for the courts to eventually then grant something in favor of the central agency, because there has to be some sort of a link to tinker with the excise policy. And that is the reason why the excise policy was allegedly, as alleged by the Enforcement Directorate or by the CBI, tinkered with, because there has been some kickback. Once the CBI sought to establish that, then obviously there was some quid pro quo, and the quid pro quo could be in the form of money. And that's why the Enforcement Directorate has stepped in. So I believe when the two agencies work in tandem, I believe the court will have to subjugate itself, or should I say, agree with the arguments of the Enforcement Directorate.
And Mr. Kothari, it all boils down to one question ultimately, that if there was nothing wrong in the excise policy, why was it scrapped in the first instance?
Exactly. So that's the point. There you go. That what was the reason why it was scrapped? What was the reason why it was tinkered with? That's the reason why I use that word. That means you've sought to compromise the policy to suit certain people's objectives. In fact, possibly even some of your own as kickbacks. And that is only something which Mr. Sisodia can answer, or his lawyers can possibly give a plausible defense, but I don't know whether it can be done.
Yes, Mr. Kothari, requesting you to stay with us, just reading out the arguments being presented in the court as we speak. The ED there saying that we have collected documents from many places. There is a flaw in the policy as well. And saying that in the court, suggestion of the expert committee was not accepted. So definitely a strong case there that's being made by the Enforcement Directorate there, saying that there is solid evidence that they've collected from several places, and that there is a flaw in the policy, in the excise policy, which has now, of course, been scrapped. Mr. Kothari.
Well, yes, obviously there is a flaw in the policy, and that's the reason why the Enforcement Directorate and the CBI have embarked upon this investigation. And the more they dig deep into it, I'm sure the more branches it will hit, and the more angles it will touch. So I believe when they do that, and when they are in a position to disclose, they may not disclose now, but I'm sure there are several angles to the investigation which they are not talking about right now, for want of secrecy and for want of ensuring that nothing gets tampered with in the future. But I'm sure they are sitting on a pile of documents to that effect, which eventually they will present before the court and also before the public when they deem it fit.
All right, appreciate you speaking to us. So, Swapnil Kothari there sharing his insights as arguments are being presented in the court as we speak. Let's go across to Madhurima as well for more. Madhurima, if you can take us through the arguments being made by the ED there. ED mentioning, we understand that groups from South India were benefited, probably referring to the liquor baron Pillai, who was recently arrested in connection with the liquor gate.
Well, yes, absolutely, Samiksha, because the South link that we have been discussing for quite some time, that has now come to fore. We had broken this particular news on the basis of sources, Samiksha. Remember that there were kickbacks, alleged kickbacks of 100 crores given to influence this excise policy. And this is what the Enforcement Directorate is putting in front of the Honorable Rouse Avenue Court, District Court in the National Capital, that how the entire excise policy was stitched in a manner to avail these kickbacks, and then moving on, how was it stitched to benefit from stitching it or through all the loopholes that were there, and how the tweaks that were made were indeed made by Manish Sisodia. So this particular very strong proof has also been pressed upon by the Central Bureau of Investigation as well. And whenever there is money involved, it becomes this modus operandi of the Enforcement Directorate, Samiksha, to come in and take note. And looking at the 2 days interrogation that has happened of the former Deputy Chief Minister, it is now more than imperative for the Enforcement Directorate to keep all these arguments. And like we were pointing out, that the ED is highlighting all the loopholes in stitching the entire excise policy, and how custody is needed. We'll have to wait and watch and see that for how many days of custody will the Enforcement Directorate seek from the Rouse Avenue Court, and for how many days will the court award the ED with the custody. Because remember, even at the time when the CBI was seeking the custody, the court had underlined that the investigative agencies must have something very concrete to put in front of the court to attain the custody of the former Deputy Chief Minister. And yes, Samiksha.
Yes, Madhurima, stay with us while we just read out the arguments being made inside the court by the Enforcement Directorate, which has mentioned that there was increased profit margin. Groups from South India were benefited. In fact, also mentioned that the margin of profit was kept at 12% for wholesale, which was completely against this policy. So that is, of course, the primary argument there being made by the Enforcement Directorate, how this policy, the now scrap policy, was completely flawed. The margin of profit was kept as 12% for wholesale, which was completely against the policy. The ED also saying that the wholesaler was benefited, illegal earning system was made. Wholesale business was given to some special people. The profit margin of 12% was given. It was different from the opinion of the expert committee. So even as the expert panel suggested, otherwise the profit margin for the wholesalers was kept at 12%. This is the argument being presented by the Enforcement Directorate. Remember, the Enforcement Directorate has sought a 10-day custody of Manish Sisodia. Arguments being presented inside the court as we speak. The court even going on to ask how much should it be. The lawyers saying that it should be 6%. So that is precisely the argument. ED saying that the profit margin for the wholesalers was kept at 12%. Even though it should have been 6% as was suggested by the expert committee. The ED saying that there was a mistake in the policy that was made and that the profit margin was kept at 12% for wholesale, which was completely against this policy. In fact, not just this, the ED having mentioned that how the South India group benefited by this excise policy of the Delhi government. Remember, liquor baron Pillai was recently arrested by the central agency in this case. Let's go across to Sayesha as well to take us through the arguments being presented by the Enforcement Directorate. Sayesha, from what we understand, the primary argument there being made by the Enforcement Directorate is that the profit margin for the wholesalers was kept at 12%, even as the expert panel has suggested otherwise to be kept at 6%. So definitely a rise in 6% profit margin for the wholesalers in the liquor policy.
Oh yes, absolutely, Samiksha, and this is a big allegation that is being made by the Enforcement Directorate that is now looking into details and most importantly seeking a 10-day remand of the former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, who was arrested last evening at 6:20 p.m. and the Delhi Rouse Avenue Court had also said that he must be produced before the court before 2 p.m. is when the court will take a call on what needs to happen next as far as Manish Sisodia being in ED custody is concerned. But yes, these are the arguments that are being made by the lawyer who's representing the Enforcement Directorate in the court right now, where as according to their investigation, this is exactly what he's stating, that it was a conspiracy that was hatched in secrecy and rules were clearly bent by the former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister in order to make profits. Just to put out details of the exact arguments that are being made, where the lawyer who's representing the ED is saying that they've collected documents from several places and clearly the policy was flawed. Also, the ED saying in court that the suggestion of the expert committee was not accepted. There was an increase in the profit margin. Groups from South India had South India, I beg your pardon, had benefited from the rules that were tweaked in favor of the retailers, who had in turn benefited, and there was a mistake in the policy that was made. But very very, very intentionally as Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, who was the excise minister at that time, the margin of profit that was kept at 12% for wholesale, which was completely against this policy. Let me also bring in my colleague Shavan, who's with us as we take you through the arguments that are being made in the court right now. And Shavan, primarily to understand that the ED is saying that the profit margin was at 12%, whereas it should have been at 6%. There was a clear conspiracy that was hatched in secrecy in order to make profits and extend that benefit to the retailers as favoured by the Delhi government then.
Well, in fact, the entire chronology, Suesha, falls like this. Particularly, they're looking at the former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia's role in terms of the fact that he was the one who was at the helm of affairs at the Excise Department. They're essentially looking at the very period when first an expert committee was actually formed. The expert committee had given certain recommendations. Now, that recommendations was completely thrown out of the window. Secondly, there was a GOM which was constituted, which included Manish Sisodia. Along with him was Kailash Gehlot as well as Satyendra Jain. Now remember, what has essentially happened was that there was no public opinion that was essentially taken. The GOM had themselves decided what the draft policy is going to look like. What is important to point out here is that if you take a look at the previous excise policy, the profit margin for the wholesalers was just about 5%, which would essentially mean that the state also generates some sort of a revenue. Now, I beg your pardon. Now, as far as the new excise policy is concerned, the profit margin was increased to about 12%. And in that, what they're essentially looking at right now, Suesha, is the fact that we give it... As far as the 12% profit margin is concerned, what's important to point out here is that that would essentially mean that the wholesalers get far more than what they actually were supposed to get previously. Thereafter, what has happened is that without any consultation, this entire excise policy was implemented. Now, the allegation is this, that the South group, which basically comprises of Kavitha and the others and the likes of her, some of them have already been arrested in this particular case. They believe that just before the excise policy was actually implemented, this draft excise policy was actually shared with that particular group. That particular group had thereafter given certain suggestions. Based on those suggestions, which is effectively would have meant that this would be a favorable excise policy, especially for the wholesalers. And that is exactly what has happened. Here they have got a digital evidence to the effect that just before the excise policy was implemented, it was actually shared with the South lobby, including a few others who were part of the, they benefited in Delhi also, the wholesalers, the manufacturers who actually benefited from this entire excise policy. Now, what's important to point out here is that this draft policy was actually typed at the camp office of the Deputy Chief Minister, Manish Sisodia. They say that this should have been done at the Excise Department's office. In fact, if you, they've gone through certain computers that were basically searched at Manish Sisodia's office, and they essentially found out that the excise policy was already being typed at a computer outside the excise policy. All of that essentially now being referred to. Vijay Nair was one of who was looking after the entire thing. He was the one who was coordinating the entire conspiracy. That is what the Enforcement Directorate has to say, that it has multiple branches which involve the government officials and middlemen and many others. That's exactly what we were referring to. Right. As far as the commission is concerned, they believe that advance commission of about 100 crore rupees was actually promised to the Aam Aadmi Party. So the difference, that's the reason why the profit margin becomes very crucial. The difference of 6% is exactly what the Enforcement Directorate as well as the Central Bureau of Investigation suspects is the amount of kickback. So that is the reason why from about 5 to 6% it was bumped up to about 12%, and that difference of profit margin is exactly what the agencies believe is the kickback. Now, so far, if you take a look at the investigation that has been carried out so far and what the Enforcement Directorate has indicated in the multiple remand copies, they have essentially said that they have been able to trace roughly about 30 crore rupees. They believe that through Hawala transactions was sent to states like Goa. They also say that they suspect that this was in Punjab.
Right.
I believe there's some more updates.
Yes, that's right, Shavan. And let's also welcome our guest who's joining us on the broadcast. Deshratan Nigam is with us. Very good afternoon to you, Deshratan Nigam. Really to understand, Manish Sisodia was sent to judicial custody for 14 days. He was in Tihar jail and he was arrested yesterday by the ED. He's now being produced in the Rouse Avenue court. The ED is demanding 10-day custody of him, and we are putting out details of the hearing that is underway and the arguments that are being put out by the lawyer representing the Enforcement Directorate. But what from here on, in the light of the evidence that the ED is in possession of so far, we also understand earlier that the CBI had also stated that they would want custody of Manish Sisodia, but at a later point, how he had been evasive with the questioning with the CBI. Now, how do you look at what is happening in the court right now, and if Manish Sisodia could be sent to ED custody?
Is the question to me? Hello?
Yes.
So the fact is, I think the process that the ED is now doing was a natural outcome of the earlier case. And hence, when the bribe takes place or a lot of issues are there and the money is generated, the bribe is paid, then the money laundering automatically comes into the question. And therefore, today what you're saying is something which is very natural, and I had predicted on your own your Republic channel that this will eventually happen. And the way the conspiracy is there, the provisions were changed, the policy was tweaked without taking permission from the LG, and the revenue was going down, the sale of the liquor was going up, and the huge amount of bribe which has been paid. The money laundering is a natural case which had to come. And to say that he has been framed, I have my doubts that he has been framed. And in fact, Arvind Kejriwal was very, very clear when he, while taking the liquor policy back, he said that about 900 crore loss of the revenue had taken place to the government. So there is a clear admission of also of loss of revenue, which is also covered under the Prevention of Corruption Act, Section 13(1)(d). Where if you occupy a post and somebody else makes the money, even if you have not made a money. Here in this case, that is not the case. And therefore, it is squarely covered under various, criminal acts which are there, including the money laundering, for which there has to be a predicate offense, which is there under the Prevention of Corruption Act also. Destruction of evidence also has taken place. Huge number of phones were destroyed, computer sources were destroyed. Hence, it's a very, very serious issue. And I'm sure the court will look into it before, giving a remand to ED or any other steps, that the court may take. But these are very, very serious issues, and we have to be very, very clear on this subject. And the Prime Minister very clearly said from the ramparts of the Red Fort that zero tolerance should be there for corruption and hate towards corruption and the corrupt both. And that is what we are seeing. And in fact, I raise a very important question out here, that most of these parties against whom the ED or CBI is working, please look at their formation, from where they were and what were the resources or the properties that they had when the parties were formed, and what are the resources and the properties which they have now. So once you go into that question, you will realize the immense amount of corruption that we had in India. And prior to 2014, all the newspapers were full of corruption. Today, at least that is not there. At least the government agencies are working today to the best of their abilities, and let's not point fingers towards them. Even in Karnataka also, the government agency, the Lokayuk, took strict action against a BJP leader, and the crores were, recovered from there. I think we all should have zero tolerance towards corruption, including, institutional corruptions also, where the governments themselves are involved in it. And the most of it I have seen is in the family-based parties, where an individual controls, and there is no democracy in those parties, where dynasty-based parties have made a lot of money in this country. And let us be very clear. I think we have to stand with our agencies. There are courts to see if the agencies are misused. Then there are courts to look into it.
Mr. Deshchatan Nigam, requesting you to stay with us. We have Ashwani Dubey, advocate at the Supreme Court, also joining us. Mr. Dubey, if I can get your quick thoughts to the kind of arguments being presented in the court as we speak. ED, they're maintaining that the profit margin for the wholesalers was raised from 6% earlier to 12%. Do you think there is any strong defense that the Aam Aadmi Party can come up with in this argument being made by the Enforcement Directorate?
As of now, there are sufficient evidences on record, even gathered by the CBI and further which is to be gathered by the ED, which will substantiate and will say and will convince the court that the further investigation may be allowed to be given to the premier agency, that is Enforcement Directorate. Why I am saying? Because the investigation which has revealed that contentious Delhi Excise Policy 2021 and which established prima facie violations of GNCTT Act, Transaction of Business Rules, Delhi Excise Act and Delhi Excise Rules, and that was in addition to deliberate and gross procedural lapses to provide post-tender undue benefits to liquor licenses for the year 21-22, and which indicates substantially a financial quid pro quo at the top political level, wherein then Minister in charge of Excise Department, Mr. Manish Sisodia, took and got executed major decisions in violation of statutory provisions and notified excise policy. That has huge financial implications, means that from 6% to increasing 12% itself shows there is a gross procedural lapses and financial favors allegedly has been given to liquor licenses much after the tenders had been awarded, and which caused the loss to the exchequer. So in fact, the Rule 57 of the Transaction of Business Rule 1993, which mandates the Chief Secretary to flag any deviation from let-down procedures, and the Chief Minister was and to take an action pursuant thereto, and that policy was changed at a time when the Delta COVID wave people were dying because of that, and that was opposed by the civil society, religious groups, educational institutions, parents' bodies, opposition alike, and it was brought in the middle of deadly Delta wave, and which was there that the subsequent cabinet decision was taken without the approval of the LG in order to benefit private liquor barons in lieu of financial benefits. These are the evidences. And see, the number of mobile phones, then using number of mobile phones, then all of a sudden giving this post facto approval without the cabinet's approval, without the LG's approval, all these are the financial irregularities, and 144 crore rupees is clearly indicative, and that is why ED is saying there was a conspiracy orchestrated by Nair, Mr. Sisodia, Miss K. Kavita and many others, and South Group paid a kickback of nearly rupees 100 crore to AAP leaders. That is the ED saying. So let's see what happens. But as of now, there are sufficient evidences which says that this is the institutionalized corruption. Over to you.
Yes, Mr. Dubey, stay with us. Let's take the same point across to Deshchatan Nigam, who continues to be with us. One of the very strong points there being mentioned by the Enforcement Directorate is that there was a key meet that was held between one of the key accused in this case, who is Vijay Nair, with K. Kavita. So this definitely would require a very strong defense on part of Manish Sisodia.
I could not hear your question properly.
Yes, Mr. Deshchatan Nigam, I was mentioning one of the arguments being presented by the Enforcement Directorate, who has said that there was a meeting that was held between the BRS leader K. Kavita and one of the key accused, which is Vijay Nair in this case.
Yes, the secret meetings that have taken place, and hence there is some kind of connection between the South Group led by, the auditors and the other Vijay Nair, which is there. And this has to be unearthed. The money trail and the larger conspiracy, which is there, has to be looked into. And without that, the complete chain of events cannot be built. Hence, probably the custody is required. The blatant misuse of government machinery and the loss of public revenue, the siphoning out of money, the bribes which are going on. These are some of the very systems one have to look into, and I think that at this stage, the custody should be extended. In fact, it should be a remand, and
all All right, we'll try and go across to Deshratan Nigam again. But let's bring in Shravan also, who continues to be with us. Shravan, if you can put this into context for us, Enforcement Directorate making it very clear that there was a meeting that was held between K. Kavita and Vijay Nair, and the latter who met on behest of the then Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi.
Well, if you see the timeline that has been put out by the Enforcement Directorate, they say that when this particular excise policy was being drafted, that was the very same period when South Group was actually camping here in the national capital. They're particularly talking about the month between March, April and May 2021. That's the very period where multiple meetings actually took place. In fact, they have also put out details of the fact that on 8th of April 2021, that's when there was a meeting that was held at a luxury hotel here in the national capital, and that's where the South Group, some of the members of the South Group actually met Vijay Nair, and there was also a discussion that essentially took place as far as the advanced payment is concerned, which is essentially the kickbacks that the Enforcement Directorate is looking at. So they are certainly referring to multiple such meetings that have taken place. But if you go by the version of the accused in this particular case, or for that matter those who have been summoned, they say that there is no link whatsoever with the draft excise policy. Yes, there are business meetings that were actually taking place. Whether that has to do with the excise policy is something that has been completely rejected. This has now been countered by the Enforcement Directorate. They say that they've come across digital evidence. They say that they have come across evidence to the effect that the draft excise policy was found from the mobile phone of some of the accused in this particular case. They put out full details of the same. Having said that, what's important to point out here is that the Enforcement Directorate is also heavily relying on a statement that has been given by a gentleman who goes by the name of C. Arvind. He happens to be a bureaucrat who was working with the Delhi government when this particular draft excise policy was brought into implementation. In fact, he, in his statement to the Enforcement Directorate as well as the Central Bureau of Investigation, has essentially alleged that he was called to the residence of the Chief Minister, and it is there that the then Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia had handed over a set of documents, and in that document there were specific instructions that were essentially given as to how the draft excise policy is going to look like. And more importantly, they say that there was no consultation that was actually done with a group of ministers to begin with, and secondly, there was no public discourse that actually took place because no public suggestions were taken, and without which this particular excise policy was implemented. What they say is even more surprising is the fact that there were certain suggestions that were actually given by the South Group to Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia through Dinesh Arora as well as Vijay Nair, and it appears that this was also incorporated. In fact, they've also come across evidence that the draft policy, which was roughly about 30 to 40 pages, was actually photocopied at a business center of a luxury hotel. Once again, the same very luxury hotel where the South Group members were actually camping. So all that put together, they say that they not only have circumstantial evidence, but they do have statements indicting the former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia.
Absolutely, Shravan, and our guests continue to stay with us. Let's also take the next question to Ashwini Dubey, because Ashwini Dubey, point is that the agencies are putting forth some very direct questions and allegations over what had happened in the draft excise policy, how it was chalked out, how these meetings were done, and most importantly the kickbacks to the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, the involvement of government officials, and how the entire nexus worked. I want to talk to you about what is happening in public domain and the position that the Aam Aadmi Party has been taking, where it is a constant attack on the centre and the ruling party, calling this political vendetta, but really no answers on whether any kickbacks were received, on what was the role of the South Group, of how the draft excise policy was chalked out, and really the role of every person as is being put out by the agencies. Now that these arguments are being made in the court, will the Aam Aadmi Party provide some concrete evidence to defend themselves, or make some solid arguments to really say that these allegations are not true?
As of now, the only defense is they are time and again holding the press conference saying there's a political vendetta. Apart from accusing the agencies in the center, there is no other evidence which will prove that the Honorable Minister and his associates were not involved in this alleged offense. And see, so far as the political vendettas cry is concerned, time and again which they are creating, see, look, the court are very independent in this country. Courts evaluate those evidences which has been brought up by the investigating agency with the support of the investigation and the charges invoked. Here is the court has not said that he is not guilty. Court has not enlarged on bail. Court has not said one of the accused, the prime accused, has turned approver. Many mobile phones has been destroyed. The draft policy has been found in the PAN card. In the computer number of computers have been used, which has been recovered by this agency. Pen drive has been found in which the draft policy was with the person who was not authorized to have it, and that too, when it became evident that a blatant hoax being run was about to be called out in the light of inquiries and note from the Chief Secretary to Chief Minister under Rule 57. The illegal decisions taken in the past were attempted to be legalized by getting the stamp of post facto cabinet decision. That was on 14 July 2020, which it itself is violation of the let down rules and procedures. And the second thing, the hurriedly convened urgent meeting of the cabinet, which took place on 14th July 2022, was called at 2 p.m. with a notice reaching to the Chief Secretary, who is also the ex officio secretary to the cabinet, at 9:32 a.m. on the same day without circulating any cabinet note. And that was the blatant violation of the let down provisions that enjoins a cabinet note, an agenda of the cabinet reaching the Lieutenant Governor 48 hours before any cabinet meeting. And what is the prerequisite? Prerequisite can only be relaxed in an eventually that justified an urgent meeting. Where was the urgent meeting or urgency to bring this policy in question, to legitimize it and to implement it all of a sudden? And in this case, the cabinet note and agenda was received in the LG Secretariat at 5 p.m. well after the meeting had happened and decided to bail out Mr. Sisodia. See, this question herein is, when there is a blatant violations of the law, policy matter has been changed, then and of course it should be brought to the notice of the Lieutenant Governor. That would hold ground only after subsequent approval by the LG. LG says, no, I was not kept in the loop, I was not informed. All of a sudden it came in my notice, and that is why inquiry was constituted. So let's see courts to decide. Political vendetta is there or not, that will come after the court's decision, court's order. Yeah, right. Over to you.
Right. In fact, the ED is going on to state in the court that evidence was destructed within a span of 1 year. 14 phones have been destroyed and changed. Not just that, they're also stating that Manish Sisodia had used phones that were purchased by others, even SIM cards, and this was done so that nothing comes in his name. Desh Ratan Nigam and Ashwini Dubey, I request you to stay on with us. Shavan is also with us. We have to slip into a very short commercial break right now, but we'll continue to keep a close track of the arguments that are happening in the court and what lies ahead for Manish Sisodia. Short commercial break right now. We'll be back on the other side.
A serving soldier of the Indian Army has been murdered by a politician, and the Latvian media is quiet about it. Not emphatically, not vocally, not till Republic named and shamed them about their silence over Lance Naik Prabhu's death. Look at this man. He's the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, and as our reporter runs after him to ask him to say one thing, he says not one word. He just keeps running away from the Republic reporters.
All the 9 of the accused have been taken to custody. The primary accused, Chinnasamy, had been picked up by the CID and handed over to the Tamil Nadu cops.
BRS leader Kavita, who is facing the Enforcement Directorate's heat in the Delhi liquor policy case, is going to undertake a one-day hunger strike at Jantar Mantar on March 10th. This is in order to table the Women's Reservation Bill in the current session of Parliament. The rally will include participation from a number of opposition parties and women's organizations. Addressing the media, Kavita, the daughter of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, said the bill has been lying in cold storage since 2010 and Modi government has a historic opportunity to get it passed in Parliament before 2024.
Seen many nations which have given reservations to women in political platforms and national parliaments have made tremendous strides in terms of overall development of the nation. So now the point being, since the time I was in parliament, every Women's Day we would get an opportunity to speak, and every time inside and outside the parliament, wherever I got the chance, I've constantly raised the issue of women's reservation bill. Why? I'll tell you. Because in this country from 1996, the issue has actually started, the discussion has started. From then till 2014, every Prime Minister had made an effort to bring the bill.
So far, 18 parties, including the CPI-M and the Shiv Sena, have confirmed their participation.
My party has passed a resolution in the assembly, not now, in between 2014 and 19, I think it is in 2016, they have passed a resolution in the assembly saying whenever a women reservation bill is tabled in the parliament, BRS will stand by the government. So we will do it, and I am saying Modi ji had promised not incremental growth, mind you, has promised exponential growth. If Honorable Modi ji wants it, he can pass the bill and there will be 180 women MPs, doesn't matter whichever party, in the parliament in 2024. That is the strength today BJP has, and they should utilize it for the greater good of the women. That is my sincere appeal.
CPI-M leader Sitaram Yechuri will inaugurate the program at 10 a.m. Kavita said Prime Minister Narendra Modi had promised in both 2014 and 2019 Lok Sabha polls that his government
And we continue to get you more breaking news coming in connection with the arguments that are being made inside the Rouse Avenue court, where remember the ED is seeking custody of Sisodia. The latest argument that is being made of how digital evidence was destroyed, 14 phones that were changed in a span of 1 year. Also, the ED is saying that it is important that they have Sisodia in their custody because he has been evasive from the start, and that is the very reason why they need to question him directly. The ED is also stating that the phones were purchased by others and not Sisodia, even the SIM card, so that no blame comes on the former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister in any which way, and he can defend himself at a later point in case of a sticky situation. Even the phones that were used were not in his name. They are also referring to the destruction of evidence, saying that within a span of 1 year, 14 phones have been destroyed and changed. We continue to get you details on the arguments that are underway inside the court. For the moment, a very short commercial break. We'll be back on the other side with the very latest. Do stay with us.
Is the only channel on board INS Vikrant, which is India's indigenous aircraft carrier, and this is the first time where INS Vikrant has reached Mumbai from Kochi. We have been reporting on board, and this is coming right after the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese on Thursday, who embarked on India's indigenous aircraft carrier INS Vikrant, and Albanese, who was received on board Vikrant by Chief of Naval Staff Admiral Hari Kumar with a guard of honor. Carrier INS Vikrant, which is the pride of India, is been serving since years, and even we know that INS Vikrant, which has really played a vital role in 1971, but where it was before, earlier it was decommissioned in 2016, but last year, that is on 2nd September 2022, where the Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the first made in India aircraft carrier INS Vikrant, carrying it a historic occasion and an exceptional symbol of a self-relevant India. It's very honor for us, as we can see the Australian Prime Minister, who was here on board yesterday, and also it is an invite from the Australia as well, because the next program that is going to be happen in Australia is something has been invited to Indian Navy.
Ma'am, as of now, we don't have the exact details of the same, ma'am. However, it was a prestigious event for us, one of a kind event wherein a Prime Minister of a foreign nation has visited us, and we hosted them well, ma'am, and they had they had a long time here. They saw the deck and the facilities on board, and they saw the indigenous aircraft LCA Tejas and interacted with our crew and men. So all in all, it was a learning experience for us, an exposure for us, and a prestigious event, as I said.
A serving soldier of the Indian Army has been murdered by a politician, and the Latvians media is quiet about it. Not emphatically, not vocally, not till Republic named and shamed them about their silence over Lance Naik Prabhu's death. Look at this man. He's the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, and as our reporter runs after him to ask him to say one thing, he says not one word. He just keeps running away from the Republic reporters.
All the 9 of the accused have been taken to custody. The primary accused, Chinnasamy, had been picked up by the CID and handed over to the Tamil Nadu cops.
BRS leader Kavita, who is facing the Enforcement Directorate's heat in the Delhi liquor policy case, is going to undertake a one-day hunger strike at Jantar Mantar on March 10th. This is in order to table the Women's Reservation Bill in the current session of Parliament. The rally will include participation from a number of opposition parties and women's organizations. Addressing the media, Kavita, the daughter of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, said the bill has been lying in cold storage since 2010 and Modi government has a historic opportunity to get it passed in Parliament before 2024.
Seen many nations which have given reservations to women in political platforms and national parliaments have made tremendous strides in terms of overall development of the nation. So now the point being, since the time I was in parliament, every Women's Day we would get an opportunity to speak, and every time inside and outside the parliament, wherever I got the chance, I've constantly raised the issue of women's reservation bill. Why? I'll tell you. Because in this country from 1996, the issue has actually started, the discussion has started. From then till 2014, every Prime Minister had made an effort to bring the bill.
So far, 18 parties, including the CPI-M and the Shiv Sena, have confirmed their participation.
My party has passed a resolution in the assembly, not now, in between 2014 and 19, I think it is in 2016, they have passed a resolution in the assembly saying whenever a women reservation bill is tabled in the parliament, BRS will stand by the government. So we will do it, and I am saying Modi ji had promised not incremental growth, mind you, has promised exponential growth. If Honorable Modi ji wants it, he can pass the bill and there will be 180 women MPs. Doesn't matter whichever party in the parliament in 2024. That is the strength today BJP has, and they should utilize it for the greater good of the women. That is my sincere appeal.
CPI-M leader Sitaram Yechury will inaugurate the program at 10 a.m. Kavita said Prime Minister Narendra Modi had promised in both 2014 and 2019 Lok Sabha polls that his government would bring this bill and that it was also part of the BJP's election manifesto. She also added that none of the BJP leaders raised this issue and the Modi government has failed to get this bill passed in Parliament despite having a majority. The bill, which seeks to reserve 33% seats in Lok Sabha and all state legislative assemblies for women, was introduced in the Rajya Sabha in May 2008 and was referred to a standing committee. In 2010, it was passed in the House and transmitted finally to the Lok Sabha.
And we continue to get you details of what is happening in Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court at this point, where remember the hearing is underway and the ED is intending to seek 10 days of custody of former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. As we talk, arguments that are now being made by Manish Sisodia's lawyer, who is stating that this is not an ED case at all. This is Advocate Dayan Krishnan, who is saying that when a policy is made, it has to go through several layers. It does go through the Department of Law, Finance, and then finally goes to the LG. The LG, who is a part of the central government in Delhi, and he had sent back 3 queries. He's also going on to add that Manish Sisodia's, I beg your pardon, that Manish Sisodia did not get any money on Vijay Nair, and also Vijay Nair was not acting on his instructions. Sisodia's lawyer has gone on to say that the investigation agency has not been able to trace a single money trail against Sisodia so far. Then how does this possibly make a case for the ED to act against Sisodia or inquire what the Liquorgate case is? On that note, we have to slip into a very short commercial break, but we'll continue to get you more voices on what exactly lies ahead for Manish Sisodia as far as custody to ED is concerned. That and much more on the other side. Do stay with us.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Days after the Karnataka corruption wing recovered the cash dash of more than rupees 8 crore from BJP MLA's son, the Lokayukta grilled the prime bribe gate accused and BJP MLA Madal Virupakshapa for over 5 hours on Thursday. Republic confronted the BJP MLA yesterday.
Sir, Lokayukta ಮುಂದೆ ಇವಾಗಲೇ ಅಪಿಯರ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ? Sir, are you appearing before the Lokayukta? Sir, where were you all these days? Sir, where were you all these days? Mr. Madal, where were you? Mr. Madal, where were you? Mr. Madal.
On being asked about his whereabouts on the same day the bribe gate exploded, the MLA kept mum.
Sir, Lokayukta ಮುಂದೆ ಇವಾಗಲೇ ಅಪಿಯರ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ? Sir, are you appearing before the Lokayukta? Sir, where were you all these days? Sir.
Out on bail, Virupakshapa received a warm welcome by supporters on Tuesday. The tainted BJP MLA even denied graft charge, claiming that the money recovered during raids was earned from groundnut plantation. Therefore, the leader, after being interrogated yesterday, assured his full cooperation in the further investigation.
ನ್ಯಾಯಾಲಯದ ಆದೇಶದಂತೆ ಈ ದಿನ ನಾನು ವಿಚಾರಣೆಗೆ
ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ರಿ ಸರ್ ಇಷ್ಟು ದಿವಸ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ರಿ?
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಗ ಬಿಡೋಣ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಗ
ಒಂದ್ ನಿಮಿಷ. ನಾನೊಬ್ಬ ಹಿರಿಯ ಶಾಸಕ, ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತಾ? ನನಗೆ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದೆ. ನೀವು ನನ್ನ ಟಚ್ ಮಾಡೋದಾಗ್ಲಿ, ತೊಂದರೆ ಮಾಡೋದಾಗ್ಲಿ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮಾಡೋದಾಗ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
With bribe gate hitting the BJP right ahead of polls, will Bomai-led government be able to wash off this taint? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Is the only channel on board INS Vikrant, which is India's indigenous aircraft carrier, and this is the first time where INS Vikrant has reached Mumbai from Kochi. We have been reporting on board, and this is coming right after the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese on Thursday, who embarked on India's indigenous aircraft carrier INS Vikrant, and Albanese, who was received on board Vikrant by Chief of Naval Staff Admiral R. Hari Kumar with a guard of honor. Carrier INS Vikrant, which is the pride of India, is been serving since years, and even we know that INS Vikrant, which has really played a vital role in 1971. But where it was before, earlier it was decommissioned in 2016, but last year, that is on 2nd September 2022, where the Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the first made in India aircraft carrier INS Vikrant, carrying it a historic occasion and an exceptional symbol of a self-relevant India. It's very honor for us, as we can see the Australian Prime Minister who was here on board yesterday, and also it is an invite from the Australia as well, because the next program that is going to be happen in Australia is something has been invited to Indian Navy.
Ma'am, as of now, we don't have the exact details of the same, ma'am. However, it was a prestigious event for us, one of a kind event wherein a Prime Minister of a foreign nation has visited us, and we hosted them well, ma'am, and they had a long time here. They saw the deck and the facilities on board, and they saw the indigenous aircraft LCA Tejas and interacted with our crew and men. So all in all, it was a learning experience for us, an exposure for us, and a prestigious event, as I said.
A serving soldier of the Indian Army has been murdered by a politician, and the Latvians media is quiet about it. Not emphatically, not vocally, not till Republic named and shamed them about their silence over Lance Naik Prabhu's death. Look at this man. He's the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, and as our reporter runs after him to ask him to say one thing, he says not one word. He just keeps running away from the Republic reporters.
All the 9 of the accused have been taken to custody. The primary accused, Chinnasamy, had been picked up by the CID and handed over to the Tamil Nadu cops.
BRS leader Kavita, who is facing the Enforcement Directorate's heat in the Delhi liquor policy case, is going to undertake a one-day hunger strike at Jantar Mantar on March 10th. This is in order to table the Women's Reservation Bill in the current session of Parliament.
Thanks for staying tuned to Republic, tracking the big story this hour. The arguments currently being made by Manish Sisodia's lawyer inside the court. This is Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court, where the arguments are currently being presented by Manish Sisodia's lawyer. This, of course, after the ED in its arguments have mentioned how there was a destruction of evidence on part of the former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister. Not just that, the ED in its argument has also mentioned that how there was a link, there is a nexus of sorts among Vijay Nair, who's one of the key accused in this case, K. Kavita, the daughter of the Telangana Chief Minister, and Manish Sisodia as well. So that is precisely the argument that has been made by the Enforcement Directorate in the court, saying that there was a rise in profits, undue profits for the wholesalers in the excise policy, which has of course now been scrapped by the Delhi government, saying that the wholesalers' profit was risen from 6% earlier to 12% later. But currently, as we speak, the arguments are being made by Manish Sisodia's lawyer. Manish Sisodia's lawyer making it clear that when the government's policy was made, it passes through various levels, and apart from the elected government, the department concerned goes to the LG as well. So Sisodia's lawyer mentioning that when this excise policy came into effect, it went through various stages, and that LG had gone through the excise policy thoroughly only after it was withdrawn. In fact, it was scrapped later. But that's the argument that is being mentioned by Sisodia's lawyer as we speak. In fact, Sisodia's lawyer also there mentioning about the tender, saying that here the talk is happening before the tender. Apart from this, Sisodia did not get any money. He did not get any money either. And also mentioning that ED has to show that money went to Sisodia directly. In the CBI case, we were about to argue for bail before the court. I've never been called before. I was arrested a day before the bail hearing. So several of these arguments currently being made by Manish Sisodia's lawyer. Let's go. Ashwini Dubey, advocate at the Supreme Court, who continues to be with us. Dubey, do you think that this is a strong case that Manish Sisodia is presenting as we speak? Because from the crux of all of this being that the ED in its argument making it very clear that there were undue profits. In fact, also mentioning about the profit for the wholesalers that was risen from 6% earlier to 12% later on.
Yes, Samiksha, the one thing which the ED is maintaining, that time and again ED is saying that they want to interrogate and unearth the entire scam and the entire modus operandi, and that is why they want to confront Mr. Sisodia with some other people, and that is why they are asking for the custody of 10 days. Now the second thing is ED is also maintaining the SIM card used in the name of one of Devender Sharma. A large scale destruction of evidence needs to be considered in this case, and that can only be done when all other accused and prospective accused can be confronted, because the phones purchased by others and SIM cards that are not in his name, and he can use it as a defense later, and phone used by him is not his name. This is because in most of the cases it is said that phone was not in my name, but the fact remained the fact that the decisions were taken by the excise department only at the level of the minister without approval of the competent authority, which is the cabinet, and subsequently the lieutenant governor in such matters, which shows that the brazen, anyone can say, I as a student of law understand, it's a brazen and blatant decisions, more than sufficiently proving malintent, malpractice and corruption prevalent at the highest level of the self-proclaimed that government which did not follow the process. And the third thing, defense is there, defense is available, but when the ED is seeking for the custody, then investigation needs to be done. Where is the question of not supporting in the investigation and not joining the investigation or not confronting with the prospective accused? And that is why 10 days custody, if after 10 days custody ED isn't found there, then they can always approach to the court of law.
Yes, and Mr. Dubey, if that's the case, if Manish Sisodia's lawyer maintains that there is no strong evidence against him, then what really explains the increase in profit of the wholesalers? What explains the key meet that happened between Vijay Nair and K. Kavita? Those are several of those questions that remain unanswered, and of course one of them also being that why were so many phones changed during the whole period? Of course, stay with us. Let's go across to Madhurima as well, who continues to be with us. Madhurima, for our viewers also who are just tuning in, if you can quickly take us through the arguments being presented by Manish Sisodia's lawyer in the court.
Well, Samiksha, Manish Sisodia's lawyer is crying foul in front of the Rouse Avenue court, and they are asserting that today it was the bail hearing and that it must concern the court that how this entire enforcement directorate investigation has been initiated. The council also asserts over the fact, Samiksha, that there was no investigation or summons earlier by the enforcement directorate. It is only after the bail plea hearing was put for 10th of March that this interrogation has begun. But what needs to be highlighted here is that the enforcement directorate is out in the open, naming and shaming each and every participant of this alleged excise policy scam, where they go on to say that how Vijay Nair brazenly went down south, told K. Kavita about the kind of money that they need, brickbats that they need. Also over the fact that how they met with multiple restaurant owners and they asked for money as the elections were inching closer. They are highlighting that how Vijay Nair was stitching the entire deal for Arvind Kejriwal and company, and specifically under the guidance of Manish Sisodia. They highlight that how Arvind Kejriwal-led government had asked for brickbats for the elections and said that they are going to play around the drinking age as well. And we remember that notification that came in last year as well. So all these very solid points being kept that highlight highlights that how the entire excise policy was framed in such a manner that the beneficiary could be the Aam Aadmi Party government, and of course there were multiple rules that were bent to favor multiple restaurant owners, liquor licensees, and many of those wholesale dealers who were initially not in the list. Samiksha.
Yes, Madhurima, stay with us. Let's go back to Ashwini Dubey, who continues to be with us. Mr. Dubey, one of the key arguments being presented by Sisodia's lawyer is that when the policy went through, it went through LG. So do you think that would require some counter to be given by the ED as well? Because they clearly have made a point here that the policy, the excise policy, went through LG before coming into effect in the national capital.
There is argument and there is an evidence which has been gathered by the CBI in this case, which says that the policy which was brought into the effect, which was the policy which was brought.
Yes, we can hear you. Please continue. Mr. Dubey, we are talking here about the argument there being made by Manish Sisodia's lawyer, who's very categorically mentioned that this policy went through the Delhi LG before coming into effect. Do you think that would require a strong counter by the Enforcement Directorate's lawyer? All right, I'm not sure if we have Mr. Dubey with us, but let's go back to Madhurima, who continues to be with us. Madhurima, if you can explain that argument that is being presented by Manish Sisodia's lawyer, they're saying that when this excise policy came into effect, it was there were layers it went through. It of course went through the LG himself. So would that require a strong explanation on part of the ED as well?
Well, Samiksha, as far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned, the Enforcement Directorate need not explain itself on the part of the Lieutenant Governor. Because remember, this entire excise policy scam is based on the way the entire excise policy deal has been framed by the former Deputy Chief Minister, Manish Sisodia. But yes, the Council has been pressing on the fact that why is the Lieutenant Governor not being brought under the ambit of the investigation, then may it be Central Bureau of Investigation or may it be the Enforcement Directorate investigation, because even at the time when the CBI was asking for the custody, the same arguments were made by the council representing Sisodia at that point in time as well. So now when they ask for that, if there were tweaks that were made by Manish Sisodia, those tweaks were approved by the Lieutenant Governor. But the point that the Enforcement Directorate is highlighting here is, Samiksha, that the tweaks were made after the Lieutenant Governor had pointed out multiple queries in the entire policy. But at the same time, though tweaks were not given proper assistance the way it should have been treated, and an unwarranted haste was made by Manish Sisodia and the entire team of people that was involved in framing this entire policy, and then it was passed with an unwarranted haste, that like we have been saying. Also, what needs to be highlighted here is that the Principal Secretary that had highlighted this particular loophole in the beginning, that pushed the LG to initiate a CBI-led investigation, was this only, Samiksha, that the way this entire policy was pushed with multiple tweaks in that point in time is the reason why this should be investigated by the Central Bureau of Investigation. So when we trail back to the first instance was about these tweaks itself that were raised and the haste that was adopted. Now this is what the Enforcement Directorate is highlighting in front of the Rouse Avenue Court, that how the haste was adopted even after there were multiple queries that were highlighted by the Lieutenant Governor office. Still, the Manish Sisodia and the entire team that was stitching this excise policy.
All right, Madhurima, just hold your thoughts right there. Yes.
In a very hastily manner.
Yes, let's go across to Shravan also, who's joining us. Shravan, one of the key explanations that one would require from the Aam Aadmi Party is also what explains the meeting between one of the key accused, Vijay Nair in this case, with K. Kavita, the BRS leader.
First, let's put out the perspective of the Enforcement Directorate with regards to the South Group and what is the response that has come in from the other side. Now, the South Group plays a pivotal role. If you really look at the Enforcement Directorate's entire investigation, it largely hinges on what the South Group had to do in terms of the kickbacks allegedly given by the South Group to the Aam Aadmi Party leaders. Unlike in the case of the Central Bureau of Investigation, which perhaps stepped in much later with regards to the South Group's role, but the Enforcement Directorate essentially was looking at two states in particular. One was Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, and the other certainly happened to be in Punjab, because they believe that large part of the kickbacks were actually coming in from these very places. Now, what's important to point out here is that communication strategist Vijay Nair undoubtedly is one of the key conspirators as far as the liquor gate is concerned, and that is what both the agencies believe at this stage. It is Vijay Nair who was actually doing the entire talking with the entire lobby, be it the South Group or for that matter manufacturers or liquor traders here in the national capital. It was Vijay Nair who had essentially sent out this message to the association that if at all they wanted a favorable excise policy, then they will have to give some sort of a payment. And that payment effectively was actually used by Vijay Nair, who himself was camping in Goa when the elections were taking place, and the Enforcement Directorate as well as the Central Bureau of Investigation suspects that he used this very money that he was actually getting in from the licensees and utilizing it for the development of Aam Aadmi Party and their electoral prospects in these two states. Now, if you look at the responses that have really come in from the South Group, in particular Kavitha, who has been named in the multiple charge sheets that have been filed by the Enforcement Directorate. Kavitha has now hit out at the Enforcement Directorate by simply saying that they are misusing Section 50 of the PMLA Act, under which the statements are essentially recorded and this is admissible before the court. Unlike in the case of the Central Bureau of Investigation, they do not have that kind of power. But certainly under the PMLA Act, it is what the opposition parties call extremely draconian, because whatever is said in that particular statement holds before the court. And right now, if you take a look at what Arun Ramachandra Pillai had to say, he, in the statement to the Enforcement Directorate, has said that he was looking after the interests of Kavitha. In fact, the Benami investments of Kavitha was being looked after by Arun Ramachandra Pillai, as well as Abhishek Boinpalli. They say that there were meetings that took place in Hyderabad in which Kavitha and her husband was actually present. Now, Kavitha has put out a full counter to this. She says that she's a political leader and she meets multiple people. So how does that, make anyone culpable, or for that matter responsible for the the crimes of the other person? She so far hasn't really distanced herself, or perhaps made out a statement where she says that she does not know Arun Ramachandra Pillai. All that she's saying is that she's a political leader. She may have met a lot of people, but that does not mean that she's participated in the crimes or the alleged crimes of Arun Ramachandra Pillai, or for that matter Abhishek Boinpalli, and that's the reason why she says that she's submitting herself before the Enforcement Directorate on 11th of March when she's been summoned. Now, as far as Manish Sisodia is concerned, in the court, Manish Sisodia's counsel are essentially arguing that till date, from the time the investigation actually began, the Enforcement Directorate did not even issue a single summons. Unlike in the case of the Central Bureau of Investigation, where Manish Sisodia was already summoned once, thereafter he was sent out a second summon, and then a coercive action was taken. In the case of the Enforcement Directorate, Manish Sisodia's lawyers are arguing that there was no summons that were given, and what was the need in the first place to place him under arrest when he is already in judicial custody? His statement can be recorded and he is available for his statement being recorded. There is no need for any punitive action. But the Enforcement Director, on the other hand, essentially believes that they are at a very crucial juncture in this entire investigation. They say that they've come across fresh evidence following the arrest of